I would now like to take a minute to introduce to you our organization. GCTC is an India-based think tank initiated by public-spirited individuals to awaken national interests and global conscience about terrorism as a threat to humanity, human security, and national security. Today, I, along with my fellow research coordinators, Meghna, Shruti, and Tanya, are going to be the hosts for the day's conference titled Reflections on the Instrument of Accession from Aggression to Accession. Our aim today would be to take you through a journey which began on the 22nd October 1947 when Pakistani forces showcased extreme aggression in the region of J&K, which led to the signing of the Instrument of Accession by the then Maharaja of the state, Hari Singh, on the 26th of October 1947. Our esteemed panelists will further deliberate upon the legal and historical aspects of the Instrument of Accession, evaluate the current scenario in terms of the geostrategic importance of the region, and finally suggest a way forward. During the course of the webinar, I would request you all to please switch on your cameras and turn off your mics. I will now take a moment to introduce to you our esteemed panelists who will be delivering the inaugural address and will enlighten us with their views on the subject. We have with us Dr. Kaval Sibal. He is the Chairman, Advisory Board, GCTC. He is also the former Foreign Secretary. He has been awarded a Padma Shri for his distinguished service in the field of public affairs. He is a part of many leading think tanks across the globe. Dr. Kaval Sibal is the first Grand Doctor of Philosophy in India. Sir, over to you.
Well, thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, I have some relatively unorthodox views on this, I suppose, taking into context the kind of general discourse that we have on the subject of Kashmir's accession to India. Now, the history is well known. We know that Hari Singh was hoping he could remain independent and was playing that game until the very end. He was also in contact with Jinnah, who was promising him all kinds of things, including a corridor to the Arabian Sea through what then became Pakistan. He and Nehru did not get along well. Nehru was very close to Sheikh Abdullah. Clearly, Hari Singh was a despot, and the whole freedom struggle of India was against the British as the biggest despots, if you like. And there was this democratic urge for people to accede to power on the basis of popular will, which is why I suppose Nehru was against the absolutist rule of Hari Singh. It is only when the Pakistanis overplayed their hand and sent in the raiders to take control of Srinagar that Hari Singh felt that he had no option but to throw his future into India's hands. And India took the position that it would not intervene militarily unless the Maharaja signed the Instrument of Accession, which was done hastily. And on that basis, the Indian troops moved into Jammu and Kashmir and prevented the takeover of Srinagar by the raiders from Pakistan. In fact, there were some errors, as we see from reports that are now published on the side of the raiders. Actually, the raiders were not purely raiders; they were led by the Pakistani officers, So it was a kind of a manipulation where Pakistan, under instruction from the British, did not want to actually create a situation where it would be seen as war declared by Pakistan on India. And therefore, as they do now in terms of deniability, they had these raiders from the Pashtun areas to come into Jammu and Kashmir and take over, make a takeover attempt. But on the way, as we see from reports, they spent a lot of time looting and massacring and raping and collecting booty and delayed their move towards Baramulla, which gave the Indian side enough time then to checkmate them. Unfortunately, and this is a pity, that the generals on the Indian side and on the British side, on the Pakistani side, were British generals. And amazingly, with hindsight, of course, it does appear very odd that the Viceroy, Mountbatten, or the Governor General, in an independent India where we had the Prime Minister and his government, should have been made head of the Defense Committee, which was to take all these decisions with regarding the what the Indian Armed Forces should do. So the long and short is that the British played an extremely devious game, and our leadership fell into their trap for a variety of reasons, including personal relationships, the deference to the British, and Mountbatten's personality and his ability to win over the confidence of leaders, especially Nehru. And of course, beyond that was a much deeper game, much deeper geopolitical game, for which we are paying a price even today, which is that the British, right from the start, if you look at what Churchill and Wavell and everybody else said at that time, if you look at the records, they were extremely interested in maintaining a foothold in what was to become Pakistan. And Jammu and Kashmir was geopolitically very sensitively located because it bordered China, it bordered Russia. Russia was, of course, far more in their mind than China was. And they felt that having some kind of a presence in that area would place them very well in terms of the future challenge that they expected from communist Russia. And therefore, the best thing was to hive off what is today POK, Gilgit-Baltistan, from the erstwhile state of Jammu and Kashmir. Incidentally, as we all know, it is this British fellow who was later rewarded by the British government who declared Gilgit-Baltistan's independence and separated it from India. This is part of a larger British game. And the price that we are paying for it today is that but for this, there would be no direct border between China and Pakistan. And but for this, we would have a common border with Afghanistan. But the British, if you look at the reports, were of the view that Pakistan would be unviable as a country. As it is, it was unviable because two Pakistans were created, but it would be unviable as a country if the whole of Jammu and Kashmir went to India. So we were faced with this situation, and we became dupes. Now that is one aspect. The other is the manner in which we botched up this accession. You know, if Jammu and Kashmir had acceded to India, that should have been the end of the story, like it was in the case of 500 and God knows how many other states which acceded to India, barring, of course, Hyderabad, whatever. It should have been the end of the story. There should have been a logical follow-up to this accession, and India should have asserted its accession rights. But what did India do? The fact that we opened up ourselves the whole finality of the accession of Jammu and Kashmir by going to the United Nations. The moment you went to the United Nations and you promised a plebiscite, you had actually yourself undermined the principle of accession. Because if the Maharaja had acceded, and under the Parliament Act of British India Independence Act, he had the authority to decide which state to join. And once he had decided, that was the end of the story. But once again, we were duped by the British, and our leadership was persuaded to go to the United Nations and seek redress in the United Nations. What puzzles me here is that is it that our leadership at that time, Nehru and others, didn't understand the British mind and what the games British were playing? And this persuasion to take the matter to the United Nations couldn't have been seen as a ruse to trap us into a situation where the international community would have to decide. And who was the international community? It was the US and Britain and the Western powers. And we had fought against the British. We were the country that began the process of dismantling of the British Empire. And we would have thought that they were our well-wishers and they would help us consolidate ourselves in this manner geopolitically. So anyway, we ourselves undermined the whole process of accession. And the second mistake we committed over the years, and some of it I am privy to directly since I was dealing with this in one capacity or the other, is that not the Duncan Sands mission. At that time I hadn't joined the Foreign Service, so that was before my time. But the Duncan Sands mission was based on what? Making some territorial concessions to Pakistan to resolve the Jammu and Kashmir question. And the whole idea was to shift the ceasefire line eastwards to enclose the Poonch and Rajouri areas, which will be given over to Pakistan. And this was seriously discussed. It's a different matter that eventually it didn't happen. But it is on the record. And therefore, when two sides negotiate with each other, there is a whole body of record which is available in the foreign offices on which countries build their positions. And if the feeling was that at one time India was open to this, so why can't India be persuaded to remain open to this? I tell you a personal anecdote. When I was in Washington, we met Dianne Feinstein, a senator from California, very influential senator. She still is very influential. And Siddharth Shankar Ray was the ambassador. I was the deputy chief of mission. I told Siddharth Shankar Ray, for heaven's sake, don't go to this meeting, because he told me that she had also invited the Pakistan ambassador. And that was Maliha Lodi. So I said, well, why do you want to go? Because we are totally against any third-party interference in Jammu and Kashmir. And but what you are doing, in fact, amounts indirectly, after all, you're the ambassador, of accepting some kind of a third-party role, even if it's informal. Anyway, he said, no, but I want to keep her in good humor. I said, well, that's your funeral. Go if you want to. So he went, and she had a map of Jammu and Kashmir laid on her table. And she was bending over and seeing, and Siddharth Shankar, she asked Siddharth Shankar Ray about the ceasefire line. He said, this is the ceasefire line. Then she put her arm on the table and moved it eastward. Again, this Poonch Rajouri thing. He says, why can't this be the ceasefire line? Anyway, what I meant is that Western sympathy, US sympathy, British sympathy has never been with us on the Kashmir issue, and we have allowed ourselves to be manipulated from time to time. And then, of course, during Clinton's presidency, to my mind, Clinton was the worst president so far as United States presidency is concerned. And it is his time that Robin Raffel, as Assistant Secretary of State, actually questioned the finality of Kashmir's accession to India. This was a huge departure. Even the UN never took the position that Kashmir's accession to India was not complete and final legally. It's a different matter that we voluntarily agreed to a plebiscite and stuff like that, and those arrangements couldn't be worked out. But Robin Redfall, as part of the U.S. State Department, questioned the finality of the instrument of accession. After that, as you well know, the mistakes we have committed. From this, we go on to this 4-point formula, which was discussed by Musharraf with our then Prime Minister. Even at that time, I was opposed to this, and I said we're walking into a trap. I don't know what this means. If for so many years you've seen Pakistan as so deeply hostile with all the jihadi groups, what has happened in Jammu and Kashmir, the radicalization of Pakistan's military ambitions and this and that, given that background, how can you trust Pakistan and potentially sign some kind of an agreement which would divide Jammu and Kashmir into various areas, and then demilitarize those areas sequentially or whatever. And at the end of the day, at the end of this process, you have some kind of a joint management kind of an arrangement. And this would, of course, also would have meant the demilitarization of Siachen. Again, what signals were we giving to Pakistan? That we are open to territorial concessions in Jammu and Kashmir in some way or the other. Or rather, it's not territorial concession. We are willing to accept that the accession of Jammu and Kashmir to India was not final legally, and therefore we have to look at some kind of new legal arrangements which would solve the problem. And of course, if you went back, I forgot to mention that, handing back Haji Pir Pass 2 times to Pakistan. If it is your territory, it's your territory. And if you have won it in a conflict, or if you have recovered it in a conflict, then it remains your territory. And the moment you give it back, it's just you are saying that it is not your territory legally. Anyway, so at the end of all this, I'm glad that we have finally learned the lessons of our past mistakes and abrogate or not revised Article 370 and Article 35A and change the entire dynamics of the politics of Jammu and Kashmir and its relationship with Pakistan, because now Pakistan has no locus standi at all. The UN resolutions, which are already defunct, has absolutely no meaning. The whole plebiscite nonsense has absolutely no meaning because Jammu and Kashmir has been physically divided. There is Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir and the Union Territory of Ladakh, and all the special rights that were given to J&K have been revoked. Incidentally, the inclusion of Article 370 in our constitution by presidential decree was itself a kind of blow to the whole finality of Jammu and Kashmir's accession. I mean, why? And I would even go further. It was a big blow to Indian secularism. I mean, what was the reason to do this? The reason was because it was a Muslim majority state, and therefore you had to accommodate the Muslims. And therefore you said, all right, we'll give you Article 370, so you have some kind of a special status. It was a non-secular move if you really look at it seriously. Anyway, as I said, we have now gone beyond that. We have hopefully changed the whole basis of the relationship between India and Jammu and Kashmir. Not that the problem is over, because we found these Gupkar fellows still at it. My own view is they should find some way of pursuing policies that will benefit the people of Jammu and Kashmir in the new situation, rather than having a totally fanciful, unrealizable agenda of restoration of Article 370, which means that they want alienation, turmoil, and everything else to continue if it can happen, and some foolish statements about bringing China in and seeking China's help to restore Article 370 are being made. How serious the impact of these statements on the ground, I can't say. It's our people on the spot who will be able to judge that. But nevertheless, I think the Modi government has shown tremendous courage, political courage in dealing with the J&K situation in a manner that was needed to be done. And I would now say that, and I'll end here, that the accession of Jammu and Kashmir to India is now final. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your words. I personally totally agree with your stand on the revocation of Article 370. I also agree that the Modi government is doing a great job in terms of the courage that they've showed in terms of amending so many laws and legislations. So thank you so much. Also, thank you for covering the entire issue in a very holistic manner. I am sure the audience has gotten much more clarity on the subject. Thank you, sir. Moving on, we have Dr. Shekhar Dutt with us. Dr. Shekhar Dutt, SM, is a distinguished patron of GCTC and former governor of the Chhattisgarh state. He was awarded the Sena Medal in the 1971 Pakistan War during his short service in the Indian Army. He later served as the Defense Secretary of India. He was also a health secretary, and for his achievements, he was awarded the Lifetime Achievement Award by the International Society of Ethnopharmacology in 2017. Sir, over to you. Sir, you are on mute.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. I am especially enthused seeing my distinguished colleague, Mr. Kaval Sibbal. And I remember a number of meetings that I've had in which he and I participated, and the meetings were held outside India. And all that he's said very much is part of what he has been advocating. So it's really a good experience to be back again in the panel with him. One word about the Pakistan, the philosophy of Pakistan. The philosophy of Pakistan and its leaders has been, and the leaders of Pakistan have been from one state. It's the state of Punjab. And that state is virtually ruling all the other provinces of Pakistan. That is Sindh, Baluchistan, the Waziristans, and all the other territories. And they're very clever people. So when they sent the tribesmen, it was a kind of a cover-up. It was their army. It was the army led by their own armed forces officers, and they went into securing as much land as possible in order to sort of have again another province added, and in which they could lord over for a long time. And this is the philosophy of Pakistan. And fortunately, the East did not go on with the West, Pakistan, and ultimately we had the experience of disassociating Pakistan, East Pakistan from the West, and forming Bangladesh, which is a different country. Now, Pakistan's main aim is to create problems to India. And in that process, whatever we have been doing in Kashmir has been a big help. And it starts off with the same thing, what Mr. Ambassador Sibbal said. Although Maharaja Hari Singh signed the instrument of accession into India in 1947, and that also after being pushed into a corner, the integration, real integration, did not happen until 5th August 2019. During this day, the Indian Home Minister informed the upper house of the parliament that the President of India has issued a constitution order of 272 and 273 to abrogate Sadri Riyasat, Constituent Assembly of Jammu and Kashmir, with the powers vested as governor of J&K. Later, a resolution was ratified for CO 273 in both the houses of parliament, which led to bifurcate Jammu and Kashmir state into two union territories, Jammu and Kashmir and Ladakh, as per J&K State Reorganization Act 2019. Now, this is an extremely good solution to this problem, and it took such a lot of time for India to come to that, which is a very big tragedy, because in this period, Pakistan made all the benefits to it by putting the terrorists inside and getting a whole lot of even the talk of secession and all those things started happening. And of course, Pakistan used what Mr. Sibbal says, that firstly, the persons having less knowledge about that area, less knowledge about the different linguistic and ethnic communities. They all thought that Muslims are one, and therefore Pakistan causes to speak with about the Muslims and India about the Hindus, whereas Kashmiri Muslims are different than Pakistani Punjabis. So it's not the same. And at no point of time Pakistani state has had any kind intentions towards Kashmir. So during this period, because of this status of Jammu and Kashmir being a different status than the rest of Indian states, Pakistan took advantage. Now, in this period, militants and separatist elements with the support of foreign forces inimical to India, these foreign forces were only Pakistanis, and they were taking advantage of the situation. Article 370, in fact, in its original form, was a temporary position with respect to J&K. And it continued. It continued till a very long time, till recently, last year, 5th August. The abrogation of the provisions of Article 370 of the Constitution, which gave special status to Jammu and Kashmir, saying the militants and separatist element with the support of foreign forces inimical to India were taking advantage of the situation. So they were in the garb of Article 370, this was also going on. Now, this this was challenged. The accession was challenged recently, and in the reply, the government made to the 5-member Supreme Court bench of Justice N.V. Ramanna, Justice S.K. Kaul, Justice S. Subhash Reddy, Justice B.R. Gawai, Justice Suryakant, that they said that this Article 370 in its original form was constitutionally described as a temporary provision with respect to Jammu and Kashmir, and formed a part of the Constitution of India as adopted by the Constituent Assembly on November 26, 1949. The centre's affidavit says over the period of years, the existing regime under the Article 370 of the Constitution and the exceptions and modifications carried out to other provisions of the Constitution of India by presidential orders issued under Article 371D were impeding rather than enabling or facilitating the full integration of the erstwhile state of Jammu and Kashmir with the rest of the country, which was neither in national interest nor in the interest of the state of Jammu and Kashmir. So basically, what does a state do, and especially a democratic state? The state's activity is towards the welfare of the larger section of population, the population in general. And this was not getting, this was being impeded by this strange device called Article 370. The militants and the separatist elements, with the support of foreign forces, were taking advantage of this situation. What is more, the residents of the erstwhile state were also being denied all the benefits and the rights guaranteed by the Constitution of India to all citizens of the country. Now imagine a state which has been governed for 70 years under this this provision, and its people did not have the same rights as the rest of the people of India. They could move around. They could have. Now this kind of a situation was suiting Pakistan all the time, and they wanted it. And we made, as Sibal Saab pointed out, we made the mistake of putting the United Nations as if they're going to sort of decide what we should do and what we should not do. This, the center also very aptly said that it cannot be disputed that the existence of Article 370 for over 7 decades, in spite of it being merely a temporary provision, prevented the people of the erstwhile state of Jammu and Kashmir to receive benefits of evolving legal systems, as even the amendments of the Constitution of India and other laws of Parliament, which were not applicable to the said state, without and it created a separatist mindset. Now that is much more important. You know, over a period, and 2 generations have come, and they feel very wrongly that there is a special sort of a state, and they have a different mindset. So a decision taken to abrogate 370 was in the national interest and the interest of the security and integrity of the country, that the existing regime under Article 370 be discontinued. Now, I have been in the army before joining the service, and I've been in the Ministry of Defense for a long time. Now, the whole purpose of Pakistan, as we have seen very closely, is to pinprick India and create problems for India in a different kind of ways. And so I have been, of course, very much votary that if they do something in Kashmir, we should reply to them at some other place, which will hurt their center of gravity of power. And we should hurt them so much that they should not dare do anything in Kashmir. So I think that this step which was taken would be essential to the Indian security, because it is very much required that Indian armed forces be guaranteed a kind of a situation by which they need not at all the times keep on jumping and coming to the rescue of the civil administration for maintenance of law and order. So it was decided that it would be essential for the entirety of the provisions of Constitution of India should be applicable to the erstwhile state of Jammu and Kashmir, so that the state and the people may enjoy full protection of all provisions of the Indian Constitution, as well as all civil, penal and welfare legislation which are made applicable. Now, India is a country which you all understand. It's a country with full rule of law. It is a country with the welfare of its people enshrined in the Constitution itself. And this step would enable the people of Kashmir or Jammu, or for that matter Ladakh, to be fully able to receive all the democratic the rights of the people, and to get the outcome of development. the abrogation of Article 370 would also act as a catalyst for enabling the state to achieve its development potential to the fullest and to provide to its people the best possible standard of living in an atmosphere of peace, amity, and tranquility. The constitutional decisions were effected strictly in accordance with the requirement of the Constitution of India. So we went around with a complete legal as well as what is available in the Constitution of India. Now, the center then said that judicial review is part of the constitutional power of the court, and justification, efficacy, desirability, and wisdom of such decisions of the president as well as parliament is not amenable to judicial review. So the courts are able to take judicial review in certain areas. There are certain things on which the power rests with the executive, and it is therefore the constitutional challenge is limited to the part 3 of the constitution and pleading of the petitioners with regard to rationality or the wisdom of the impugned decision and legislative measures required to be rejected by the apex court. Now, this was a very clear step, that an indication that these are the rights and these are the areas in which they can dispute. And I'm sure that India has made it very clear that the intention is to govern, provide the people of Jammu and Kashmir the best form of governance, to provide them with the partnership of governance with this thing. Article the reforms of the constitution by putting the 3-stage of governance, national, state, and the local, and all these things is possible if it becomes the mainstream, part of the mainstream of Indian states. However, the entirety of the Constitution of India is applicable to all the states, and therefore Jammu and Kashmir, by accession, this real accession to India, becomes a claimant to all the benefits which a democratic, which a country with aims to provide its people the best system of governance. It is a people-centric move. Similarly, Center also justified the abrogation of Article 35A of the Constitution, which enabled the earlier state of under the 370, under the garb of 370, to make laws giving special rights and privilege to permanent residents while imposing restrictions to others, as if Indians are foreigners. The rest of the states, Indians who come and work. And if the J&K people go into the other states, they also start feeling that they are foreigners. So, in any case, this kind of a mindset has to be disabused from the available governance methodology of the whole area. Now, I would say briefly on this aspects of security. The Pakistan's whole attitude about Kashmir has not been to ensure that Kashmir gets developed or Kashmir gets a good, or the Kashmiris get a good form of government. It can be seen very easily that they themselves handed over territories to China, and thereby Firstly, they didn't have any right of handing over those territories because they were not part of their territory. And secondly, they also showed it to the Kashmiris that we couldn't care less whether we give part of your state to anybody else. We would do whatever we like, and thereby opening up a completely different form of security concerns. So this is the right time when we should be very firm with the Pakistanis. I have always said that we in India, we don't have any problem of Pakistan Sindh. We don't have any problem with the Pakistani Baluchis. We have always had, all the terrorists who have come to India have been from Pakistani Punjab. And therefore, we should make those persons immediately be known, and whoever terrorist has come to India, whether it is the in the 2611 or whether other times, they have been from those the organizations which have been prospering in Pakistani Punjab, and therefore we have to we have to isolate the Pakistani Punjab from all whatever they are doing, and our Kashmir population should understand, and if you talk to them privately, they know that they will be exploited extremely badly whenever they are left in the mercy of the Pakistani state. So I'm sure that with the change, with this abrogation of Article 370, a new era is going to come up for developing our northernmost states. And again, this is a temporary measure. It is not going to be all the time that there will be union territories, and I'm sure that the state would be able to realize its full potential of development, and also maintaining its culture, maintaining its language, literature, and everything which happens in all the other states of India. So with this, I thank everybody for giving me this opportunity, and also to a friend Aditya Tiku for assembling all of us in this. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, sir, for the in-depth insight on the subject. We really appreciate your views. Thank you so much. Moving on, I would like to introduce to you a great legal expert that we have today with us, who is going to give an insight on the whole legal aspect of the instrument of accession, Dr. Aman Hingorani. He is an advocate on record in the Supreme Court of India, a mediator in Supreme Court Mediation Center, and has been appointed as the arbitrator by the Delhi High Court. His noble initiatives include providing legal services to the disadvantaged sections of the society. He has also authored the book Unraveling the Kashmir Knot, a stage bestseller. Sir, over to you.
Thank you very much for that introduction. I've been researching on the Kashmir issue since 1995, and I've always maintained that the Kashmir issue is a good example of not to handle a conflict. That is, we all are aware of the Indian narrative on the Kashmir issue. We are aware of the Pakistani narrative on the Kashmir issue. For a minute, let us step back and see what have we done to this particular erstwhile state. India may be a very ancient civilization, but modern day India and Pakistan are creations of British statutes. There was a political agreement with the British, with the Muslim League, International Congress. It got crystallized into the Indian Independence Act of 1947. The Government of India Act 1935 was amended. The creation, modern day India and Pakistan are creations of this law. And there's no doubt about the legitimacy of India and Pakistan as created by this law. Now, as per this very law, Jammu and Kashmir was a sovereign country as of 15th August 1947, and I don't say so. The Supreme Court of India Constitution Bench decision, Premnath Paul's case 1959 has said so. This sovereign country could accede to India or Pakistan or retain its independence. The ruler, in whatever circumstances has been discussed, chose to come to India. There was the instrument of accession executed on 26th of October 1947. One sovereign country acceded to another sovereign country. That's an act of state that binds everybody. It's irrevocable. It's final. Again, that's the view of the Supreme Court and the view in international law. So if one country accedes into another country and becomes an integral part of that country, a third state, namely Pakistan, has no power under international law to veto that accession. So in other words, Pakistan has never had any locus standi on J&K. J&K, with the accession on 26 October 1947, became an integral part of India and remains an integral part of India, and not only the regions of Jammu, Ladakh, and Kashmir, but also Gilgit-Baltistan, also the region of the so-called Azad Kashmir. This entire territory is Indian territory, as per the law which created India and Pakistan. Now, if it was all this clear, then why do we have the Kashmir issue? And it is here that I would want to build a narrative which is completely different from what has been talked by the previous speakers and what is the popular narrative in India. My narrative is based on declassified British archives, which actually talk about why they had to script partition, the way they scripted the disintegration of the Ottoman Empire in the Middle East. Most of us are aware of the precursor to the Cold War, that is the great game being played out between Britain and Soviet Russia. And for decades, if not for centuries, Islam was used as the ideological boundary right from Turkey to China. The northern frontier of colonial India, that is Northwest Frontier Province, Gilgit-Baltistan, fell in this Islamic crescent. And when the British knew they have to transfer power, and they needed to keep a slice of India, what is now corresponds to Pakistan, the two-nation theory actually came handy. I have documented in the book A Telegram of 1940, where the maps of the dominance were drawn up in 1940, not 1947. And the whole idea was to create a friendly state which should be friendly to the British for their great game objectives against the Soviet Russia. They did not want the Russian influence to come southwards towards the Middle East. So Pakistan itself is a creation of the British. While dividing the provinces on the basis of two-nation theory, in the book documents how the smoke screens which were created to get Northwest Frontier Province succeed to become part of Pakistan, despite the Indian National Congress having popular support there. Why Punjab had to be partitioned, because they wanted the fertile plains. Otherwise, Northwest Frontier Province, a hilly area, cannot be viable as a state. So all that politics has been documented in the book from British archives, the authoritative sources. And in this entire process of partition, the British assumed that the Muslim majority J&K, contiguous to Pakistan, would accede to Pakistan, or at least be within a sphere of influence, like a northern island. And when it did not, as per authoritative British documents, it is the British that created the Kashmir issue. The British did not need the entire state. They just wanted Gilgit-Baltistan. Accession was on 26 October 1947. 5 nights after that, that is the night of 31st October 1947, the British Gilgit Scouts took into custody the governor appointed by the ruler, hoisted Pakistani flag on what was then Indian territory, and told Peshawar, you take it over. So Gilgit-Baltistan region was carved out by the British themselves on 31st October 1947, after the state had become Indian territory. Now, we were still dominions of the British right up to 1950. That is, the king was still the formal head. Indian Army, Pakistan Army were headed by British officers. They felt free to draw lines, which now is the so-called Azad Kashmir, to act as a buffer area. The argument was that should India go to war against Pakistan to recover northern areas, the Gilgit-Baltistan, it will liquidate Pakistan. And so we must create a buffer zone, and which is now the so-called Azad Kashmir. Both these areas were earmarked by the British in 1947 to be kept free from Indian control, because they needed the Gilgit region for the great game against Soviet Russia. Now, but what do we do about the accession? The accession was in terms of the law which created India and Pakistan. So I've documented again how Mountbatten has gone on record to say that we decided to send VP Menon to see the situation in the state. I decided I'm going to handle this by the time he comes back. He says, I told Nehru that I, as Governor General of India, will not sign on the instrument of accession till you first commit to a plebiscite. We had the instances of Junagadh, Hyderabad. I have explained in the book how that was a trap for India. Jinnah had gone on record to say India is not ready for democracy, wishes of the people are irrelevant. So the trap was to induce the Indian National Congress to lay down a policy that where the rulers of one community, people are of the other, people will decide. And so a plebiscite in Junagadh, a plebiscite in Hyderabad. In that backdrop, Mountbatten told Nehru, I will not sign on the instrument of accession sent by Hari Singh till you first commit to plebiscite. And according to him, Nehru said, can't we wait till the raiders are thrown out? And Mountbatten says, I agree to that condition. And hence, while accepting the accession, it was accepted provisionally subject to the reference to the people. But that reference to people were to a section of Indian citizens within India's domestic jurisdiction. So the British had to keep the door open for Pakistan. Again, I've documented the different strategies used by the British reference to the United Nations, ostensibly to stop the fighting, but the strategy was very simple. India would go to the United Nations Security Council, say there's aggression on our territory, relying on the notion of provisional orders under the League of Nations, United Nations Security Council would say immediate ceasefire without requiring Pakistan to vacate. Pakistan would have de facto control. Pakistan Army would move in, which it did in May 1948. That territory would be under Pakistan's control and made available to the British for the great game against the British.
Yes.
So this was a strategy which was in the which was documented by the British themselves. The second strategy would be that India would commit to plebiscite on the floor of the United Nations, which will now hold India to its promise, now under UN supervision. And so India is the only country in history to have gone to the United Nations complaining of aggression on its territory and come back with the commitment to hold a plebiscite to see whether it's even our territory. And that's why we are a laughing stock. New Delhi realized that the United Nations Security Council has been subverted. So there is a secret note of 25th August 1952, which Nehru sends to Sheikh Abdullah, saying 4 years ago only I decided plebiscite is not an option. That is in 1948. War is not an option. So let them keep what they have. We keep what we have. The policy of territorial status quo, which apparently is a policy we follow up till 2020. A misconceived policy, legally misconceived policy, which I'll explain why in a bit. But it's in 1957, we told the United Nations Security Council, let sleeping dogs lie. We considered it our duty not to agitate matters. 1950, we had proposed partition of J&K. In 1965, we won back Haji Pir, returned it in 1966 at Tashkent. 1972 Shimla Agreement, inviolability of the ceasefire line, Lahore Declaration. So our entire policy, according to the agreement, is unofficial policy, LOC into international border. Though officially we have the parliamentary resolution of 1994. So if there was this case of this girl who was being beaten by her husband, fell in Jhelum from POK side, came to this side, constitutionally Indian citizen. We picked her up, our security picked her up and gave the citizen, that Indian citizen, to Pakistan forces. When we do surgical strikes, we are attacking our own territory. We have blurred the distinction between POK and Pakistan. It's not even in our public consciousness that a part of India is under foreign rule. Our citizens are under foreign rule. It's not even in our consciousness because we have disowned them. The reason why I say this is legally misconceived is, yes, it is true at one point of time, Supreme Court had in Berubari Union's case said a sovereign country can give away territory. Parliament can amend the constitution to give away national territory. But later the Supreme Court in Kishan Bharti's case, 13 judges, 1973, has said Parliament cannot amend the basic structure. Basic structure has been identified to be unity of the country, territorial integrity. Does Parliament today have the power to convert LOC into the national border? Is not a policy against our own constitution? And which a misconceived policy we follow till date. Now, we learned from Chinese maps that China had occupied, Chinese maps in late 1958, that China had already occupied Accession in early 1950s. 1963, another chunk is given. So today, China has 20% of J&K, Pakistan has 45, we have the rest. So CPEC runs through Gilgit-Baltistan, our territory. OBOR is through our territory. What do? We boycott it. We let them spend billions of dollars in that because we don't really care. We have disowned it in a way. We can make noises, but that's all we do. Now, so there's a stalemate between India, Pakistan, and China. What do? Let's focus on the territory with us. That is the valley, which is less than 9% of the entire state. And let's talk about stopping cross-border terrorism. According to us, that's the Kashmir issue. Because of our misconceived policies from 1947 onwards, we have altered the entire political discourse on Kashmir. For those who in POK, they've lost their identity of being Indian citizens. For the Kashmiri Muslims, they feel this Kashmir issue is about loss of their special status. For the Kashmiri Hindus or the Pandits, they say we are refugees in our own country because of the terrible happenings in 1990s. For Jammu and Ladakh, it is hegemony over the valley, unequal development, because J&K is not heterogeneous, it's not homogeneous, it's a heterogeneous state. For security forces, it's in law and order, coupled with cross-border terrorism. For the government of India, it is Article 370. Kashmir issue is not Article 370. It has never been Article 370. 370 is not the cause of giving disputed territory tag on J&K. What is the cause of giving disputed territory tag on J&K is us accepting the accession provisionally. It is us internationalizing the Kashmir issue. It is us giving Pakistan locus standi. Until you get rid of the disputed territory tag outside at the United Nations level in the international stage, you can never resolve Kashmir. Because you're focusing on only the territory which is with India. J&K Kashmir issue is not only the valley, it is the entire state. And so, what is this entire 370? I've been hearing a lot about it today and of course in the past. To set the record straight, and again, I'm talking from Supreme Court judgments. This is not my view. And I think, Aditya, I was told I can speak for 20 minutes. It's about 15 minutes. I'll wind up in 5 minutes because I see the time is slightly before. Now, as far as the ruler was sovereign as of 15th August 1947, he acceded to India unconditionally, but only in 3 areas: external affairs, communication, defense, and ancillary matters. The instrument of accession was identical for all princely states, not only J&K. Supreme Court has held in Premnath's case that the ruler retained his sovereignty for matters he did not exceed. He was still sovereign. 370 is, when it was there, it only contemplates certain things because India was to be a republic. We can't have a ruler in a democracy. And so there had to be a transition of power from the ruler to a constitutional setup to be decided by the state constitutional assembly. That is why it's temporary, not because it had to go. That's Supreme Court says so. It's not my words. It is transitional, temporary, because there had to be a transition of powers from the ruler to the state constitutional assembly who decide the constitutional relationship with Dominion of India within the Union of India, within the Indian Constitution. That Constitutional Assembly was set up in 1951, elected body. The Principals Committee said JNK 370 does not even talk about special status. There's no word special status in 370. It is the basic principles which said JNK will be an autonomous republic within the Union of India, the way you have for northeastern states, landholding restrictions all over the country in other states. You had the 370 basically says for the 3 areas given by the ruler, consult the state. For the areas not given by the ruler, let the state constitutional assembly decide what to do with those matters. Get rid of 370 once the same constitutional assembly which is framing the state constitution decides, gives a recommendation. That's all. The state assembly was convened in 1951, dispersed in 1957, 56, 57 after framing the constitution. Did not make a recommendation. So no organ of the Indian state had the competence to repeal it. Delhi Agreement of 1952 gave preferential status ratified by Indian Parliament, ratified by the State Constitutional Assembly. It was pursuant to that the 1954 order came in. All these steps emphasized only one point. J&K was a sovereign country, came to us in limited areas. It was for the state to decide the future constitutional relationship with us, not for New Delhi to decide it. And it is in that context you can see whether abrogation of 370, has the state decided it or has the union decided the constitutional relationship of the state with India? And that is before the Supreme Court. So I'm not going to get much into that. I'm sure it will be decided. But for me, it is irrelevant. 370 does not remove the disputed territory tag. Outside the map of India, you see Mission Impossible. Outside the map of outside India, the entire state has always been shown as disputed territory. So we need to get rid of that. And how do we get rid of that? To conclude in 2 minutes, I'll give a very simple example normally given these book talks. I have a house, I buy through a registered document. I then say, I'm not too sure of my title. Somebody gets in, I say, please get out. They say, you don't know your own title. I say, this is a terrorist movement. They say, the freedom struggle. Who will decide? Till my title is cleared, every country in the world will use Kashmir issue to their advantage. It's only a court which can decide it. Now, which is a court whose views are authoritative on the world community? ICJ. And so I have proposed as a first step to depoliticize Kashmir issue. In law, we're entitled to the entire state. We have created the disputed territory tag. We need to confirm our own title to the state. And for that, as a first step, we can go to the ICJ to confirm our own title. We have a common reservations to prevent it from being expanded beyond a particular point. It can be only to the issue of confirming our own title. If we win, we have resolved at least one significant part of Kashmir issue. And if we lose, what can the ICJ say? Wishes of people were relevant. And here I'll just handle this in just 2 minutes. A very complicated issue can be resolved with the simplest manner. We have heard about the ruler having the power to decide the accession. The constitution law in force in 1947 to 1950 were the British statutes governing both India and Pakistan. As per that law, only the ruler could decide. Then from where did New Delhi get the power in 1947 to lay down a contrary policy that people will decide? Is ultra vires unconstitutional wish? New Delhi had no such power. The same law created Pakistan. So the very law that created Pakistan makes J&K part of India. So if we go to the ICJ and we get a finding on this point, law will not resolve the Kashmir issue, but law will change the political discourse on Kashmir issue. It will give us the moral right to be in the entire state. So the point which I'm trying to make is Kashmir is a political issue. We don't have a diplomatic, political, military, economic solution. Perhaps the only way forward is to assert our own title to this particular state and build on that to be able to get the moral authority to be in the state. But we will not do so because our entire generations of Indian Foreign Service, our bureaucrats, our politicians are so scared of going back to the international stage. I'm not saying go to a political body like the United Nations Security Council, but go to a judicial body so as to get a finding, so as to change the political discourse. But that will strike panic buttons throughout the Indian establishment. And so this particular issue seems to be lingering on. And till then, all the stakeholders will be having conversations. We will be having conversations with each other, but we'll all be talking in a language which the other person does not really understand. So with that, I'll end since we are way into the next session. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for highlighting the entire legal perspective. I'm sure a lot of us had doubts regarding it. Thank you for clarifying. Now we have come to the end of this session. Thank you, guests, for the very insightful and enlightening words. It for sure has given us a new perspective on the subject and has encouraged us to reflect upon the issue with a different lens. We have now come to the end, but hold your horses for the subsequent sessions. There is a lot left to learn and deliberate upon. I assure you of the best and the most informative discussion on our platform. I would now request my friend Meghna to take it from here. Over to you, Meghna.
Thank you, Arsh. And good evening, everyone. I am Meghna Jaswal. I am the Research Coordinator and Youth Ambassador at Global Counterterrorism Council. We would begin our event with the first session, which is Contemporary Perspectives on an Old Conflict. This session is going to focus largely on the historical understanding of aggression in Kashmir, followed by the historical underpinning of the instrument of accession, along with its implication on the state all these years. The significance held by Article 370 would also be talked about, along with the legal aspect of the special status which had been given to Jammu and Kashmir will be discussed. Joining us today in the session are distinguished speakers whose name speaks for themselves. The panelists for the session include Dr. Subramaniam Swamy, who is also the chief guest of the event. Welcome, sir. Dr. Swamy is a member of parliament in Rajya Sabha, leading economist and statistician. He was a union cabinet minister in Chandrasekhar government. He served as the chairman of the Commission on Labour Standards and International Trade under former PM P.V. Narasimha Rao. He has also been a member of the Planning Commission. He founded the Action Committee Against Corruption in India, demanded an independent committee to be formed to check the safety and security of the EVM, amongst other things. Thank you for being here today, sir. We also have amongst us Captain Alok Bansal, Director of India Foundation, a naval officer with 26 years commissioned service. He has participated in the Indian peacekeeping operations in Sri Lanka. He has also commanded 2 warships and has been a directing staff at the Defence Services Staff College, Wellington for 3 years. His expertise is in areas like South Asia, maritime issues, Indian diaspora and defence studies. We welcome you, sir. Our third panelist for the session is Sushil Pandit. Sushil Pandit is a prominent Kashmiri leader and founder of Roots in Kashmir. He is a renowned activist and owner of Hive Communications. He is also the member of the advisory board of Global Counterterrorism Council. He is a prominent Kashmiri leader and above all, intellectually very well informed with the history of Kashmir. Thank you for being here today, sir. We have amongst us Lieutenant General Syed Atta Hasnain. He is a member of the National Disaster Management Authority. He is former GOC 15 and 21 Army Corps, Military Secretary of the Indian Army at Army Headquarters in Delhi. He is presently the Chancellor of Central University of Kashmir. He is also on the advisory board of Global Counterterrorism Council. Thank you for being here today, sir. We welcome you. Also, we have Dr. Aman Hingorani, who was present during the inaugural session. Welcome, sir. Sir is an advocate on record in the Supreme Court of India, a mediator in Supreme Court Mediation Center, and has been appointed as the arbitrator by Delhi High Court. His noble initiatives include providing legal services to the disadvantaged sections of the society. He has also authored the book Unraveling the Kashmir Knot, which is a Sage bestseller. Welcome, sir. Last but not the least, we have amongst us Junaid Mir, who is the president of J&K Workers' Party. He is a writer, Kashmiri activist, and Indian politician based in Jammu and Kashmir. He is currently the president of Jammu and Kashmir Workers' Party and a Sarpanch in the Kupwara district. He has been politically active since a very young age and has been a youth leader and an activist. And for moderating our first session with such a distinguished panel, we have Pranesh Kumar Roy, who is a TV journalist currently working as deputy news editor and anchor with India's leading English news channel Times Now. Before joining Times Group, Pranesh worked with NewsX for 3 years. He has also worked as English newsreader for India's national public radio broadcaster, All India Radio. He was one of the youngest news anchors with news TV broadcaster DD News. So today, Navika Kumar couldn't join us as anchor as she is not well, and we all wish for her speedy recovery. And we would also like to thank Pranesh Roy to be present here on such short notice. Moving on, the session would be of 120 minutes, that is 2 hours, and would include the Q&A. And all those who wish to ask the questions can do so in the chat box. But first, I would like to request our chief guest, Dr. Subramaniam Swamy, to give the keynote address, followed by which our moderator, Pranesh Roy, will take over. Sir, I would like you to take over. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. The initiative you have taken is a very essential one because there is so much confusion that has been created about what the true status of Kashmir has been and is now. Two concepts I think I need to address here for this conference, which there's a lot of opaqueness in understanding and in the way it is being presented around the world. The first one is the concept of instrument of accession, and the second one is Article 370. And both these, are known by name, but very few know the details because it's hardly been presented anywhere else except perhaps in scholarly books on constitutional law and so on. What I would like to begin with is saying that in 1935, the British introduced a law which was called the Government of India Act of 1935. In that, they divided the nation into, that was the undivided nation, into two parts. Those which were being directly ruled by the British and those which were indirectly ruled through the monarchy, through the kingdoms that were there. And so there were about 565 kingdoms which were indirectly ruled by the British through regents they had. But the head of the government was the king or the queen, as the case may be. So when the question then became, what is the relationship? And at that time, the British Indian government made it clear that if any of the kingdoms wanted to merge into British India and be part of the British India and directly ruled by the British, then they would have to sign something called the Instrument of Accession. And that time it was limited to for the king to sign, or king or queen or whoever was the monarch or the head of the government from the monarchy, to say that the British Indian government in Delhi would be in charge of defense, foreign policy and communications. Otherwise, the king would continue to rule the state for internal matters. That was the position in 1935. In 1947, when it was decided to partition India, the British introduced in the House of Commons in London, their parliament, that is, a bill called the Indian Independence Act. In that, the proposition was that there will be a Pakistan, a Muslim-ruled Pakistan is the exact words the British Prime Minister, while introducing the bill, said, and a Hindu-ruled India, and 565 kingdoms will become independent and become countries in their own right. So 1/3 of the undivided India was of kingdoms, and 2/3 was to be partitioned between India and Pakistan. But it also said that the kingdoms, if they want to merge with either India or Pakistan, they could invoke the instrument of accession. But they also made an amendment, because it was, after all, it was not a in 1935, it was just a government order. So they issued another government order to say that either they can go to Pakistan or they can go to India, or they can have a standstill agreement where they can continue to remain an independent kingdom and an independent country. So by the monumental work of Sardar Patel, who was then had become the Minister for the States and Home Minister in general, in the interim government that was there, and after August 15, 1947 also, Sardar Patel worked very, very hard and ensured that about 500 of the 565 kingdoms would merge with India, and by signing the instrument of accession. And only three countries then called countries, three kingdoms, had a problem. One was in Junagadh. Junagadh, the king, the Nawab, as he was called, decided to go with Pakistan, but it was 95% Hindu, and there was a lot of unrest. And so Junagadh Nawab decided to send his army to chase these demonstrators and then cross the border into other parts of Kutch. And therefore, this caused alarm. And because Kutch was, other parts of Kutch were part of India, so Sardar Patel sent the army to protect the people who were not a part of Junagadh. But when the Nawab saw a huge army coming, he got frightened, and so he packed all his belongings, and also he had a large number of dogs. He put them also in cages, and he took them to Pakistan. So he abandoned his kingdom. And so the Indian army then decided, for the sake of law and order, to move into Junagadh, and that's how Junagadh became part of India. Then there was the issue of Hyderabad, where the Nizam had made a standstill agreement. But then the Razakars went outside the borders of Hyderabad and started killing the Hindus in neighboring villages in the border, across the border. And this required also sending the army to protect them. And when it reached in large numbers the border, Nizam capitulated and signed the instrument of accession to merge with India. So that solved the problem by Hyderabad. What remained was Kashmir. And there the Hindu king of a largely Muslim, with a large population of Muslims, he decided to have a standstill agreement. But after he had signed the standstill agreement with both Jinnah's government, or whatever that was called then, Jinnah's council, and with India, the Pakistanis decided to send irregulars, those Pakistani soldiers who were not dressed in military clothes. He sent them across to try and physically take control of Kashmir. And Maharaja was unable to defend his kingdom. So he came running to Delhi and wanted Indian troops to come and back him up. But Sardar Patel was very firm, and he said, either you sign the instrument of accession or we won't do it. So he signed the instrument of accession, without any conditions. If you get a copy of the instrument accessions, you'll see there's no copy. All this bluff that goes on by the Abdullahs, from Sheikh Abdullah to Farooq Abdullah to Omar Abdullah, that there were conditions and so on. There are no conditions. The signature was plain and simple. It was a regular pro forma, very regular form that was filled out, and he signed the instrument accession, and that's how Kashmir came under the protection of India. And so at that stage, however, Jawaharlal Nehru, for some reason, I don't know what it is, people can give all kinds of motives, assign all kinds of motives. I won't go into that. He went without cabinet approval, and this I verified when I was a minister in Chandrasekhar's government. I was the senior most minister, member of the select committee called the Committee on Security and Political Affairs. And so I could access files which were secret. And those files did show that Nehru had not taken cabinet approval. He had never put it before the cabinet. And Sardar Patel himself has recorded, at least his Moneyban, his daughter's books show that, biography show that, or it was Sardar Patel's papers, which he has edited. It show that Sardar Patel learnt about it only from All India Radio. So Nehru went to UN and filed a petition saying that we have been attacked, and therefore the United Nations Security Council should take it up. So that's how we got into the United Nations Security Council. And so United Nations Security Council then made a proposal at the end of 1948, or rather in the beginning of 1948, stating that there should be an immediate ceasefire, and then 3 conditions: that the Pakistanis must pull all the irregulars and irregulars. By then the regulars had also come, they had come so far as Baramulla, but then the Indian troops went after the signing of the instrument accession and drove them and went right up and captured Muzaffarabad, which we had to withdraw from later on, thanks to Jawaharlal Nehru. And so the first thing the United Nations said, that Pakistan should withdraw all its troops, regular and irregular, from Kashmir. Second is India should withdraw a bulk of its troops from Kashmir, but leave a substantial number to maintain law and order. And then third is that when this is accomplished, then there shall be steps taken for holding a plebiscite. This was the United Nations resolution, and they had given a period by which this has to be completed. But Pakistan never withdrew its troops. We withdrew from Muzaffarabad and brought them back to Kashmir, and Pakistan reoccupied that. And then after that, they did nothing. And so years and years went by, and ultimately we reached the situation in 1971 when Pakistan lost Bangladesh, and there was a similar agreement, and many of the things which they were not agreeable to then was there. But the United Nations presence continued to remain till the BJP government came and we told them to pack up and go. But we have not yet withdrawn our Jawaharlal Nehru's petition filed in the Security Council, although it has been lapsed. So many years have gone by, more than 75 years, 70 years have gone by. We have not withdrawn it, and we should withdraw it because it has become null and void. And there was a time limit placed on Pakistan complying with the withdrawing of its troops, which it did not. So there is that has no value. The UN thing, which they're just talking nonsense. We shouldn't even bother to attend if anyone, any of the veto holding powers. There's being only one now. That is China. If they decide to have a discussion, we should simply say, to hell with it, we are not attending it, because it has no legal validity. So this must be absolutely clear, that there is nothing which has now stands in the way of Kashmir becoming a part of India because of the instrument accession. one new development did take place. The instrument accession had limited the accession to defense, foreign policy, and communication. But Sardar Patel had promised all the Rajas and Maharajas and the Nawabs, like Nizam, they had promised, Sardar Patel had promised a hefty privy purse. And that hefty privy purse was the reason why all the Rajas and the, all those who had acceded to India, they, literally gave India, the government in Delhi, full access to running the state as a state of any other part of India. And that procedure went. I'll come back to this point again when I take up, conclude with the on Article 370. But this privy purse literally made all of these 500 odd kingdoms, which became part of India through the accession of instrument of accession, almost a state like any other state like Uttar Pradesh. So therefore, there was never a question raised. Later on, in 1971, Mrs. Gandhi did something which was against the agreement we had between Sardar Patel and all the Rajas, that if they sign the instrument accession, they will get an handsome privy purse, and she violated that, partly because the Rajas had joined Swatantra Party, which became the principal opposition in 1967. They got almost 50 Lok Sabha seats, and that frightened Mrs. Gandhi, and there's all these socialists and pro-Russian types who, like Haksar, who's also a Kashmiri, P.N. Dhar, another Kashmiri, D.P. Dhar, another Kashmiri. They all ganged up and said that, this privy purse is a dangerous thing. It provides finance for the Swatantra Party. So they abolished privy purse. And in the course of that, the prince, those who signed the kings or the queens or the nawabs who signed the instrument accession, literally became deprived of anything. And slowly, what happened is the states, all, not only Kashmir, but all states became amalgamated. Then we had states reorganization that made also a big change. But no one protested. And then later on, when Janata came to power in 77, and we made some arrangements by which today, instead of the privy purse and being part of the constitution, we have an arrangement by which the royalties are getting their due. And therefore now it's now a settled question that we had then adopted, that no states will be except what the constitution says a state is. We made special arrangements for union territories. We made special arrangements for tribal states where we said you can't go and buy land there. For instance, Himachal, you can't buy land if you're an outsider. Same thing in Nagaland and so on. That's Article 371. But in the process of this, I would like to say there is absolutely no question that Kashmir is an integral part of India, just like any other state. We've been through a process, but that process has never challenged by anybody, and it has now become part of our constitution. The next thing is that, in far as Kashmir is concerned, the constitution was finalized on 26th November 1949. On 16th November, Jawaharlal Nehru sent Sheikh Abdullah to meet Ambedkar and say that, you see, since the matter in the UN, therefore you should have a clause called Article 370. And that Article 370 should give a special status to Kashmir, and till the United Nations case is settled, we should have a separate constitution also for the for Kashmir, Jammu and Kashmir as it was called then, which included Ladakh also. So Ambedkar said, I'm not a traitor, because Ambedkar was the in charge of drafting committee and amendments and all that. He said, already we have almost finished with the constitution. I'm not going to reopen it, and certainly I'm not a traitor. I'll never agree to this. And he was very adamant about it. So the president of the Constituent Assembly, Rajendra Prasad, asked the chairman of the Fundamental Rights Committee, Sardar Patel, whether he can make an alternative arrangement. Nehru also said that he won't be around. He is to go for an urgent meeting in London. We don't know why, because there were no international conferences going on at that time that he had to go. But for some private reason, he went to London. I would not like to get into it, what that was. It's irrelevant here. And so he requested Sardar Patel that, please help me out on this and take care of the matter. So Sardar Patel then picked up Gopal Sami Iyengar, who used to be the Diwan of Kashmir, and asked him to move the resolution for Article 370 to be incorporated. But there was such a furor in the Constituent Assembly that all the kings and all the royalty said, why did they had become members of the Constituent Assembly? They said, why did you not give it to us also? Why only Kashmir? And Sardar Patel then pacified them by saying this is due to that United Nations case. It's a temporary thing. And as soon as that case is over, this will automatically go. So Article 370 was brought in, and there was also a provision that a Constituent Assembly only for Jammu Kashmir will also be set up to have temporarily a constitution for the state of Kashmir, which will be different from the Constitution of India. And so that commission was set up in 1951. And the constitution was completed, and it became part of our republic on 26th of January 1950. And then from 1951, the Jammu Kashmir Constituent Assembly met, and at the end of 1956, they produced a constitution for Kashmir. And there's no reference to Article 370 in that constitution. All that is references there is one, that is in the preamble of that Jammu Kashmir constitution, that the state of Jammu and Kashmir is an integral part of India. So, I mean, the Constituent Assembly was clearly a temporary thing, but it had already accepted that Jammu Kashmir is an integral part of India. So that's how that constitution cannot be invoked. There are a lot of lies being told. The Constitution of Jammu and Kashmir says no, 370 is a link between India and Kashmir and so on. All this rubbish, none of it is there in writing or in any proceedings or anything like that. Now, therefore, the question is, how long will Article 370 continue? In the Constitution itself, the provision of Article 370 is put in with a headline stating temporary provision for the state of Jammu and Kashmir. And in that it says so many things. And then it says that, however, this article can be deleted or abolished by a notification by the President of India. Now, how does the President issue a notification? The Cabinet decides a resolution, frames a resolution, sends it to the President to sign. The President may reject signing it, in which case the matter will come back again. And if the Cabinet sends again the same thing, then the President is required to sign it whether he likes it or not. So anyway, the President was Rajendra Prasad. He would have signed it immediately if it had come, but it kept on getting elongated. So there is no reference to Article 370 in the Jammu Kashmir Constitution. There is no scope even of any doubt about the status of the Jammu Kashmir, because the preamble of the Jammu Kashmir Constitution says that it was It's an integral part of India, Jammu Kashmir. It was at the end of 56, it became constitution. And now, of course, when the BJP decided that we will, a lot of people had a lot of confusion. Even my own party men, I had to educate a lot of people, saying you don't need 2/3 majority. This was the argument given by Atal Bihari Vajpayee's time. No, you need 2/3 majority. We don't have 2/3 majority. But in fact, you didn't need even a majority. If you were in power, and the president was, the prime minister sent up the president a resolution of the cabinet, he would have to, make it public. So that's exactly what happened. I think it was in August sometime, August 5th or something. We didn't take a vote. However, our party felt that we will have an approval vote. That is just to give to the country, to the world and the country, that, if we wanted, we could have had 2/3 majority. So Lok Sabha anyway, BJP has 2/3 majority, no problem. And then it came to Rajya Sabha, and surprisingly, the Congress was totally isolated, and we got 2/3 majority, approving the decision of the president. That is, it was a resolution. It was not a act of parliament or anything like that. It was a resolution appreciating what the president has done. So Article 370 was abolished completely legally. And then, of course, under the constitution, we have the power to divide the state. So we made Jammu Kashmir one union territory, and the other is Ladakh as union territory. And we are also bound to recover the POK part, because in 1994, Narasimha Rao, for some reason, suddenly woke up one day. I had a minister rank position as a chairman of a commission on the WTO matters. And so he told me he's going to bring in a resolution and ask all MPs to sign it, to approve it in a resolution. And that is that we shall not rest till every inch of Jammu and Kashmir is restored back to India. Now, I was surprised. I thought nobody will vote again, no majority will not approve. But surprising, it was unanimous. Not a single party objected. Someone, one or two made speeches. But when it came to voting, so we are bound by Parliament, by a Parliament resolution, committed to recover POK. And the question is, it's a big question, so I won't take up more of your time, but I would say that the Jammu Kashmir issue is over. Then the only thing that now remains is the return of the Kashmiri Pandits. And that can be done, in my opinion, if we first send 10 lakhs of ex-servicemen from the 1 crore we have of ex-servicemen. 10 lakhs are between the ages of 50 and 60. You send them there, give them money, give them weapons, and give them a place to stay. They can go with their families, live there, create a situation where when the Kashmiri Pandits come, they will have security, assured security, central forces which will be only devoted to the security of the Kashmiri Pandits, and get these 5 lakh Kashmiri Pandits back, whoever wants to come. But we will not forget the Kashmiri Pandit problem at all, because that is a holy commitment. It is a genocide that took place. It is a shocking episode of our history, which the world seems to be oblivious of, because at that time that government didn't want to publicize it. It is it's a telling commentary on the kind of people who were in the leadership in Jammu Kashmir. But today, in my opinion, the Jammu Kashmir legal problems are all over. There's only one moral problem left, and that is the return of the Kashmiri Pandits. This is what I wanted to say, which is not is not reported in newspapers, is not reported in many books. And I thought that this conference should have an opinion on this from my side, and that's why I've devoted my entire time for speaking on this issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Your address was indeed very insightful and answers a lot of questions, surely, for all of us. And it was very well detailed and gave the entire summary of what our session is about, even. And as you said in the end, that the Jammu and Kashmir issue is over, but still the return of Kashmiri Pandits is left. I guess that answers one of the questions posed in the chat box as well. So, thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, sir, for being here today. And now I would request our moderator, Pranesh Roy, to take over the session.
Pranesh, you're on mute. Kindly unmute yourself, please.
Not able to hear him.
I think there's some technical issue, but maybe we could begin with Aman Hingorani. So, if you could begin.
Yeah, am I audible?
Yes, sir.
So, are we waiting for Pradesh? Because I thought he's going to be asking questions to the speakers. Would you want me to speak on any particular area? Actually, I could clarify what Dr. Swami said, that there is a difference between an instrument of accession and Article 370. The link between India and J&K is the instrument of accession. It is not Article 370. So that is something which the foundation is the instrument of accession. And as it was rightly put, that it was an unconditional accession, though limited in few areas. For the rest of the areas, the Constitutional Assembly had to decide the future constitutional relationship within the Constitution of India. But here there is one point which is also important to be cleared up. Most of the 560 odd princely states, as Dr. Swami was pointing out, had executed supplementary instruments, had executed merger agreements merging the territory into the Union of India, and then you have the State Reorganization Act, which put them all in a kitty, and then we could draw up the boundaries of the states and union territories. However, as far as J&K is concerned, they did not execute a supplementary instrument. They did not execute a merger agreement. So it was the Constituent Assembly which was to decide the future relationship, and which, as Dr. Swami put it, that elected state body said the entire state is an integral part of India. So as far as I'm concerned, J&K became an integral part of India not by Article 370, not by the state constitution. J&K became an integral part of India by the instrument of accession of 26 October 1947. And no country in the world has any locus to veto or to challenge that accession. So that is something where the distinction comes in. When we talk about 370, I was pointing out in the inaugural session that we equate the Kashmir issue with Article 370. Kashmir issue is not Article 370. 370 was only a device to give effect to the instrument of accession. Kashmir issue is broader than 370. It is getting our people back. Dr. Swami talked about the parliament resolution.
So Pranesh is back. Pranesh is back.
Oh, very well. One is the Kashmiri Pandits, the other is getting back our people and our territory, which is okay. So since now we have Pranesh here, I think I'll just hand over the floor back to him.
I'm sorry for that glitch. These things can sometimes happen when we are connecting virtually, but it was an enlightening session with Dr. Subramaniam Swami. As always, a pleasure to hear him. And I just want to open it up. Joining us, Mr. Sushil Pandit, Lieutenant General Syed Ata Hasnain, Captain Alok Bansal of the India Foundation, Mir Junaid is President of the J&K Workers' Party, Dr. Raman Hingorani was filling in for me, advocate on record, Supreme Court. And these are people who need no introduction. the reason why we are talking about this instrument of accession suddenly is because through the fiat of the parliament, an epochal decision was taken by the Narendra Modi led NDA government. Article 370 has now gone, and like Dr. Subramaniam Swamy said, that issue has been settled. He talked about a moral problem. We'll get to that. But I want to begin by asking General Hasnain, what do you make of some of the comments which were made by leaders in the valley, mainstream political leaders, after the government decided to abrogate Article 370? General Saab.
General Hasnan sir, you're on mute. Kindly unmute your mic, please.
I think we are having a few issues connecting with General Hasnain. But in the meanwhile, if I could quickly bring in Captain Alok Bansal. Sir, if you can hear me clearly.
I can hear you clearly. Go ahead.
If you could take that question. Now, the reason why we are talking about the instrument of accession, Article 370, and all of this issue is.
Just wanted to take a few issues which were actually discussed right from the morning. Firstly, instrument of accession, because firstly we need to understand that the instrument of accession signed by the Jammu and Kashmir state is exactly the similar one which was signed by any other princely state. The merger document was talked of by Mr. Aman Hingorani. The smaller states were merged to form larger constituent units. But please remember, Manipur did not sign a merger document. Tripura did not sign a merger document. J&K also did not sign a merger document because it did not need to integrate with another state to form a larger unit. And that's why there was no merger document. So that's where there's a confusion which is often created. When we talk of 47-48, there are a lot of myths that have actually been perpetrated. Daniel Patrick Moynihan had said, one is entitled to one's opinions, but one is not entitled to one's facts. Unfortunately, there are so many facts that have been created as far as all analysts on Kashmir are concerned. And right from the morning, I have heard some very senior diplomats make some narratives, which to my mind do not correspond to the facts on ground, that may probably support certain theories, certain views. Just to give you an example, this hypothesis that Britain had an interest in giving Gilgit-Baltistan to Pakistan, and that's why whole Major Brown's conspiracy came into being, to my mind is devoid of any facts. If Britishers had to give Gilgit-Baltistan to Pakistan, Gilgit Agency was on 60-year lease to them from 1935 onwards. They were under no obligation to return it to Maharaja on 1st August 1947, when Prime Minister of India, Pandit Nehru, was specifically requesting them not to return Gilgit Agency to Maharaja till issues are settled. But they did it. So if the intention was to hold to Gilgit, if the intention was to hold Jammu and Kashmir and give it to Pakistan, then it could have easily been done by just influencing Sir Cyril Redcliffe to give Gurdaspur to Pakistan. In any case, Redcliffe was influenced on Firozpur. It could have easily been done for Gurdaspur. In any case, Pakistanis accuse you of influencing Redcliffe to get Gurdaspur. So we need to be authentic as to what actually happened. And that is what we need to understand very clearly, what happened in 47-48. Now, if you have time, I would like to delve on it, or if you are going to have question answers, we'll continue it. But I feel what happened in 47-48, both in Gilgit-Baltistan as well as in Mirpur, Muzaffarabad and all these areas, is actually mired in a lot of myths. And myths need to be replaced we need to come out with concrete facts so that our narrative is actually thorough and sound.
Now it's interesting, Alok Bansal, that you talked about Gilgit-Baltistan, and I thought of raising it up also in the beginning, but then we could just go on and on this topic, which is why I think let's look at the larger things here quickly. And I think Mr. Hingorani wants to say something. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Just since Mr. Sibal is not here, but in his defense, what Mr. Bansal is saying is absolutely correct at one level, that we must have the facts out. But, the British archives, which have been declassified, they themselves have a telegram of 12th of March 1940, where they draw out the whole maps of the dominions. You have, or 6th February 1946 is a telegram sent by the Viceroy to the Secretary of State, which is identical to the Radcliffe Award. So this whole, what we have had a popular Indian narrative of Gurdaspur, etc., the Radcliffe Award was actually decided 18 months earlier, as per the British archives.
Right.
So since Mr. Sibal is not here, just to be fair to him.
No, I think point taken, Mr. Hingorani. But Alok Bansal was also talking about the larger narrative in that sense. But let's not.
So there are British documents for the proposition that Gilgit-Baltistan was carved out. Gilgit Regency, he's right, it was returned. And the idea was that, and Mountbatten was trying to persuade the ruler to go to Pakistan. They assumed it would go to Pakistan. So, but like maybe for another debate, we can come on to all these issues.
Okay, we'll keep that for later. Aditya Tikku is perhaps taking a note of this. And I'm told now General Saab is back. General Hasnain is joining us. Sir, I just want to bring you in on this. The reason why we are forced to examine this is in the light of the decision taken by the Modi government in October 2019. And I just want to begin by asking you, what do you make of some of the comments made by the Muftis, the Abdullahs? I remember Mehbooba Mufti saying that the decision now leaves the J&K accession null and void. She even went on to say that India is now an occupying force. General Saab.
Yeah, thank you, Pranesh. Can you hear me, Pranesh?
Clearly, sir.
Okay, good. Thank you very much. I've been listening on for a very long time. Some very, very interesting comments, interventions which are going on. As to this question, when Mr. Aman Hingorani is here, only he should be asked these questions, right? But having said that, I've been following this with great interest. The statements which have been going on in Jammu and Kashmir ever since the Gupkar declaration, and particularly those of the PDP, or the leader of the PDP in the last 2-3 days. I mean, I don't think really anyone has much to comment on it, because my only advice to the political mainstream in Jammu and Kashmir today is start all over again. I mean, you can become the mainstream all over again if you just leave out these shenanigans from this entire narrative. Because frankly saying, it's not going to get them anywhere, this issue of the flag. I mean, that they will pick up the tricolor only after the Jammu and Kashmir flag has been sanctioned and re-sanctioned and put up and things like that. I mean, it's only going to make things even more difficult for the mainstream parties. So I really don't subscribe to that in any way. The only thing is that these shenanigans going on here are going to give projections to the rest of the world in some awkward ways. And you are seeing what is happening on the other side of the line of control. Mr. Bansal is very well aware. Both of us have been visiting some countries here and there outside India. We know what the narratives which are played out in these countries. Pakistan is present everywhere to play out its narrative and is looking always for this kind of material to emerge from India. And the moment it starts coming from mainstream parties in India, obviously it's going to give them giving them that much more fuel to add to the fire. So I would say I'm not looking at the legality part of it, because I'm not competent enough to comment on it. You have very competent people to say out to look at, but I'm looking at the practicality of it. I'm looking at the aspect of nation building. These are the things which we are looking at. We know in heart of hearts what the reality is, but we somehow don't seem to be coming to grips with it. And as a strong repartee to this, a very strong repartee to this is necessary, not only within India, but at the same time, it needs to be put out outside to the rest of the world. Our democracy is working. Our democracy allows for these kind of statements to continue to be made and things like that. But having said that, as far as the integrity of the country is concerned, there is no question about it. And to take a minute more, I would say that we should be very clear as to what are the things which Pakistan is talking about internationally. Pakistan seems to be focusing a tremendous amount on UN resolutions. It seems to be talking a tremendous amount on the instrument of accession having been signed under coercion. That's the narrative which Pakistan is putting out. You know, they say that India questions us on this issue that we did not have the withdrawal of forces from Kashmir before the plebiscite could be conducted and things like that. But where is the legality of the instrument of accession? Because there is no legality, and therefore India is not the authorized claimant to it to say that we will keep our forces here while Pakistan has to withdraw its forces. No, we need to find strong arguments against this. This is where people like Mr. Hingorani have to make a difference, to give out these narratives, explain to people, I would say explain to our diplomatic missions who sometimes don't have the ammunition for this kind of a thing, because this is happening all the time internationally abroad. So that's my bit for the moment.
Okay.
I have to go to another session, but if there's any other question, I will willingly come and answer it now.
You spoke about the legality, Mr. Hingorani. With the other issue that we must address, or people must address, and people want it to be addressed rather, is about the spirit with which this instrument of accession was approached. Would you like to throw more light on it?
No, in the first session, I've already made my point that once the ruler executed the instrument of accession, which was unconditional, the entire state of J&K became an integral part of India, full stop. It's an act of state, it binds everybody. And a third state like Pakistan or anybody has no locus to veto an accession of J&K to India. Now, on what the General Saab is saying, he's right. But I should say that we have been going on the wrong footing in the United Nations. We, by going to the UN, have given standing to Pakistan. We didn't need to go there. Our traditional Indian approach has been that Pakistan has not vacated. There have been change of circumstances, and so we're not bound by any plebiscite, etc. I have in my book taken a different approach to say that the United Nations, under its own charter, had no jurisdiction to pass such a resolution, number one. Number two, the government of India, then government of India in 1947, had no power under the constitutional law creating New Delhi to promise plebiscite or to say, go to take the wishes of the people. If they have no jurisdiction, the resolutions themselves go. The entire state and we have decisions from Namibia, Nicaragua, etc. We say that the very presence of China and Pakistan on Indian territory would amount to aggression. They would have to vacate. What I'm very happy with what Dr. Swami said, that we need to get back our land and our people. But how are you going to do it? You don't have a military option. How are you going to do it? And that's where we need to come back to the instrument of accession to say, in law, we are entitled to the entire state. Whether it's Pakistan, whether it's the so-called Pakistan, Kashmir, it is all Indian territory.
Now let's also, General Saab, let's also delve into the past, because we are talking about reflections on instrument of accession from aggression to accession. Now, some of the dates which are important, one of course is 22nd October 1947, and then the 26th of October 1947. Now, I want you to throw more light on, sir, the events that took thereafter that not just exposed Pakistan's diabolical design, but also made a compelling case for India to set things right.
Thank you. That's a very good question. Let me spend 3-4 minutes on giving out the narrative of what really happened from, say, pre 15th August, sometime around July 47. to around about the end of December 1948. Very, very briefly, I'll try and touch upon it. Firstly, anywhere in the world today you go, the Pakistani perspective and narrative which is put out happens to focus on a couple of things. Number one, forcible Indian occupation of Jammu and Kashmir, coercion of the Maharaja of Kashmir to sign the instrument of accession, a Hindu ruler on a Muslim majority state, therefore the accession, being illegal, and India having got hold of the territory by force. But these are some of the narratives which the Pakistani side always seems to concentrate on, focus on. And let me tell you, many of the countries which support India on this issue of Article 370, calling it India's internal matter, etc., they are there very much. The governments very much support it. But if you go down to the people, many of the medias of this country, many of the people in these countries don't support your narrative. They support the Pakistani narrative, many of them. And that is why it's important for our narrative to be spoken about. I mean, it is not known, hardly known, that the Pakistan Army was not in existence pre-15th of August. Post 15th of August, it was just coming into existence. And the division, 33% of the assets of the British Indian Army had to be divided up. So Pakistan Army was not in a position perhaps to have the command and control, the necessary wherewithal to conduct any military operations as such. This was realized well before and is documented in General Akbar Khan's book. Very, very clearly, Raiders in Kashmir is clearly given out in that. This was anticipated well before. In July, the planning had started. They had looked at Jammu and Kashmir as one of the problem areas. What was the contention in Pakistan? The strategic importance of Jammu and Kashmir, the waters issue being the source of water, and being a Muslim majority state. Three issues. These were the three prime issues which were in the minds of the Pakistani leadership, emerging Pakistani leadership at that time. And they had discussed it, and they had looked at all the options, and they had felt that if push comes to shove tomorrow, and if they have to go in to do something by force, then they should have the means to do it. The means were created. The means has started getting created pre-15th of August. After 15th of August, gathered a tremendous amount of storm, and by 22nd of October, they were well in place. The Lashkars that we hear of, different segments, different areas, each Lashkar of 500 to 1,000 people, led by a couple of officers and 10 JSUs and other ranks of the Pakistan Army as liaison. They were the ones who gave the command and control. So there was all this thing which was an organized aspect. Hardly anyone speaks about it. Everyone talks about the reverse, the Indian operations in Jammu and Kashmir. Everyone talks about the occupation on 27th of October, the Indian Army reaching Srinagar. And there's a romantic touch to it that we just about made it there. And the Kabalis, the tribals who were coming in were stuck in Baramulla. They made mistakes. I mean, we harp so much on the romanticism of 27th of October that the other narrative is forgotten. That it was the other side which actually came in by force. They were the ones who actually came in, and they came in with a clear charter. The people can go to hell. The people, they were not bothered about. They wanted the territory. The waters, the territory, that was important. And that's the kind of treatment by which the Kabalis actually meted out with the people in Uri and Baramulla. So 22nd, it all started with this famous events in Muzaffarabad, Fort Jakref, which was one of the state force units in which a mutiny of the Muslim companies took place, clash at night, killing of many of the Hindu soldiers in the unit itself. That led to the initiation of the entire process of the so-called Kabali invasion. The Kabali invasion started, and by 26th, they were in Baramulla. In the middle, a lot of things happened in Uri, Mohra, some classic actions by state forces. The state forces, led by Brigadier Rajinder Singh, rushed with just two platoons. Just two platoons worth of forces were left. And this must be known that well prior to 22nd of October, General Akbar Khan had actually planned a number of raids all along the frontier of Jammu and Kashmir, primarily to coerce the state forces. The state forces were 9,000 strong, and they were spread into penny packets all over the state, primarily because the Pakistani authorities, the leadership was attempting to create communal tensions in Jammu, Kashmir, Muzaffarabad, everywhere, wherever possible, to spread thin these state forces. And with two platoons that they left there, Brigadier Rajendra Singh rushed to Mohra, gave battle there. Ultimately, he was killed in action. He was the first Mahavir Chakra that India awarded to anyone, although he was a part of the Maharaja's forces, but virtually a part of the Indian army. Baramulla 26th, this was the time when the instrument of accession was signed, with a little bit of dithering here and there, but finally it was signed. When it was signed, that was the signal for the Indian Army. That's the day tomorrow, 27th, when one of the most renowned units of the Indian Army, First Sikh, atop, I think, 8 or 10 Dakota aircraft, landed up in Srinagar just about in time. And you must have heard the classic stories of Maqbool Sharwani and of the heroics of people like Abdul Aziz and people like that in Baramulla, who misled the Kabalis. Maqbool Sharwani was crucified, put to a stake, was put out 14 times, he was shot, his body was not allowed to be taken down and things like that. There were lots of heroics which took place, a lot of heroics. But the important aspect is that mixed with the romanticism of all this is the reality that a serious battle took place outside Srinagar, and Shelatang, the Battle of Pattan, and finally the Indian Army managed to, the Indian Army managed to push the Kabalis back to Baramulla. 7th of November, Baramulla fell. Before that was the Battle of Shelatang, the first Paramveer Chakra of India, which was granted there to Major Somnath Sharma, Fort Kumaon. 13th of November, Uri fell. And most people are not aware, perhaps, that the Indian Army then had gone up to Hajipir. The link up with Poonch had almost taken place, and we had captured Hajipir. We had also captured some very famous features on the Pir Panjal called Pir Kanthi, Ledwali Gali, Lady Gali. These are all very, very famous features. If you read stories of the Hajipir, battles of Hajipir 65, also you'll come across all these landmarks. But somehow, what surprises me is I don't know why we could not hold on to those features. Perhaps we were just hamstrung because of our winter capability, or we just did not have the means to hold on to all these things at that time. I'm only offering an excuse for it, but I really don't know as to what was the prime reason why we really could not hold on to these features. We could have pushed on, and that famous question comes to me every time, that at the end of the day, when push comes to shove, why didn't the Indian Army make the last push? Perhaps what people need to be made aware of is that outside Uri, on the Uri-Muzaffarabad road, is a very major feature called Pandu. On the right side is a feature called Pandu. If you ever visit Kaman Aman Setu, you look right across the Jhelum, and the high up feature is called Pandu. Pandu was the place which was counter-attacked by the Pakistan Army, not by the Kabalis, by the Pakistan Army. Akbar Khan speaks about that very extensively in his book. And finally it was captured, and that is what prevented the Indian advance into Muzaffarabad. It could have happened via the other route also. It could have happened via Nastachun, via Tithwal, and across the Kishan Ganga from that side, the Neelam. But somehow, I think it just seemed to have run out of troops at that time. We had 3 brigades which were into these operations, but there were operations taking place in Zojila, there were operations taking place in Gilgit, there were operations taking place in Poonch and Naushera. So all over there were operations, and you have to remember one thing: the Indian Army was in the process of actually demobilizing. From a strength of 1.4, 1.5 million, it was being brought down. And therefore, our capability to push in more and more troops was becoming more and more suspect at that time. Some serious battles were fought through 1948, but at the end of the day, we finally decided to go to the United Nations. Whether this was the correct decision or not is a million-dollar question. But on the military front, if you ask me, I think we still had the wherewithal, but perhaps the one thing which was missing was higher direction. And the military operations directorate in the army headquarters was primarily at the senior level manned by British officers. And perhaps the advice given to the political leadership was by those officers who perhaps did not want the final decision on Jammu and Kashmir to be completely in favor of India. Although Bansal, I know, will have different arguments on that, perhaps because he had a point to state on the aspect of Gilgit, which was very, very valid, that aspect about Gilgit. The same argument can probably apply here also in the case of Muzaffarabad. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Okay, let me, such a vivid description as always, General Hasnain. Let me bring in Captain Alok Bansal because you took his name and I'm sure he'll have something to add. Captain Bansal.
I really don't know what you wish to ask me, but as far as why we did not hold on to Haji Pir sir, Brigadier L.P. Sen, subsequently Lieutenant General, in his book Slender Was the Thread, clearly articulates why they could not hold on. In fact, there is no doubt that when they were chasing the tribals and they had reached up to Uri, if they would have continued with the momentum, they could have liberated the area. But the pressure was, once they reached Uri, was to relieve Punch. And as a result, the offensive was told to stop going further and go and relieve Punch, because our forces from Rajouri were not able to link up with Punch.
Absolutely.
Eventually, Punch was relieved across Haji Pir by this force. And in that particular narrative, Brigadier Sen says that it is because of certain military folly that we lost out. One of the junior commanders who was told to hold on, one of the Paltons which were told to hold on to Haji Pir, actually had withdrawn and moved to a little more sheltered, climatically sheltered place, leaving that area to fall back. And that's how it happened. And of course, by the time they wanted to resume the offensive, the enemy had already dug in the salient feature opposite, and it was virtually impossible. L.P. Sen's account says that we kept trying, but subsequently it was virtually impossible to make further progress beyond Uri. And that's how I think line of control in this particular arena was defined. Eventually, we accepted ceasefire only when Skardu fell. The only feature which held on till 14th August 1948 was Skardu, where Lieutenant Colonel Sherjang Thapa was holding on. From February, totally cut off from the rest of Indian forces, totally surrounded by Pakistanis all around. He held on till 14th August 1948, and when 14th August 1948, Colonel Sherjang Thapa surrendered, India accepted ceasefire, which eventually came into being from 1st January 1949. Considering the remoteness and the things, though we accepted it on 15th August 1948, the ceasefire came into effect on 1st January 1949. So that
Captain Saab, yeah, what would you say to the point that General Saab made about the higher direction, the directions given to the political leadership of the day and the decisions taken by them?
See, I don't think so. There is any flaw. People, it has become a habit to blame leaders of the past. But sitting in 21st century, we cannot actually take decisions for what happened in 1947. There were a lot of constraints, and let there be no doubt about it. What decisions were taken, they may have committed mistakes. I'm not trying to say that they did not commit mistakes. But the ceasefire was only accepted when we were not making any significant forward movement. If you read the account, historical account of 1947-48, war is the only war for which the official account is available with us. You can read the official history. We were really not making too much of progress by that time, we accepted. And there was enormous pressure from the international community on us to accept ceasefire. We still kept holding. In fact, if you look in the duration of the war, 1947-48 was the longest war we had. We did not have any war which was that long.
Right.
It was long war. And that's where I don't think so. Higher direction. We were, of course, a fledgling country, fledgling armed forces, officers who had suddenly been pitchforked to command the positions, the politicians who did not have prior experience. There were a lot of problems. But the fact is, we did whatever best we could have done in the circumstances. And Pandit Nehru genuinely believed that if there was a referendum in Jammu and Kashmir would accede to India. And this is, of course, also visible from Gandhiji's report, which he had sent to Sardar Patel and Nehru. Gandhiji, for the first time, visited Jammu and Kashmir in August 1947, and he met Maharaja and Maharani. And his discussions, he sent back as a report to Patel and Nehru, where Bakshi Ghulam Muhammad, who subsequently became the Prime Minister, then subsequently the Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir, told him that the people would vote for the Union of India, provided National Conference leaders were released, and of course the unpopular Prime Minister like Ramchandra Kak were removed. And that's what Gandhiji sent in his report to Patel and Nehru. So,
okay.
If I may just add, Pranesh, I will just add, agreeing with Alok, by and large agreeing with him, there is a common tendency today to say that, the Indian Army, if given the latitude at that time, would have taken another 10 days or 15 days to reach Muzaffarabad. I have my serious doubts that there is any tactical sense in this belief, because we didn't have the troops, frankly. Today, I know, I have been a corps commander there. I know to get to Muzaffarabad what resources you require. At that time, they had far lesser resources in the Pakistan army also. But the ground was still there. You see, after all, going through the Jhelum Valley is not just a roller coaster ride. Neither is it from the Kishanganj side, from the Neelam Valley side either. You need to push your way through hard fighting. And we didn't have the resources and the means at that time, perhaps. And that's one of the reasons why Pandit Nehru probably felt, let's get on with the business of nation building. 1.5 saal ho gaya hai, 1 year, 3-4 months have gone past. Let's get on with the business of nation building. And as Alok said, look for a plebiscite in which possibly all the Kashmiris will opt for India. Now that is a very plausible kind of an explanation for that.
Now, before we move forward, I want to bring in Mir Junaid. He's the president of the Jammu and Kashmir Workers' Party. Let's get in a sense from him also. Mir, if you can hear me. Mir Junaid, am I audible? Can you hear us?
Pranesh, I have to exit for another program somewhere. So my best wishes, and it's been wonderful being on this panel.
General Saab, thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. I think we're having some issues connecting with Mir Junaid. But I want to bring in Dr. Hingorani once again. Now, Dr. Hingorani, there are many people who have this question, and correct me if I'm wrong, if that position is not correct. Many people believe that the instrument of accession always had terms that were at variance with the aim of integrating Kashmir with India. Now, what's your take on this?
No, that is not correct.
That's not correct.
You see, yeah, that's not correct. The instrument of accession was identical for all princely states. It was for external affairs, communications, defense, and ancillary matters. The ruler gave an unconditional accession. It was New Delhi which accepted it provisionally, subject to reference of the people. Not on the instrument. Instrument accession does not bear anything, but a covering letter says so, and then that's in the white paper, and so on and so forth. Now, we need to see this at two levels. One is to deal with what was just said by General Saab about the narrative that this instrument of accession was under force or coercion. But who can say that? Either the ruler or New Delhi. A third party cannot say so. In my book, I've documented the ruler saying there was no force on me. I unconditionally acceded to India. New Delhi has never said it's under force or fraud. So the validity of the instrument of accession as per the law which created India and Pakistan cannot be challenged, number one. Number two, the instrument of accession was confined to 3 areas. And the rulers, what was contemplated was that we are going to be a democracy, republic. You can't have a ruler in a democracy. So let there be a transfer of power from the ruler, from the monarch, into an elected state constitutional assembly who will decide the constitutional framework. Now that constitutional assembly was set up in 1951. And that's the reason Article 370 only talks about setting up a constitutional assembly, having their own constitution, and they framing, they deciding the constitutional relationship with India within the Union of India, under the Constitution of India. So the instrument of accession makes the entire state integral part of India, regardless of any supplementary instrument, regardless of any merge instrument. It became a part of India with the instrument of accession, which was unconditional, though limited in 3 areas, rest of the areas to be decided later, which would be retained by the state or by the union. And that is the structure of 370. That's the structure of Delhi Agreement, ratified by the Indian Parliament. So the question is whether the instrument of accession is still was unconditional. No. And it is precisely here that I want to raise the point. Did New Delhi have the jurisdiction or the competence under the constitutional law which created New Delhi to say we're accepting this instrument provisionally. If they did not have that power, then this whole business of plebiscite goes. UN resolutions go. Government of India was under creation of the Government of India Act 1935 and the Indian Independence Act 1947. It was a controlled constitution. Government of India had executive powers which were controlled by this constitution. These constitutions said only the ruler can decide.
I think Captain Bansal wants to add to it. I'll come back to you, Dr. Ingorani.
Yeah.
Yes, Captain Bansal.
I just wanted to say one thing, that before 15th August 1947, there was a time when Congress had said that while the states accede to one of the two unions, the wishes of the people should be taken into account. But Mr. Muhammad Ali Jinnah said that that would be an interference in the internal affairs of the princely state. And you need to understand the whole context, because Jinnah always expected that Kashmir, like a ripe fruit, will fall in his lap. And he was actually eyeing for Bhopal and Rajputana states. As you know, Jodhpur and Bhopal.
Yes.
Bhopal's Nawab, who was the chancellor of the Chamber of Princes, was negotiating with large number of Rajputana states. So he wanted to bypass this wishes of the people clause, because he knew if the wishes of the people would come into play, these Hindu majority states would not go. So that's why this fact is very, very often not brought into light, that it was Congress which wanted people's wishes to be taken into account, but Jinnah, who was said that this would be an interference in the internal affairs of the princely state, and he had actually negated that people's wishes should not be taken. So now Pakistan trying to say that people's wishes should be taken into account is actually contrary to what the so-called Qaeda-e-Azam had postulated.
Captain Bansal is absolutely right, but I have a slightly different context to it. I'll just take 2 minutes.
Sure.
Yeah, now, the rule under the law which created Indian Pakistan was the ruler will decide. Junagadh, Hyderabad, Kashmir were three areas where the ruler was of one community, people were of the other community. Junagadh acceded to Pakistan, Hindu majority, Muslim ruler. Many authors have written this was a trap laid down by Jinnah, because Jinnah, has rightly pointed out, has said India is not ready for democracy, wishes of people are not relevant. So they needed Indian National Congress to formulate this policy. The Diwan of Junagadh, sitting in Karachi, telegrams the government of India saying, why don't you take over the administration of my state and have a plebiscite, so that New Delhi lays down the policy, INC lays down the policy, the same policy, and we had a plebiscite in Junagadh, same policy we laid down in Hyderabad. Junagadh and Hyderabad both went to the United Nations. There was a Junagadh question, there was a Hyderabad question. And India said, we've held a plebiscite and it's part of India. And Pakistan said, very well, that was a trap laid for India. Very well, where the rulers of one community, people are of the other, now followed this thing for J&K. So we fell in that trap. But what my point is somewhat different. My point is, could INC even have formulated that policy as an executive order which was inconsistent with the law that created New Delhi, the constitutional law? And if it could not, two wrongs don't make it right. There's no question of a plebiscite at all in J&K. My argument is there's no question of a plebiscite in J&K at all, because New Delhi had no power to formulate that policy.
Fair enough. I'm sure Captain Bansal would want to respond to that, but let me bring in Mir Junaid. Mir Junaid is back with us. He's president of the Jammu and Kashmir Workers' Party. Mir Junaid, good evening. I'm sure you must be listening to this conversation. Where do you come in on the range of topics that we've discussed? What's your take on the article, abrogation of Article 370, comments around it, the controversies so far? Mr. Junaid? You know, many would say the voice of Kashmir is being suppressed, but I can tell you this is not deliberate. Every time we go to him, we just lose Mr. Mir Junaid.
You're on mute. Junaid, you're on mute. Kindly unmute your mic.
Am I audible?
Yes. Yes, Mir Junaid. Yeah, we can see you. We can hear you clearly.
Yeah, first of all, good evening to everyone. Watching this live broadcast from last 1 hour, I'm very delighted and honored to be a part of this wonderful discussion organized by GCTC. The theme of today's discussion is something that actually needs to be discussed more often for the understanding of Kashmir issue. You see, I and the generations that follow me, especially in the Kashmir, are made to hear the legends of the past, and no one in Kashmir seems to dwell too deep into the historic background, of the Pakistani invasion and accession of Jammu and Kashmir to the Union of India. The educated section of Jammu and Kashmir uh, seem to have put, a blind eye to the history of Jammu and Kashmir. There are many loopholes in the set narratives around the history and reality of Jammu and Kashmir in the society itself. The younger generation and the progenies of generation, that was at war with India, the previous generation had actually fallen prey to the nefarious designs of Pakistan and, uh, you know, given up the harmonious and peaceful atmosphere of the valley in the greed of an unachievable goal, which was wrongly termed as so-called Azadi. If you look at the historical side of it, historically, Jammu and Kashmir was sold by Britishers after defeating Sikhs, and it was sold to the governor of Jammu, Maharaja Gulab Singh, for an amount of 75 lakh rupees. Uh, Many people use this argument to separate the identity of Jammu and Kashmir from the rest of India. The primary reason for British sale of Jammu and Kashmir to the Gulab Singh was not the separate identity of Jammu and Kashmir, but the need of Britishers to keep buffer states between their boundaries and those of other imperial powers. See, India in its long history has not had a unified outlook, and rarely kings have been able to establish an all India rule due to the size of the country. If you go back to the medieval times, Jammu and Kashmir became a part of Mughal India in the year 1586 actually, and many Mughal kings visited the place for passing their time actually for pleasure. The people of Jammu and Kashmir, after the Mughal rule, came under the uh, what I call a tyrannous rule of Afghans, followed by the Sikhs of Punjab, and then the Dogras from Jammu. The life of Kashmir was poor and filled with scarcity of resources to make the ends meet during the three regimes which I just mentioned. And the introduction of education in Kashmir led the growth of knowledge and uh, political conscience, which includes political consciousness as well among few people who started demanding political rights from the monarchy. These events can be put in time frame of 1925. You see, Jammu and Kashmir was vocal for its rights, and Muslim Conference came up as a party to represent the voice of voiceless commoner. The name Muslim might give us an idea that this was a Muslim favoring organization, which came to the mind of Sheikh Abdullah as well, and Then he went on to step the national conference. There, that was a time where he pitched the idea of national conference. And this name, national conference, was chosen just to do away with the use of religion in the domain of politics in order to make the political sphere within Jammu and Kashmir more inclusive as well as
Right.
for all. And then you see this name change, the name change from Muslim conference to national conference. But quite obviously and naturally, it signifies many things, and among them, the most significant, which I see, is the diversity of Jammu and Kashmir. And then, if you'll just see, the Red Cliff line that was drawn by British and showed the geographic limits of both the domains, of Jammu and Kashmir as a part of India. This was not expected by Pakistan, and Kashmir was something that Jinnah thought he had in his pocket. That was his misunderstanding to the geography and politics of Jammu and Kashmir. The politics of J&K was increasingly demanding democracy, right? And liberty from the monarch, which was reluctant to go of power in the region he thought was his property. Then the erstwhile J&K princely state, you know, and we all know, it was a mixture of races, religions, languages, and cultures. The population might have been majority Muslim, but the essence of the society was multicultural in its core. And you see, this demography, multicultural existence naturally made Jammu Kashmir suitable as a part of India, right? Then Pakistan had openly announced itself as a religiously drawn out state with space only for Muslims. J&K never was a space for Muslims only, which I personally believe and which our whole lot believes. It had a tradition of Sufi Shivism.
The syncretic culture you're
Yes,
talking about.
true.
Yes.
We lived together with respect and love for each other's faiths.
Right.
And the leader of Pakistan, Mr. Jinnah, had made a visit to Kashmir and received a lukewarm response as people were following Sheikh Abdullah as their leader. And I would like to mention here that Jammu Kashmir saw its future in a diverse and secular country like India. And the accession to the Indian dominion would have been achieved naturally as the political movement, that was seeking what India provided for its citizens. And then what happened was the tribal attack that was pre-planned by Pakistan on Jammu and Kashmir was an invasion from which Pakistan did not want any formal association. The reason which I see for this was that Pakistan had just become independent, a few months back, and the world community would have bashed Pakistan for this uncivilized and brutal, behavior. This tribal invasion, what I personally believe, was one of the most horrific incidents in the history of Jammu and Kashmir, comparable only to the attack, if some of you might, be aware about the attack by Zulchu in 1353. The mass killing and the murders, painted the north of Kashmir red. And, rapes and molestations were committed in numbers beyond beyond that was see, rapes and molestations were beyond counting. There was no number, and I mean, they came and they just did it like I mean, that was a disgrace and shame on
Yeah, Mr. Junaid, we
on
get your
their
point.
part.
Now,
Right.
allow me to come in here. You began by saying that the people are misled when legends of past is referred to them. Now, let's not talk about the legends of past. I want you to now reflect on the comments made by the contemporary politicians, the Abdullahs, the Muftis, after the 2019 decision to abrogate Article 370. How do you see that? What's your take?
See. I will come there only. What I'm saying, I'm just giving a historical background so that we all will understand, and then I will come into the phases because I'm just mentioning one part of it. Let me come to now the Maharaja's part of it. Then we will come to the current part of it. If you will allow me to do that, I will take only 2-3 minutes, not more than that. I will
Okay.
just be very brief and concise in my words. See, then you see the Maharaja, when Maharaja acceded to India, it was only possible, he did not accede to India. I mean. By default, because at that point of time when tribals attacked us, the people of Jammu and Kashmir were crying for help. That time Maharaja sought help from the Indian government and told people there, please, they are looting us, plundering us, raping us, molesting our women, and they are massacred, butchered people of Jammu and Kashmir. And that forced Maharaja to accede India, which was only possible help he could have received at that time. And that time, our country, India, intervened and saved the rest of Jammu and Kashmir from the revenging that North Kashmir had witnessed. And this accession, in such circumstances, raises a lot of eyebrows among people, among Pak apologists. But it would have happened, either way. But the point of citrus here is not the accession for me, but the invasion by Pakistan of Jammu and Kashmir. People in Jammu and Kashmir, seem to have forgotten this history. Pakistan they have been able to change this image from the murderers to a messiah. This narrative shift is one of the most, I see, a shocking culmination in the contemporary history of the world. This reversal is actually shocking to see for a man of reason. In order to, expose the reality of Pakistan, which happened on 22nd October 1947, and organized and recently we organized a Black Day in observance, in solidarity with the people who were killed in 1947. For the first time, it happened in the history. This was the first ever such happening in 70 long years.
You're talking about the 22nd October 1947 anniversary, the Black
Yes,
Day, which was
recently
observed. Yes, your point.
recently we and our party, we had a UN march where, I mean, we had a conference in SKSCC. Then we took a rally to UN. For the first time, it happened in Kashmir. We submitted war crime memorandum to the UN, where we mentioned that how Pakistan is targeting the journalists, how in that day, how they molested, raped our
Point taken.
our women.
What's your take?
And
We are running out of time, and bear with me. We've heard you in detail. Now, what's your take quickly on the decision taken by the Parliament to abrogate Article 371? And then I want you to quickly tell us what do you make of the comments made by the Muftis and Abdullahs.
See. I tell you, because I mean, this is a very critical question, and I want my all your audiences to understand it very clearly. Because I mean, Kashmir chapter, it has not only one dimension. I mean, the old political establishment is responsible for all the mess, and then Pakistan which has used its proxies quite smartly over the past 30 years by choreographing one of the most brutal insurgencies in the valley.
Sure,
You
sure.
know, through its policies, Pakistan was first able to strip Kashmir of its harmonious and plural demographic composition. One of the most inhuman, we should not forget, was mass exodus happened on the orders of Pakistan to their
I'm
proxies in
glad you're
Kashmir.
talking about it, and I'll come
Yes,
to that. And it is something that Dr. Subramaniam Swami also
yes,
spoke about.
I was listening
Yeah,
to Subramaniam Saab. See,
yeah.
actually,
He
this
said the legal
move.
problem is now sorted. There is a moral problem left. And let me quickly bring in Captain Alok Bansal. Captain Alok Bansal, we don't have much time here, but how would you address this? The moral problem of the return of the Pandits.
Alok Bansal sir, you're on mute.
Yeah. As I said, as far as Pandits are concerned, the UT administration has to create an environment where Pandits can return. Already some amount of returns have started. There are a few people who have gone back. But to my mind, I think initially you need to create a certain new urban conglomerate within the Union Territory where Pandits can feel safe and can go and return. And then subsequently they can move to other places. I think that initial part, there is a reluctance because people are feel they are insecure. They have had, I think, past experiences which have not been very conducive, which actually have left bad memories. So initially, you need to create a settlement or something where they can go initially and live and see for themselves the situation is safe, and then they can move from there. So I think that sort of an environment needs to be created where you have a certain settlement, you have certain. As it is, I feel Jammu and Kashmir Union Territory needs a few more cities. The archaic policy of shifting capital from Jammu to Srinagar and Srinagar to Jammu every year, incurring an expenditure of over hundreds of crores, is archaic in this 21st century. We need to have a Canberra model, create a midway position where we create a capital, as was created between Sydney and Melbourne. I think we need to create a fresh capital in Jammu and Kashmir. And I think when new urban settlements come up, settlements for Kashmiri Pandits can initially be set up from where they can go to their traditional land subsequently as and when they feel emboldened and confident enough to.
Okay, so you believe Naya Kashmir, or New Kashmir as it is being called, needs a new approach. Dr. Hingorani?
Yes. Well, according to me, I don't agree that the legal issues have been settled. I don't think they've even been started. Because as I pointed out, the genesis of the Kashmir issue does not lie in Article 370. The solution does not lie in 370. The Kashmir issue is getting back our land, getting back our people. So to think about it, today's accession day, accession entitles us to the entire land. We have the former state, we have LOC on one side, we have LAC on one side. We are spending millions of rupees trying to preserve status quo, drawing artificial lines on our own land. So what I would like to see in the political discourse in this country is not focusing only on part of the territory with us. What I would want to see in the political discourse in this country is how are you going to give effect to the parliamentary resolution of 94 of getting back our land, getting back our people. For that, you don't have a military option, you don't have a diplomatic option, you don't have the political stalemate between China, Pakistan, and India. What are you going to do? What concrete steps are you going to do to get China and Pakistan to vacate?
Okay, let's get a response. I think Captain Bansal is smiling. Captain Bansal, would you like to address some of these points that Dr. Hingorani is talking about?
Well, let me complete. We have CPEC running through Indian territory. We need to be more proactive than simply lodging protest and boycotting meetings. So for me, yes, each of these perspectives are important. Kashmiri Pandits coming back, whatever has been said is very important. But that is not the crux of the Kashmir issue. We need to go beyond that to get back our people and our land.
Okay.
As far as getting back our land is concerned, there is no doubt that Parliament has passed a resolution, but we need to do a lot more. And I think first thing that we need to do is to know those people who live there. I think we have not made a conscious decision to approach those people. People from, I still remember in 2007, Manzoor Parwana had said that please reserve seats for us in IIT and IIMs, because if you consider us as our citizens, we don't have educational opportunities, give us seats here. More importantly, we had assembly seats reserved for these areas in Jammu and Kashmir Assembly, but we never conducted elections. I'm sure you can do that. The people who have migrated from those regions can be made to vote, or you can have constituencies which go across line of actual control with part at this side, part that side, and people can be elected from there. The people of that area should feel that they have been enfranchised and they are participating in the democracy which exists in this side, because Pakistan has deprived them of genuine democracy to a very great extent. So unless, of course, we start reaching out to the people, we start understanding their languages, we start appreciating their cultural ethos, because this, especially Gilgit-Baltistan, I won't say so much as far as Mirpur Muzaffarabad is concerned. You have a very, very distinctive, rich cultural heritage, a very, very strong pre-Islamic culture which exists in Gilgit and Baltistan. And that I think we need to reach. And of course, one issue is of Sharda Temple. When we have started a Kartarpur corridor, I think we should in future consider a Sharda corridor.
Okay, so you believe there is still some amount of disconnect, because I don't think alienation is the right word in this context. And just like the title of Dr. Hingorani's book, Unraveling the Kashmir Knot, I believe, and according to him, he would have us believe that the Kashmir knot is far from unraveled. There are many problems that are yet to be addressed. I think Sushil Pandit has joined us. I just got that flash on the screen. Mr. Pandit, good evening, sir. If you can hear me, you were part of the panel, but somehow you couldn't be with us. If you can hear me, would you like to share your thoughts with us on this?
My thoughts with you on what?
On the reflection on the instrument of accession, from aggression to accession.
How much time do I have?
Briefly, sir, about 5-7 minutes.
Okay. You see, I'll just point out a small fact which is little known, and this is about the aggression, the very first word in your topic. The aggression, of course, started on 22nd of October formally, when the Pakistan army, assisted by the Pathans, rolled into Jammu and Kashmir. But the raids on Jammu and Kashmir started much earlier. In the month of late September and early October, there were cross-border raids into the villages and towns where the citizens of Jammu and Kashmir were looted, killed, maimed, harassed repeatedly. The fact that aggression happened on 22nd of October is well known, but what is not very well known is that this was planned even before India and Pakistan came into existence as independent nations. And there is a clear testimony to this effect. On 20th of August, a brigade major, Onkar Singh Kalkat, who was based in Bannu, he came across a letter addressed to his superior, Brigadier Murray of his brigade, and he was authorized to open it in his absence, where an entire detailed plan was shared with Brigadier Murray by the Commander-in-Chief of Pakistan Army, General Messavi. So if this letter with detailed plan reached Bannu in the hands of Onkar Singh Kalkat on 20th of August, you can well imagine this plan was hatched in the preceding weeks when independent state of India and Pakistan hadn't come into existence. And therefore, it wasn't just the Pakistan army along with the Lashkars of Pathans. It was the British administration and British Army generals who were complicit in this plan. There are several other evidences available. I was just hearing about Gilgit and Baltistan when I came in. Who was the man who raised the Pakistani flag in Gilgit? This was Major Brown, a British Army officer. Had he been not authorized to do this, he would have been court-martialed by his superiors. No, he wasn't court-martialed. Instead, he was knighted on his return to UK, which means he was rewarded for this act, which again proves that Britishers were complicit. Their generals were complicit. The chief of the J&K State Army at that time was General Scott. Even he knew, and he left his job 10 days before the aggression took place, in full knowledge that the aggression was to follow. Today, with what we know very clearly is that this was a British-Pakistani project conceived well before India and Pakistan came into existence as independent nations. And this began to be hatched as soon as Viceroy Lord Mountbatten returned from Kashmir after meeting Maharaja Hari Singh, and he gauged that Maharaja Hari Singh was not interested in acceding to Pakistan after he suggested to him that if Jammu and Kashmir acceded to Pakistan, Government of India and Congress leaders will not take it otherwise or hold it against him. His reaction to this proposition convinced Lord Mountbatten that Maharaja was not going to accede, and that is when a plan was hatched to invade Jammu and Kashmir. Now, what is very interesting is all these details were available to the Government of India on 20th of October, when Major Onkar Singh Kalkat managed to sneak in despite all the efforts of Pakistan Army to hold him back. He came here and he met the then Defense Minister, Sardar Baldev Singh, and he also met the then DMO, Colonel Thapar, who later on became Chief of the Indian Army during Indochina War of 62. Both these gentlemen, the then Colonel Thapar and Defense Minister Baldev Singh, brushed aside this information. Detailed information, detailed plan, wouldn't believe Major Kalkat. All this information is in a book published by Ministry of Defense, Government of India, called Jammu Kashmir Operations. This was published in 1987. You would be surprised to know that this book was ready for publication in 1965 itself. But it took another 22 years to publish this. And still, I am told that a lot of senior army officers and strategists are not even aware of this book, much less the contents within this. Forget the politicians and diplomats who are supposed to be running Kashmir and building policies for it. So we have a problem within. Our willingness to know what happened during those times, our willingness to learn from it and to respond to it is hugely absent, conspicuously absent, and that is worrisome.
That is worrisome. Because you were talking about, I also want to point out the September 20, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Pandit, the September 20 letter written by K.C. Karyappa. It was a confidential communication to the Chief of Staff, drawing their attention that there is trouble brewing in Kashmir. Now, I think we've run out of time, but I want to take a quick comment from Mir Junaid on it. Mir Junaid, you've heard Sushil Pandit, you've heard Captain Bansal, you've heard Dr. Aman Hingorani. As a young Kashmiri,
Anish, if I
what's
just want to
your
say
take?
one line, if I may just
Yes,
add.
Dr. Hingorani. Yes.
Yeah,
Hello.
whatever Mr. Pandit is saying, I've documented in my book letters written by Hari Singh to London saying that there's invaders coming. This was much prior to even 15th August. There are letters from the ruler to London saying about this trouble brewing up. Not only this letter.
Oh, sure, Dr. Hingorani. Mir Junaid, if you are still with us,
Yes, yes, I'm
yeah,
there. See, sir,
briefly.
I completely agree with Sushil ji. Because see, I see it from another perspective as well. Because the important reason for all this isolation, which we have seen, was Article 370, and you see, the people have been made to believe that this article is the protection of Kashmiri's identity and dignity. You see, it's very sorry to see these statements that want a Kashmiri to believe that a Kashmiri identity is superior identity to that of being an Indian, which is totally absurd. And see, the past 30 years are the testimony of the failure of the family rule in Jammu and Kashmir, which has led to the isolation and alienation of Kashmiris from the Indian identity. And it is saddening to see them talk today of the development that they have been able to achieve over these years. You see, to say all this, they have done is give boost to corruption and limit their corridors of power to their own selves. The erstwhile state of Jammu and Kashmir was always flooded with central grants for
Right.
development, and these grants have been made use of only for giving space to hollow institutions which could not take the people's confidence in them. This is what I have to say. And you see, then the corrupt machinery drove away the people from public offices, and democracy was used to just play musical chairs
Well, in
with
the
the
name
seat
of
of
Article
power between the two families. Yes,
absolutely. In the name of 370, Mr. Pandit, the last word to you, because you joined in late, sir. The special status was being misused by these certain politicians. The ordinary Kashmiri was bearing the brunt of it.
true.
You see, I'm not surprised that the special status was misused or abused the way it was, because India wrote a blank check. I want to know, see, the net effect of Article 370 was that you keep your parliament away from Jammu and Kashmir, you keep your constitution away from Jammu and Kashmir, you keep your institutions like Supreme Court, Election Commission of India, Comptroller and Auditor General, all of it away from Jammu and Kashmir, and let us manage our affairs ourselves. Now, Indian constitution is perhaps the most secular, most liberal, most generous in giving freedoms anywhere in the world. Why do you keep it aside? You keep it aside primarily to let a cabal, an unelected cabal. Sheikh Abdullah was not an elected leader at that time. Maharaja was
Correct.
forced to appoint him as the prime minister. And then he starts dictating terms. And you start accepting those terms. And when the first elections take place, you allow a complete hijacking of democratic process. All nominations of opposition parties are rejected. 73 out of 75 members in the Constituent Assembly are elected unopposed. Sheikh Abdullah is allowed to stuff the Constituent Assembly with his own people. And you let this happen. Why do you let this happen? Because this is an unwritten contract between you and Sheikh Abdullah, who represents Muslim majority Jammu and Kashmir.
Right.
And you allow creation of a Pakistan on the territory of India after partitioning India and creating two Pakistans on two sides. You are complicit in this. Otherwise, this constitution that we have extended last year is not a discriminatory constitution. It actually
It is inclusive, it is empowering.
it actually disempowers the majority. It is too good to a fault. It
Correct.
deprives me of some privileges in order to give those special rights to the minorities. And why would you hold it back from Kashmir? Because you allow an unbridled, an unmitigated autocratic rule in Kashmir of your chosen friend just because he's a Muslim, and you allow him to run roughshod over all the non-Muslims in Kashmir. How has he used this autonomy or abused this autonomy is by depriving other regions like Jammu and Ladakh of their fair share, by depriving those who are not closely connected with him of their merit-based, fairness-based
Absolutely.
equality.
Truth be told, the reality is that all these people were
With
treated
no
as
central
second-class
oversight.
citizens.
With no central oversight. So
Absolutely.
you deliberately let this happen. It didn't happen because they wanted it. It happened because you wanted it. You allowed it. You saw it, and yet turned a blind eye to it repeatedly.
Now that it has ended, we hope things improve, and from accession, aggression, we can only hope that we move to integration and assimilation. On that note, I thank all of you, Mir Junaid, Sushil
Thank you.
Pandit, Captain Alok Bansal, Dr. Hingorani, and General Hasnain, who was also with us. Thanks indeed, gentlemen.
Thank
Thank you
you.
so much, Pranesh Roy. It was indeed a very engaging session, and it was very well handled by our moderator, who made sure we didn't go off the path and we were on the topic. And it really did form a good base for further discussion. I would now like my fellow research coordinator, Tanya Singh, to take over.
Thank you, Meghna. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Okay. Good evening to everyone present here today. I am Tanya Singh, Research Coordinator at GCTC, and I, along with my colleague Shruti Jha, would be anchoring for further sessions. I would like to thank the panelists from the first session for enlightening us with their views. It was indeed a very insightful session. So with this, we would start the second session of this conference, which is moving beyond terrorism and conflict. So in this session, we are looking forward to discuss how the issues like terrorism can be dealt in Kashmir. In this session, we will focus on the time period from the accession of Kashmir till the revocation of Article 370. As we all know, the conflict between India and Pakistan majorly affects the region, and after the revocation of Article 370, the relations between India and Pakistan have deteriorated even further. So we are looking forward to discussing how this would affect Kashmir and what are the implications of the revocation of Article 370. To speak on the topic today, we have as our panelist, our first panelist is Professor Amitabh Mattu. He's a professor of disarmament studies in the School of International Relations at JNU, which is one of the premium institutes across Asia. Amitabh Mattu is one of the India's leading thinkers and writers on international relations. He was awarded a Padma Shri by the government of India in 2009. He is also a former advisor to the Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir. Professor Mattu is the Chairman Governing Council of Miranda House, which is a leading institution in University of Delhi. Thank you so much for joining us, sir. Our second panelist is Sudhanshu Mittal. Sudhanshu Mittal is an Indian politician affiliated to the Bharatiya Janata Party. He is the Vice President of the Indian Olympic Association and was also the President of Delhi University Students' Union in 1983. He is also a renowned political thinker. We welcome you, sir. Thank you for joining us. Our third panelist is Major General B.K. Sharma. Major General heads Center for Strategic Studies and Stimulation at the USI of India. He specializes in strategic net assessment, scenario building, and strategic gaming. Major General B.K. Sharma was defense attaché in the Embassy of India in Kazakhstan and Kyrgyzstan, and a UN military observer in Central America. Thank you for being with us, sir. We have Kuldeep Khora as our panelist. Kuldeep Khora is a 1974 batch IPS officer of JNK. Kuldeep Khora was the former DGP and Chief Vigilance Commissioner of Jammu and Kashmir, which included conducting inquiries and court proceedings. He also led the JNK police for 5 years, and he's also a part of the Executive Council of Global Counterterrorism Council. Thank you for being with us, sir. We have Dr. T.C. Raghavan also as a panelist. Dr. Raghavan is the Director General of the Indian Council of World Affairs. Dr. Raghavan is a former Indian diplomat who was a 1982 batch officer of the Indian Foreign Service. He has held the responsibility of heading the Joint Secretary Division of the Ministry of External Affairs in Pakistan, Afghanistan, and Iran Division. Dr. Raghavan was the High Commissioner of India to Pakistan. Thank you for being with us. We welcome you. And as a sixth panelist, we have Sengi Hasnan Sering. Mr. Sengi Hasnan Sering is a recognized researcher and a human rights advocate. He's currently running the Washington, D.C.-based Institute for Gilgit-Baltistan Studies, which has a firm commitment to the protection and promotion of human rights in Gilgit-Baltistan and holds conferences. We are honored to have all of you as our panelists for the second session. Thank you all for joining us. To moderate the second session, we have Aarti Tikku Singh. She is a Foreign and Strategic Affairs Editor at IANS. Prior to this, she was the Senior Assistant Director in Times of India. Aarti Tikku Singh is a Kashmiri Indian journalist and is known for being vocal on the Kashmir conflict. As a reporter, she has worked in conflict zones across India, such as Chhattisgarh, Jharkhand, Assam, and Aarti Singh represented in the United States Congressional hearing on Kashmir. Thank you for joining us, ma'am. We are delighted to have you. Before starting this session, I would like to request everyone to please switch on their cameras and switch off their mics when they are not speaking. The session is going to be 120 minutes long. During the session, you can please keep posting your questions in the Q&A chat box so that our panelists can address them later. We are actively updating our social media handles with highlights of this conference. You can find us on Twitter and Instagram with the username @GCTCWorld. We are also active on Facebook and LinkedIn. You can retweet and repost and follow us from our social media handles and help us in making this webinar a huge success. I would like to request Ms. Aarti Tikku Singh to please take over from here. Thank you very much. Ma'am, you're on mute.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Is Professor Mattu, is everybody already in the chat room, I mean on the webinar? I can't see them.
Yes, Aarti, I'm here. I'm Amitabh Mattu.
Okay, great. So Professor Mattu, I'll start with you. I'm going to make it an interactive session instead of allowing you the platform to give us a long academic lecture. I'm going to ask you that what were the circumstances under which Jammu and Kashmir, which was a princely state in 1947, under which circumstances did it become part of Union of India? And why is it that some sections of academia think that it was a controversial or controversial accession to India?
I think it's fairly clear, Aarti, and obviously I think you would want to also focus on moving beyond conflict and terrorism, but the accession of the instrument of accession itself was exactly the document that all the other princely states signed, except where there was a controversy like Junagadh and Hyderabad. It was no different from it. The only difference was, one, that Jammu and Kashmir was unique in some ways in having a Hindu Maharaja with a Muslim majority population and with borders contiguous to both India and Pakistan. Now, the Maharaja himself seemed to want to delay the accession. I think someone needs to write the history. There was a kind of Rasputin character within the Maharaja's princely household also who was guiding things at that time, but someone needs to recover that archivally on what made Maharaja Hari Singh not take that decision. I think the other reason why he seemed to be delaying the decision was that by all accounts, the popular movement within the valley itself was led by Sheikh Abdullah, who was deeply influenced by the freedom movement of India, led by Mahatma Gandhi and Nehru and the Indian National Congress. And the Jinnah, on the other hand, had identified more with the feudal instincts, with the Maharajas and the princes. So there was obviously a degree of tension with the popular movement,
and he didn't have much of a relationship with the leaders of the freedom movement. So these could be reasons, but I'm really speculating. But the real fact is that when he decided, and that he decided once, I think I was hearing Sushil Pandit speak a little while ago, when the tribal invasion happened, when the Kabali raid happened, which now we know was really aided, abetted, and included Pakistani soldiers in Mufti. But when the tribal invasion happened, that was when the Maharaja decided enough was enough, and he sent his prime minister to New Delhi, and Nehru agreed, talked to Sheikh Abdullah actually, and agreed to send the Indian army, but not before the instrument of accession was signed. So today, the instrument of accession was signed. Tomorrow, the Indian army landed, and although there was a civic people's resistance, the people's militia, which included people like Makbul Sherwani, Pushkar Sadhu, Somnath Pira, and lots of women, they were able to prevent the Kabalis from entering Srinagar. But once the Indian army stepped in, the Maharaja had already a day before signed the instrument of accession. There was no question of the legality of that accession. The fact remained that Nehru was an idealist. He genuinely believed that after partition, India and Pakistan as states, newly independent states, would carve out a future full of harmony. He also believed in the United Nations. So he took, at the advice, they say, of Mountbatten, the case of aggression by Pakistan within Chapter 7 rather than Chapter 8. Chapter 7 deals with the pacific settlement of disputes, and unilaterally said, oh, the final choice will be made by the people of Jammu and Kashmir. But that was something which was separate. The instrument of accession was final and irrevocable. Whether India made a unilateral commitment to its people, and later on, they said that the Constituent Assembly, and I wish we do not deride that Constituent Assembly, which ratified Jammu and Kashmir's accession to India, because they were elected members of that Constituent Assembly. So India had a genuine case saying that now that even that unilateral commitment has been met. So there's no question of having an international plebiscite. Also because under the doctrine of Rebus Sic Stantibus, when circumstances change, you're not obliged to fulfill all your treaty obligations. It was a commitment given by India to its own people. The accession had made the people of Jammu and Kashmir forever citizens of India. So frankly speaking, why academics do it is because there is academics like to raise questions and puzzles. I mean, these are independent academics. Then, of course, the stakes are so high that there are propagandists, as you know, as you've witnessed from your experiences in Washington, New York, and other places. There are people who are on the payroll of people who want to promote a certain agenda. But independent academics really have no question about the legality. I'm an independent academic. I know that the instrument of accession, for some time there was this belief, oh, there's no instrument of accession. Now, you brought out the actual document with Maharaja Hari Singh saying that he is part of there was a signature completely there. So there was no question of of the accession being in doubt. For me, the accession of Jammu and Kashmir to India is irrevocable, unconditional, and forever. The question is how New Delhi and Srinagar and Jammu and Ladakh deal with each other is an internal question of federal relations where you and I can differ, where Sushil Pandit and I can differ, but there's no question of Jammu and Kashmir seceding from India.
Well, thank you so much for that overview of history about the circumstances in which J&K became a part of India. I want to go to General Sharma and ask him about the Pakistan-occupied Kashmir and Gilgit and Baltistan, which got captured in 1947 war with Pakistan. And I want to ask him, so tell me that a major chunk of Jammu and Kashmir still remains with Pakistan. And a lot of evidence after 1947 war did come up, which showed that Pakistan's army was, in fact, had planned the entire attack assault on Jammu and Kashmir way before October 1947. So, if you could explain to us what all went into that preparation by the Pakistani army, and second, in the last 70 years, we've been talking about, Pakistan occupied Kashmir and Gilgit-Baltistan, but the Indian nation hasn't really dared to think in terms of retrieving it from Pakistan. Are we now in a position to even discuss or debate that idea? General Sharma? Is General Sharma here?
He's here, but he's, I think, not unmuted himself.
Yeah. Thank you, Aarti. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Am I audible?
Yes.
Hello?
Yeah, you're audible.
Okay. There is no denying the fact that whatever Pakistan did, it was in collusion with the Britishers at that point in time as part of the Great Game. And therefore, there are three events which we need to correlate. And one is Gilgit-Baltistan, when British handed over the lease back to Maharaja on 1st of August, 15 days before the independence. The second thing is the activities that were taking place in Punch, where some of these ex-servicemen who had retired from the British Army were actually together with certain Maulvis who had studied in Pakistani controlled madrasas. They had stage managed this uprising around 1st of October in Punch area. And then came the mastermind of this whole big game, and that was Major General Akbar Khan, and who has also written that book, The Raiders of Kashmir. Now, he was the mastermind, but they put up a facade of some civilians who are essentially ex-servicemen, like you had Shaukat Hayat and, Zaman Kayani. And then they were able to get these 20 Lashkars, each comprising 1,000 men, headed by a major ranking officer from the Pakistan Army. And these people were all put together. And they started these operations on 1st of October in the area of Rawalakot, Mirpur, Punch. Basic aim was so that they're able to distract people from Valley, and whatever forces we had, those got sucked in there. So there were about 10 Lashkars which were activated there. Most of the looting, arson and killing was done by the local people who were mobilized from the neighboring areas. And they paid money to these Kabilis who came there, and then they started the rest of the task. Then 10 odd Lashkars were put in the Kashmir Valley, that is Uri axis. You had some people coming from Hajipur Pass and some people towards Kapwara. And that is the time, this was all under Shaukat Hayat when this invasion actually started. Now, the whole aim here was that they want to do an ethnic cleansing, which they did it extremely well in the area of Muzaffarabad, Neelam Ghati, and Rawalakot, Mirpur. And if Kabilis were able to come ahead of Baramulla, then the Kashmiri Pandits and other minorities would have actually faced the same ire what the other people had. The thousands and thousands of people were killed. But fortunately, by then, certain actions were taken by Maharaja's forces, and then Indian army stepped in there and the whole tide was turned. When this whole operation failed, subsequently they tried to replicate it in what you call is Operation Gibraltar. Again, they sent about nearly about 30,000 plus some of these regular military people in civilian dress to instigate the locals and have an uprising. And how Kashmiris resisted both these things, that is the history, and that is very well known.
Now, come fast forward, I will get into this. What is the Pakistani's design post Article 370? Maybe if you give me an opportunity subsequently, I would address that in the contemporary timing. But the fact of the matter is that Gilgit-Baltistan is extremely important for India because we had common borders not only with China but also with Afghanistan. And since they have occupied this territory through which there is an encroachment by China in terms of China-Pakistan economic corridor. So India's strategic interest in Gilgit-Baltistan northern areas are abiding. And therefore, it is good step now that from the strategy of strategic restraint, now we have gone into strategy of assertion. What has happened post Uri and Balakot. And therefore, I think the time has come, and this is a very good decision which is taken by the government of India, that cross-border terrorism will not be fought only in the Indian soil, but we will go across and do these kind of actions on the other side. And in continuation with that, should the opportunity exist, and should probably we get the political direction, our higher military leadership, both our CDS and Chief of Army Staff have said that India is more than prepared to exercise a military contingency.
Thank you, General Sharma. I want to bring in Hasnain Sering. I think he is here. Hasnain, I wanted to ask you, when Major Brown led this coup against Maharaja Hari Singh in 1947, there was a certain resistance shown by people in Gilgit-Baltistan against Major Brown. What really happened? And are people in Gilgit-Baltistan aware of their history? Are they aware of the fact that there was a coup against Maharaja and it was in collusion with Pakistan Army? Is there a memory of that episode in Gilgit-Baltistan?
Thank you, Aarti. Good morning from the United States. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Thank you so much for letting me be part of this panel. I'm really honored and humbled. Have been listening to you guys, learning from esteemed scholars, historians here. I think I want to start with what Professor Mattu said, that there's some research that need to happen about who delayed the accession. I mean, there's no question about, Jammu and Kashmir as a whole acceding to India and becoming an integral constitutional part of it. But there are different views on it. Some people say Maharaja delayed, but the other people also say that it was the Sheikh Abdullah and Pandit Nehru Do who delayed and did not accept the accession that could have come earlier, several months or a year too earlier. So I think that's some research that needs to happen. Now, coming back to Gilgit-Baltistan's invasion by Pakistan, I think there were 2 or 3 different players at that time who were very actively, playing a role in how the future of Gilgit-Baltistan would be ascertained. One was the representatives of Gilgit-Baltistan who were sitting in Maharaja's council. They were people who were representing Gilgit-Baltistan as part of Ladakh Wazarat, Gilgit Wazarat, Gilgit Agency, and they were sitting in Maharaja's council. They were in agreement with Maharaja that whatever decision he would take, they would take his side. Then we had the local princely chieftains. The technical term that the Dogra dynasty used for the chieftains was not Rajas, but they were called either Jagirdars or Zamindars. And those Jagirdars and Zamindars were called after the June 3 plan. They were called to Srinagar in the month of July in the same year, 1947. And they gave their allegiance to Maharaja. Whatever decision he takes, they will be taking, his side, supporting his decision. So out of 14 or 15 local Jagirdars and Zamindars, there was only one Jagirdar, the Makun ruler from the Royal Valley, who did not want to take side with Maharaja. I think he already had some kind of relationship with the Muslim soldiers from Maharaja's military. And he also had disagreements with his cousin, the Makun ruler, the Gyalpo of Skardu. So that also played, some role in he taking a different position on what Maharaja's role should be in deciding the future of Jammu and Kashmir and Gilgit-Baltistan. So I think there was whatever the definition of people who were going to make decision on Gilgit-Baltistan, a huge majority of them were either in Srinagar or in Gilgit-Baltistan and in agreement with Maharaja, whatever he decides was going to happen. And then, as you mentioned about Major Brown, so I will come to that point, is that there was some rumors that Maharaja was going to accede to India, and it was spreading pretty fast in Punch area, and they were getting ready, and then Gilgit also. So we had at that time Captain Hassan Khan. He was in Jammu or Srinagar. I'm not really sure, but he gives a detail about what happened in his book, and it says that when it was decided that Maharaja was going to accede to India, and then when he acceded, then he moved towards Astor Valley, and there were several soldiers with him. At that time, he did not disclose what were his intentions, but when he reached Astor, he raised the slogan of Pakistan Zindabad. And meanwhile, Major Brown was there in Gilgit, and he was, under the command of the British military from Peshawar, and he was dealing with the Gilgit Agency affairs. And despite the fact that he was on payroll of Maharaja, and Gilgit scouts were, getting salary and their all perks and benefits from Maharaja, it was an integral, part of the Maharaja's military establishment there. He was planning a different, route for Gilgit. So he was trying to instigate local people. And as we read from his own book called Gilgit Rebellion, there's a big issue about the title itself, where he says Gilgit Rebellion instead of talking about Gilgit's freedom or Gilgit's freedom from Jammu and Kashmir. Because we think that he was aware of the fact that there will be a mutiny in Gilgit, and the people will rise against the Maharaja, and Major Brown played a big role in it. So there was resistance initially from those rulers, the zamindars and jagirdars. Some of them actually, like Jagirdar of Punyal, for instance, we have read that he actually picked up arms to support Maharaja and his accession. There were some other instances, for instance, in the valley of Khapulu, the local Chorgyal, his decision was that he would remain loyal to Maharaja because he had very close family relations with the ruling family in Leh, Ladakh, and other parts. So he was more emotionally attached to the concept of a united Jammu and Kashmir rather than and there's a famous saying by him that when one of his staff members congratulated him for creation of Pakistan, he said, there's no happiness for us in it. We are Shias and we will be persecuted in Pakistan. So it is not some thing that we should be really looking forward to. I think he was a visionary person. We saw all the genocides that have happened in Pakistan and Gilgit-Baltistan against the Shias, kind of like show how he could foresee what was Pakistan going to do with the Shias there. So there was a campaign by by Major Brown, but then there was a campaign by Captain Hassan, and they did not really agree with each other on what will be the outcome. Captain Hassan, he probably had a flag that created that he wanted to raise in Gilgit and talk about freedom. Major Brown was trying to promote this idea that it should be in control of Pakistan. As we all know, the Soviet Union-India relations, what Britain was doing. I do not want to really go into those details because we have esteemed historians and scholars here who know all these details. So Major Brown, he started these rumors that Hassan Khan wanted to establish a Shia state there. And this is, you know, what Hassan Khan mentioned in his book. Eventually what happens is that Hassan Khan, you know, triumphs, and he arrests Major Brown and, you know, some of other his colleagues, and he is able to establish a government there, which eventually is forced to, you know, accept Pakistan's Sardar Alam Khan, who was sent, a Naib Tehsildar, who was sent there as a political agent. And the rest is history. Pakistan moves its military there, and, you know, we can take control of it.
Thank you, Hasnain. I want to now ask Mr. Kuldeep Khuda. I think he is here. I want to ask him about the Kabali raid, Kabali Hamla that really, you know, tore apart North Kashmir, the kind of memories that we grew up and we heard from our grandparents, the stories about the raid, the massacre. I think everybody in Kashmir remembers that, and everybody grew up with those stories. I want to understand what was the not just the kind of communal harmony that Kashmir saw at that point of time, but also the fact that, you know, a civilian militia was raised overnight and people participated in it. How did that come about, and how is it that, you know, in 1947 both Kashmiri Pandits and Kashmiri Muslims rose against Pakistani army, Pakistani backed raiders, and by 1990 the two communities fell apart. You know, Kashmiri Pandits were ethnically cleansed. The communal harmony that we had seen in 1947, it was tore apart in 70, no, not 70, but in 40, 50 years since 1947. How did that happen? Mr. Khuda? Is he here?
Yeah, I unmuted. Arti, if I to understand the entire scenario of how the scenario of 47 got drastically changed by 180 degrees till 1990. We had to go slightly backwards when Maharaja was ruling, and we had an upsurge in 1931, and before that we had the growing influence of Muslim conference in Kashmir. I think scholars and historians like Mr. Professor Mattu and others can reflect more on it, but what I understand from what I have learned about this entire thing is that there was a growing anger in Kashmir Valley, especially against Maharaja's rule. And it was an outcome of that the Muslim conference gained confidence, gained people's support to a great extent. And Sheikh Abdullah, who had his adversaries also in Muslim conference, and eventually some of them fell apart when national conference was created. But overall, he had an influence among the community, Kashmiri community, and that was his major strength. Beyond that, in trying to get rid of Maharaja's rule, he had developed an understanding with Pandit Nehru also and with the Indian freedom fighters over a period of time, and that relationship gradually grew. It is a known fact that Pandit Nehru and Maharaja didn't see eye to eye together. They were more at silent war rather than in agreement. And it was in this background that Sheikh Abdullah gained more and more influence. And ultimately, till 1947, Sheikh Abdullah was an undisputed and tall leader of Kashmir. And it was in his interest, and also because of his deep understanding with Pandit Nehru, he obviously wanted Jammu and Kashmir to remain part of India for his own relevance and for the relevance of the people of J&K and Kashmir also. And in this backdrop, under his strong leadership, when Kabali raid took place, he organized his people, his own party cadre, organized a local militia, and they came out on streets, and they had huge support of the local population, and the slogans which were raised that time were they have become part of history in the sense that one of the famous slogans was "Hamlavar Khabardar" or Hoshiar, "Hum Kashmiri hai tayar." It was not Jammu and Kashmir, "Hum Kashmiri hai tayar." So it was a total anti-Pakistan sentiment at that time. Now, what changed that? It is not one single event which changed that. It has been a constant erosion and constant misunderstanding or not understanding the psyche of the people, particularly of Kashmir. And the way we have tried to tinker with the democratic institutions from time to time. It's not that that a single political party ruled Jammu and Kashmir right from 47. There have been different parties. National Conference has been there. The Congress has been there. And it has been in association with other smaller parties also. But we have been trying to, the first was the arrest of Sheikh Abdullah in 1953, which gave I don't want to go into the reasons of his arrest. There were genuine grounds for his arrest at that point of time. It's not that it was an arbitrary action. But for the people of Kashmir, it was taken as a sort of big setback to them, and where they considered, within inverted commas, that India had ditched them. They had arrested their tall leader and installed Bakshi Ghulam Muhammad. Probably what could have been done at that point time, if Sheikh Abdullah was not acceptable and he had indulged in anti-national activities, we could have allowed proper democratic institutionalized process to have the next government, rather than handpicking a person and then trying to drop him as a leader of the state and carry the people along with. It was a very difficult task with him. But those days, though people did not come out in rebellion and open, but the sentiment against India started growing. And when we say about India, the non-Muslims were generally considered to be pro-India, and the Muslims whose leader had been arrested, they started developing hatred or sort of anti-India feelings, one can say. And we did not stop it there. We kept on manipulating leadership. Now, look, go beyond that. Now, in 1975, again, through a non-democratic process, through an agreement with Sheikh Abdullah, we got back him on the seat of power and installed him. Then when Farooq Abdullah was dislodged, we all know how the entire mechanization took place. He was to be removed, and he was removed. Again, there was no involvement of public or democratic process in his removal. And it was followed by 1987 rigged elections. Nobody can say that the elections were not rigged. One can't really make out as to what India would have lost by not rigging those elections. If any political party would have come to power, but it was the party of which Muhammad Yusuf Shah, who is now the Hizbul commander based in POK, if his elections was allowed to go through, how many people from Muslim League or Jamaat would have come into the assembly? And I don't really believe that heavens would have fallen on Kashmir and Kashmir would have got separated from rest of the India. Rather, the political leaders who would have got elected through a democratic process would have found themselves more comfortable with India rather than Pakistan. It has been constant tinkering and constantly trying to replace the democratic process by a chosen process from Delhi, which gradually evolved into two sections in J&K, pro-India section and anti-India section. And unfortunately, it got communalized also because the pro and anti elements were got divided on the basis of the religion. And the consequences were bound to happen. It is not that just 1987 elections, elections resulted into the, it was even before that, in 1986 in South Kashmir, there was migration when Hindus were attacked there, and houses were ransacked, some temples were attacked there. And in fact, right from 47 onwards, there has been a silent migration for various reasons. So, so the division has been a process which has been continuous right from 1947 onwards, and it required some trigger only to convert it into a full and large-scale conflict, and that situation was exploited by Pakistan into training the Kashmiri cadre in Pakistan in arms and sending them back with arms and ammunition. And the people's support was there. Nobody can deny that people's support was not with them there. And that is how I understand the genesis. What have been, and if we have to look beyond terrorism and conflict in trying to find some resolution to Kashmir, we have to certainly think of strengthening the democratic institutions. We have to think of allowing people to come forward and be participant and stakeholders. And we have to take measures by which the vested interest of people gets developed in becoming part of India, rather than trying to force the issues, which can only alienate them and result further into divisions and thereby conflict. So I leave myself there. I think I have partially addressed your question, but some other speakers can possibly elaborate on this.
Mr. Mittal, I want to ask you whether you agree with this fact that, you know, it was India, it was New Delhi that that eroded democratic institutions in Jammu and Kashmir, which led to the conflict in J&K. And I also want you to address the point that J&K's instrument of accession, as Professor Mattu pointed out, was the same instrument of accession which other princely states, princely rulers signed to become part of the Union of India. So I want to ask you that if it was the same instrument of accession, how did Jammu and Kashmir get Article 370 based on, which many believe that it was based on instrument of accession? Why was Jammu and Kashmir given that concession which no other princely state was given? Mr. Mittal. Can you hear me, sir?
Sudhanshu ji, you're not unmuted yourself. Sudhanshu ji, you have to unmute yourself.
Okay, am I unmuted now?
Yeah.
Yes.
Can I take this debate on a slightly different trajectory? You know, to me, there are 4 dates in the history of Kashmir which is very, very important. First, obviously, is the day, which is today, in 1947, when the instrument of accession was signed. Then the next day, which comes into the history for the Kashmiri narrative, is the 26th October, the 21st April of 1948 of the resolution number 47 of the UN. Then to my mind comes another date, which somehow or the other has never been a serious part of any narrative, which is the 17th November 1956. Then I would follow that up with 19th January 1990. Now these are, to me, when I look at Kashmir, these are the 4 critical dates, and let me address these. The instrument of accession has really been debated. Now, what is the debate around? The debate is simple. There was a Muslim majority state with a Hindu ruler. That Hindu ruler chose to be a part of India, whereas the claim is that the Kashmiri will was otherwise. They would have preferred to be independent or probably side with Pakistan. Now, when the Pakistani Qabilis came in and attacked, and then the entire matter went to UN. So the referendum phraseology came in. And there were conditions for enabling a referendum, which was the Kabalis will move back, peace will be restored, or force will be established there, and then this will happen, which never took place. The first thing was the going back of the Kabalis, which never took place, so nothing subsequent happened. Now, these are the two narratives which largely are a part of any discussion on Kashmir. And the fundamental issue is the will of people. That this instrument of accession was not reflective of the will of Kashmiris and will of people. Yeah, I mean, okay, yes, there was a monarchy and the monarch chose, and he never took care of the will of people. Fair, okay. But how is it that the subsequent history relating to will of people is never a part of the narrative? Now, what is will of people? How is will of people expressed? So there was a due process of a constituent assembly. Though the opposition, as Mr. Sushil Pandit was claiming, was not even allowed to participate, the Kashmiri Muslims, which were holding the leadership, were all there, 73 out of 76. They were there. Fine, fair deal. Okay. Now, my issue is the Constituent Assembly chose to express themselves by way of the Constitution of Kashmir. Now, what does the Constitution of Kashmir say, which was enacted on the 17th of November 1956? I would just like to read it out. The preamble. We, the people of state of Jammu and Kashmir, having solemnly resolved, in pursuance of accession of the state to India, which took place on the 26th day of 1947 October, to further define the existing relationship of state with the Union of India as an integral part thereof. The fundamental there is that we are an integral part of India. Now, if this was the will of people, wasn't the debate of accession in terms of not reflecting the will of people settled by this enactment of the Constitution? Or the issue of plebiscite? Now, once a democratically elected Constituent Assembly decides that our will is that we are an integral part of India and we accept the instrument of accession, is there a debate? And I've been really asking everybody, I said, what is your case? Tell me what your case is. Because when you talk about will of people, it is already determined, it is already decided. Anything beyond the means of the Constitution is not will of the people, it is will of a certain section with a certain vested interest. An anarchical system. Because in democracy, or collective expression of will of people is only through a democratic means, which it has already expressed itself to be a part of Indian state. Given this background, I have, as I said, I have never understood. I have seen the political leadership, I have seen the intellectual leadership, I have seen the entire spectrum of leadership, never referring to the primacy of the Constitution of the state of Jammu and Kashmir as enacted on the 17th November 1956. Mr. Mattu is here, everybody is here. He did refer to the Constitution having endorsed that. But the expression of will of people is the most profound expression of acceptance of India as their country. And this aspect seems to be not a part of the narrative. So I, for once, would like everybody to really come forward and with confidence, with justification. न्याय पक्ष जिसको कहते हैं, भाई न्याय पक्ष कहाँ है? न्याय पक्ष तो इस बात में है कि लोगों ने अपनी स्वेच्छा से हिंदुस्तान का अंग बनने को स्वीकारा in that constitution which they enacted themselves. So where is the scope of a debate on the will of people or what the Kashmiris want? That is already settled. Now, Kashmir has always been a political, it has been a football ground for political maneuvers and vested interests. Two things have been a hallmark. One has been corruption and the other has been nepotism. And then there has been a narrative which has continuously given a feeling that, we are victims. Unfortunately, the so-called intelligentsia has failed in its responsibility of being even-handed. And to that, I quote the date of 19th January 1990. To me, that's the most shameful part of history of any country. That there is ethnic cleansing and the whole community under threat is compelled to leave the state in which they have lived for centuries in a day. You shall not be alive if you do not leave by tomorrow is a diktat which was pronounced in a democratically free India. And India stood spectator to this kind of a diktat. It really, I mean, shocks my conscience as to how people talking about free will, people talking about anything and everything, choose to underplay this heinous crime which was committed in Kashmir. Now, again, I mean, historicity has its relevance, but when I look at it from today's perspective, because we got to move on. As I said, to me, instrument of accession has already been superseded by the subsequent events. So I would really not like to give it too much of relevance, because as I said, once the constitution has been enacted, then what are we talking about? Forget it. What is critical is what do we do from here? I mean, what now? The fact that in 2002, just 1 minute. In 2002, I have had a ringside view of how a typical, as I said, a stereotype which has been a hallmark of the last 70 years of Kashmir was, the elections are taking place, let's rig the elections, because if ultras get elected, then they could play havoc. There was a lot of pressure which was generated on Atal Bihari Vajpayee ji at that time to ensure that the elections in Kashmir are not free and fair, but tutored, stage managed elections. Now, he was a statesman and said nothing doing, come what may. Indian constitution gives the center enough powers and enough tools to deal with any rebellion by any state assembly. So I'm not bothered. I do not want to play with the rights of people in expressing their free will. Let them express their free will. If the assembly of Jammu and Kashmir goes beyond the provisions of the constitution, we'll tackle it then. But we must have a free election. And to my mind, it had a salutary effect at that point of time. But the subsequent governments which came in, I mean, I don't want to talk as a political spokesman for any political party. I think they missed the plot. But see, the way I would like to express myself, let's get beyond the stereotype. 70 years, the same stereotype has been narrated and the same efforts have been made, and we've reached nowhere. Abrogation of Article 370 has been a turning point because the status quo has been broken.
Got it.
So, I mean, yeah, please go ahead.
Thank you. I want to bring in TCA Raghavan. Sir, I want to ask you, is there credence to the view that the British were interested in Maharaja to go with Pakistan instead of India because the British knew that Nehru would not allow, if J&K became part of India, Nehru would not allow any maneuvers against the Soviet Union at the time because Nehru was pro-Soviet. Is there credence to this view? And if there is, to what extent is this still relevant to Jammu and Kashmir as the conflict?
Well, thank you. Thank you for inviting me, GCTC, and I'm happy to be part of this panel. Well, to answer your question very specifically, yes, there is no doubt that there were certain British imperial interests at play, and these were usually in operation through the Indian Army, at that time, because certainly there was this view that certain parts of Jammu and Kashmir, if not the whole princely state, certainly its northern parts would play a major geopolitical role in the coming Cold War, which was already foreseen very clearly at that time, and therefore that it was not part of India was seen as a advantage. I don't think the entire choreography of events had been worked out, but certainly there was a sense amongst a number of important people that if it were not part of India, because there were certain doubts about the direction a country of India's size would take in terms of following imperial or residual imperial it was felt that if this was part of Pakistan, it would make things easier. So I think there is no doubt about that. Do those calculations play a role today? No, they don't, because that is now part of history. But does geopolitics play a role in Jammu and Kashmir? Yes, it does. I think the discussion in this panel and in the earlier panel also, it brings out that there are really three aspects which we need to disaggregate. The first is the legal question. And I think the legal questions, as Mr. Mittal and the earlier speakers said, the legal questions were largely settled, both through the instrument of accession, the constitution of Jammu and Kashmir itself, and finally, whatever residual elements remained by the Simla agreement. But the settling of the legal issues does not mean that the political issues and equally significantly the geopolitical issues get settled. As Mr. Khoda said, there is a significant domestic political issue. It is in large part a federal issue, but nevertheless, there is a significant political issue which has to be addressed and addressed head on. There is also a geopolitical issue. Whether we like it or not, for most Pakistanis, K in Pakistan stands for Kashmir. Now, however much it may militate against our own view of what India stands for, that is a reality. Our view of India is also a reality. Now, the challenge for diplomacy, and I think that is really the title of this panel today, is how do you try to reconcile these two radically differing views? And in the past 70 years, we've had different attempts to resolve this contradiction between two radically different positions on a territory, and it's not easy. Various expedients have been tried, various processes have been put in place, but it's not worked, and it's also not worked for reasons which you now can recognize much more easily than one could earlier. And this is where I think the fact that we have to be sensitive to the geopolitical factors involved is so important. I think January 1990 as marking a turning point is absolutely true. But what happened before January 1989? And I think we cannot understand the chain of events which began in J&K from 1990 without understanding the events which were unfolding in Afghanistan. And the most important of that was the Soviet withdrawal from Afghanistan, this sense of triumphalism in Pakistan, that the model which we have applied to defeat a superpower in Afghanistan, which is injecting trained jihadis, motivating extremists, that model can be replicated in J&K to achieve the K in Pakistan element. Now, I think that geopolitical factor remains of significance even today as we look at what is happening in Afghanistan. Is there a sense of triumphalism in Pakistan today about Kashmir? I think to some extent there is some sense of triumphalism, that things are moving in the way we want. Is there a uniform sense of triumphalism? No, there is not. I think Pakistan today is quite different from the Pakistan of 1990. not because of anything which we have done, but largely because of what Pakistan has done to itself. I think the blowback of using terrorists as an instrument of state policy has been quite severe on Pakistan in so many different ways, and that is quite obvious, and one doesn't need to go into it. I think we have to take that into account also. But certainly, I think the larger issue before us is how do we try to craft a path, given the fact that J&K is a sensitive, geopolitically sensitive state. It is located next to a neighbor which thinks that it has a certain primordial claim on it. So there is obviously a large element of diplomacy which comes in. But then also the internal political issues assume an even greater significance. And certainly we cannot handle this in the political issues cannot be handled in isolation from the geopolitical issues. And geopolitics by itself, a securitized approach itself, relying on your security forces alone, will also not address the issues which exist in J&K today.
Thank you, TC Raghavan. Now to Professor Mattu. Professor Mattu, as an academic, would you call Kashmir conflict a geopolitical conflict or a conflict that has risen out of the federal difficulties or challenges J&K has had with New Delhi? And what weightage would you give to geopolitics versus the federal relationship which is being complicated in the last 70 years?
Arti, I think there are two aspects. TCA emphasized the geopolitics and others have emphasized the internal politics. I think there is a conflict in Kashmir and a conflict of Kashmir. The conflict of Kashmir is the larger geopolitical conflict, and the internal conflict is a relationship. How do you define the relationship between New Delhi and Srinagar, and between Srinagar and before last year, Srinagar and Jammu and Ladakh? What is the contradiction is, if as Sudhanshu Mittal and others pointed out, there are dates. Now, when have we been the strongest in Kashmir geopolitically? When have we been able to firewall J&K from external influences? When you had established a stability in your relationship, federal relationship between New Delhi and Srinagar. 47, you had the J&K militia, Women's Peace Corps, in which Hindu, Muslims and Sikhs and the militia, similarly, primarily driven by a leftist agenda of the Freda Bedis and the Naya Kashmir Manifesto, acting together against Pakistan. 65, so that was Operation Gulmarg, foiled, at least delayed until the Indian Army came, by a common civic popular resistance of all faiths. And in 65, you have Operation Gibraltar. Who were the first? And Gibraltar followed the agitation over the theft of the Moe Muqaddas. So Pakistan presumes that the defeat in the China War and the uprising caused by the theft of the Moe Muqaddas has made Kashmir ripe for an uprising, which they just need a spark and there'll be an uprising. But the first people to report on that infiltration are the Kashmiris themselves. So the infiltrators were exposed by Kashmiris. 71 again, I think what you had was a by and large Kashmiri support for India's efforts, also cemented by that after 71, it became clear almost to Sheikh Abdullah, who had resisted since 53 any attempts at being co-opted, that there was that Shimla had settled everything. He sent Farooq Abdullah to meet Bhutto, and Bhutto told him, as Farooq recounts, asked him to take a walk with him outside the Prime Minister's office and said, not inside the office because they're listening. Outside, he said, yes, we settled this in Simla. What is yours is yours. What is ours is ours. Sheikh Abdullah then arrives in an accord with New Delhi. My point, obviously, the greatest, so I want to make this clear, the greatest sense of destabilization that occurred were two events. The rigging, as Khoda Saab said, of 87 elections, and basically a patronage to elite which circulated itself, and the exodus of the Kashmiri Pandits. Once the agenda within the valley became so deeply communalized, and the outsiders and those alienated saw no chance of actually securing power on democratic terms, that's when Pakistan gets a hold within the valley. Otherwise, they tried their best. From an Islamist agenda to a militant agenda to an independence agenda, they had failed in Jammu and Kashmir. So I believe that in some ways there has been a turning point last year. Very true. But what we need to do is also recognize that now that you've done and dusted 370 and 35A, then you might soon restore statehood. You need to still work out a modus vivendi whereby you can work towards a reconciliation between Kashmiri Pandits and Hindus within the valley, between you and your counterparts in that village. Because if you lose hope of reconciliation, if you believe that we are kind of Manichaean apart, you are actually reaffirming the Jinnah theory of two nations. You have to work towards that reconciliation, reconstruction, and empowering people, whether it's through the Panchayati Raj, whether it's through democratically elected leaders, and not through rigged elections, or not favoring one party or one family over the other, but genuine free elections which empower the people. Can you wage this war more easily even at the geopolitical front? Because once there are stakeholders in the valley who will stand by you through thick and thin, then there's no international cause which can intervene, or which can, whether it's Biden or Trump, whether it's Afghanistan or Pakistan, no one, I tell you, can in any shape or form have any sense of claim. You couldn't have had the Moeed Yusufs of the world speak the way he did if he wasn't quoting Farooq Abdullah, or if he wasn't quoting other mainstream leaders. You have to build that ownership for whatever happened. And that's where I think in some ways this panel is remarkably sensitive. Sudhanshu Mittal, TCA, Kuldeep Khoda, and the General, and Singhi Hassan, all of them have reaffirmed the need. Of course, Gilgit-Baltistan is a separate issue. I don't know enough about it to comment on it. But and whether the time is ripe to stake a claim beyond what the parliamentary resolution has already done. But I think we need to also put our own house in order. You have a house in order, no neighbor, no enemy, no adversary can destabilize it.
Thank you, Professor Mattu. I want to ask General Sharma almost the same question that I asked TCA Raghavan. We have a new geopolitical situation in the region now. We have China, staring at us on the LAC in Ladakh. We have Pakistan, which is continued with proxy war for the last 30 years. We have had 4 wars with Pakistan. And we also now have a government in New Delhi which believes in retrieving Gilgit-Baltistan. As an army professional, do you think India has the capacity to retrieve Gilgit-Baltistan POK from Pakistan? And second, with these, with two enemies, as we keep saying, true two-front war, do you think, Jammu and Kashmir remains more of a geopolitical problem now than ever? General Sharma?
I think you have to unmute yourself.
General Sharma?
Yes, I say yes, it is a very complex geopolitical problem. But the politics has a very strong internal dimension and external dimension. And security has, I would say, an overarching influence today because the Chinese belligerents at the line of actual control has lot of connotations for our designs in Gilgit-Baltistan, the way this forward military posturing has taken place in this thing. Similarly, the alienation which definitely exists in Valley, that factor has also to be pacified before we talk about other designs of resting Gilgit-Baltistan and other areas, because you cannot sort of, if there is an unrest within your own home and that unrest is not addressed and you go for a military adventure, totally ignoring the fact that China is breathing down your neck. But purely talking in terms of our military capability in a standalone context, that capability exists and that can be exercised. Now, what is its cost, benefit, risk, outcome, consequence analysis is a debate by itself. But more important here is at this juncture is to demystify and deconstruct Pakistan's new design on Kashmir. Because Pakistan's strategic objectives to keep Kashmir destabilized will not undergo a change because instability and conflict with Kashmir is a fodder for the primacy of Pakistan military establishment. So they will keep the pot boiling and they are coining new ways and means to keep the region destabilized. For example, what they have done now that they have brought about the organizational changes. Now they have the new resistance front, which has become an umbrella organization under which they have Lashkar-e-Taiba, Jaish-e-Mahmud, Harkut Ansar, al-Badr kind of an organization. Another factor that has taken place or which is taking shape that most of the terrorist strikes in the valley are becoming cellular in nature. Because there are 8-10 guys who are driven by a certain indoctrination. So they're acting at tandem and at random. And therefore, we need to deal with that. The next issue is they're finding new ways and means like, making these tunnels in the IB sector, using UAVs and drones, using new destinations like Turkey and Malaysia for actually fighting in the cognitive domain in terms of indoctrination and other things. What I also feel that it's very important that this 7-party alliance, which has been formed in the valley, suppose they take the recourse to agitational politics, then there are tipping points within that construct which Pakistan can exploit and sort of engineer some action which can actually resort to mass uprising, where they force state to use some kind of a force. So therefore, I feel that all this needs to be analyzed in great amount of depth, and we need to actually articulate our responses at 2 levels. One is the kinetic response, which has been very, very successful as far as Indian Army is concerned. Of course, some changes are required in terms of, embedding technology with the human resource in countering infiltration, as also having a non-kinetic, non-contact warfare capabilities, particularly in the intelligence domain. But more important thing is I think military should form part and parcel of our countering Pakistani's anti-India narrative there. And what do we need to do is, firstly, we need to see what is driving anti-India narrative there. There are certain causative factors. Some are perceived, some are real. I will not get into those. Those need to be recognized and those need to be addressed. And we need to come out with a very, I would say, plausible and credible counter narrative, wherein we need to put in all people's and all government approach to call Pakistani bluff and this negating the narrative. To that extent, what I feel that there is a lot of scope for an intra-Kashmiri dialogue, which is missing at this juncture, and also dialogue between the Kashmiri society and the state here, the state of Jammu and state of India. This is extremely important. So far, what is happening, even say people like Mittal, who may be a very prominent politician, but when you address Kashmiris, they say, you people are not amongst us. You're from the other side of Banihal Pass. You're from Luty and Delhi. There are large number of Kashmiri iconic figures. You have people like Mr. Matu here. You're there. I'm there. We belong to that state. We mean well to the people of Jammu and Kashmir and to our own Indian state. Use iconic figures from the state of Jammu and Kashmir to involve in a dialogue with the people, particularly youth, and try and create that space for more and more dialogue. And this, together with whatever military is doing there, in the past, military has made some good inroads and created a very conducive environment there. But the developmental, the governance, and the political prongs have not kept pace. As a result, we've not been able to give sort of a wholesome or a kind of a tangible result to the whole discourse. So it's high time that all prongs of the state, together with the people and other organs of the government, act in tandem, and we resolve this problem once and for all.
Thank you. I want to ask Singh Hasnain once again. Hasnain, we've been hearing for the last 70 years that Kashmir conflict, there is a conflict in Kashmir. Some people attribute it to the federal complications between Srinagar and New Delhi. Some people blame it on Pakistan. We don't, whenever we talk about Pakistan occupied Kashmir or Gilgit-Baltistan, often the retort that we hear from Pakistani side is that, well, people in Gilgit-Baltistan are happy. POK people are happy with Pakistan. They have never had any movement against the Pakistani state, which is essentially Pakistan Army. I want to ask you that, is there a popular movement against Pakistani state in Gilgit-Baltistan? And also the fact that China-Pakistan economic corridor, goes through Gilgit-Baltistan. And in a way, if some legal minds and some constitutional experts might say that Pakistan, because of CPEC, has actually converted line of control into international border and grabbed the entire Gilgit-Baltistan POK area for perpetuity. And now Indian Kashmir, obviously Indian part remains with India, and Gilgit-Baltistan and POK is Pakistan. Would you agree with that?
Arti, thank you again. Can you hear me?
Yes.
So recently, if you see what the leaders of the PDM are saying, Bilawal Bhutto and Mr. Nawaz Sharif's daughter, Maryam Nawaz, and Maulana Fazlur Rahman, they are rejecting this province, the temporary province that has been offered by Imran Khan and General Bajwa. And they're saying local people do not want that. And they're saying it because they are in touch with the local people, and they have felt that the local people have rejected this idea that Pakistan should be, trying to annex and merge Gilgit-Baltistan with some constitutional caveats to enable China for more resource exploitation and legalize the abuse of resources there. Local people have made it very clear that this is a disputed area. They want the same status that Azad Kashmir has or POK has, with their own constitution and the right of autonomy as promised by the United Nations Security Council through the UNCIP resolution. They do not want any interference as far as local affairs concerned and local resource management and exploitation is concerned. So I think there's a growing awareness among people of Gilgit-Baltistan. There's an acceptance in Gilgit-Baltistan today that it is a disputed area. Probably 10 or 15 years ago, people would not have said that. There's a lot of anger in people of Gilgit-Baltistan, how they have been, treated badly. There's a complete betrayal as far as, treatment of Islamabad is concerned. So with that anger and more awareness about their relationship with the disputed Jammu Kashmir and other constitutional loopholes, we believe that there is more, a number of people who are now rejecting Pakistan's idea of this provisional constitutional setup that they want to give to Gilgit-Baltistan. So definitely, apart from the fringe groups like Balochistan National Front and Karakoram National Movement and Gilgit-Baltistan United Movement and Balor, Independence Movement and all those groups that we have, and they have substantial presence in Gilgit-Baltistan. Do not take me wrong. I mean, they are fringe because they want to survive, and manage their day-to-day affairs and deal with the presence of Pakistani troops and Pakistani bureaucracy there. But in reality, these groups have aspirations which go beyond Pakistan itself, and the reason is very clear that Pakistan is a failed state. I mean, they look at Pakistan and they do not want to end up like Balochistan. Balochistan is a constitutional part of Pakistan. It is a province of Pakistan, and yet we see not a penny is spent and invested on Baloch people. Every part of the money that goes to Beijing or Islamabad. So there's a lot more awareness about people in Gilgit-Baltistan that they do not want to be part of get stuck in something where, as you said, perpetually turn into a colony in the name of constitutional rights. Now I want to go back to the question that you put to Professor Mattu and General Saab. We always looked at Jammu Kashmir issue with a very simplistic view of the two-nation theory, कि जी ये मुसलमान थे, and Pakistan is waging war because they want Kashmir and they want to take Kashmir, and Kashmir is the problem. And sometimes I feel like I think we need to look beyond that aspect of Kashmir's utility. Kashmir, yes, it has the demography that Pakistan uses, which is the large Muslim population, but strategically Kashmir is almost useless when it comes to location. Today, when we have roads and tunnels everywhere, you can bypass Kashmir Valley and go to Central Asia and Afghanistan through Ladakh, through Kishan Ganga Valley and Punch and Muzaffarabad. You don't need Kashmir anymore. So what is Pakistan doing with Kashmir then? I met this member of the National Security, Indian National Security Board. She was, I think, part of the member during Prime Minister Manmohan's time. And she also had the same view that Pakistan attacks Kashmir because it wants Kashmir. And I said, if you have to take care of all the expenses in Kashmir, and Pakistan is able to get all the strategic benefits, Pakistan will be, the last country thinking about, acquiring the land of Kashmir. Because once the land of Kashmir goes to Pakistan, what is the utility of Kashmir that China and Pakistan could use against India to contain India's growth? The reason why they want to attack Kashmir and keep the focus on Kashmir because they do not want India to focus on Gilgit. So what is the real prize? The real prize is Gilgit. And they want you to get bogged down into Kashmir Valley with the help of the local Muslim demography, obviously. So you do not pay attention to the real prize, the real strategic prize, which is Gilgit-Baltistan. So getting control of Kashmir is not the purpose of the war and all the terrorism that Pakistan, wages. We have seen that Pakistan is not, it's in complete denial. Pakistan says we're not, promoting any terrorism. It is the local group who do that. Pakistan is complete denial that, Gilgit-Baltistan is an occupied area. Pakistan is in complete denial that it has to withdraw first in order to UNCIP to function. Pakistan is in complete denial that it is destroying Afghanistan through Taliban and they're helping Taliban and Lashkar-e-Taiba, other Lashkars, and then Hizbul Mujahideen in Kashmir. So there's a complete denial, on part of Pakistan. Pakistan is not willing to come and resolve the issue. And we keep talking about talking to the Kashmiris themselves. Kashmiris are nobody. It is Pakistan that is giving all the money and the strategic, relevance to Kashmir and the weapons and the financial support. So without bringing in Pakistan, talking to Kashmiris to resolve something is not going to happen. It is like, you're asking somebody to shut down their shop. That is not going to happen. You cannot shut down somebody's business if their whole livelihood depends on that. So what I'm trying to say is that as long as Gilgit-Baltistan is in Pakistan's control, it provides the land link to China to Pakistan, and China continues to bankroll Pakistan military, and Pakistan military continue to bankroll the Kashmiri militants. So you have to disconnect Kashmir with Pakistan and China. You have to do something about Gilgit in order to shut down this perpetual industry that we have there. So just talking to the Kashmiris or thinking that Pakistan is trying to disturb India or wage war in India because it wants the land of Kashmir, I think it's a very simplistic approach that we should have abandoned 20 or 30 years ago. Thank you.
Thank you so much for bringing that insight into this whole issue. And I want to ask Mr. Khuda this question. Disproportionate focus on Kashmir, disproportionate attention, media hype on Kashmir. It's always about Kashmir alienation. It's always about, New Delhi committed wrongs in Kashmir. New Delhi eroded democratic institutions in Kashmir. And my question is this: the entire state of Jammu and Kashmir, and I'm talking about the Indian Jammu and Kashmir, we have had people in Jammu, we have had people in Ladakh, but the only region where we saw violent conflict, we saw people picking up arms, we saw ethnic cleansing of Kashmiri Pandits, we saw genocide of Kashmiri Pandits, was in Kashmir Valley. We saw that Sheikh Abdullah changed his mind in 1952, 1953. It didn't happen in Jammu. We didn't see that change of mind in Jammu, despite the fact that Jammu people are part of the state. We didn't see that change of mind in Ladakh. We didn't see anyone saying, democratic institutions have been eroded. There has been alienation. New Delhi did, committed so many wrongs to in J&K, and that's why we are picking up arms. This remained confined to Kashmir, and of course it spread, the violence spread in other parts also. But Kashmir, why? And second, this disproportionate focus on Kashmir, does it really take away the attention, which as Hasnain is saying, that the real prize is Gilgit-Baltistan and not Kashmir, and not, you don't really need Kashmir today. You can connect with Afghanistan and Central Asia bypassing Kashmir. Would you agree with this assessment, and also would you explain why this disproportionate focus on Kashmir, whereas Jammu region and Ladakh region are also part of the state?
You are right, Aarti, in the sense that there has been disproportionate attention on Kashmir, but the fact remains that the alienation is there. We can't say that people are not anti-Indian there. We cannot say that they are pro-Indian or they can flow with the mainstream without taking any remedial action. Unfortunately, we have provided a situation which Pakistan exploited, and the situation was created through a series of measures which happened right from 1947. Now the point remains that how to reverse the process, how to address it, and how we clear the mess which has been created, and how to get Kashmir back on track. As far as Jammu and Ladakh is concerned, I don't say that there has been no regional imbalance. In fact, the regional imbalance has always been there. That has been mainly because of the appeasement policy followed by the center. And Jammu has lost lots of things in the process at the cost of Kashmir, but the alienation has persisted, because alienation is not only because of the neglect of people or neglect of the situation, emerging situation, but the alienation has been because of lots of other factors also, which includes the demographic composition of Kashmir, Pakistan interference in Kashmir, and then the series of mistakes which were pointed out by other panelists also, which allowed Pakistan to get into the situation and create problem all through. Now, we have taken some measures. The abrogation of Article 370 and 35A, it was a long pending issue, and the government was bold enough to take this measure, which has removed one of the bottlenecks. No doubt it has created some elements who are against it, and Kashmir in large proportion is against this abrogation. But in the long run, it is going to pave way for integration of Kashmir with the rest of the country. We have to find ways and means to get Kashmir into the mainstream. Now, how do we go about it? Now, first of all, we have to rise above politics in this, as Professor Bhutto also pointed out, whether it is through three-tier Panchayati Raj, which has been happened, the transparency in governance. You know, the president's governance rule was imposed in state more than 2 years back. We expected that it will be followed by large-scale development of infrastructure and other avenues which can get youth especially into the mainstream. You know, the youth of Kashmir are directionless at the moment. That's one of the main reasons why they are getting exploited by Western interests. And unless we provide them direction, unless we provide them platforms whereby they can get into some meaningful process whereby they feel that they are better off with India than being independent or with Pakistan, the pain of Kashmir is going to continue. Whether we deal with Pakistan separately or not, that's a different issue. Even if we defeat Pakistan militarily, which again is a debatable point in the sense that we cannot afford a war, and 65 war, 71 war, 1990 war has not really provided the results which we would have desired. And it remains, it can become a nuclear flashpoint also, and India and Pakistan and globally also, nobody is in favor of Kashmir getting to a situation where a war-like situation gets created. But that apart, even if that happens and Pakistan is silenced, the Kashmiri discontent is bound to create problems, and it's going to continue. So we have to understand the importance of the discontent and how to address it. Now, there has to be some visible development. There has to be some employment avenues. There has to be infrastructure development. We promised lots of industries to come to Kashmir, but we have really done not much to get the industries into Kashmir. The abrogation of 370 and 35, we expected a lot of investment to flow into J&K, which can industrialize the state and get youth, both in Kashmir and Jammu region, into a situation where they get more busy and more interested in the economic development through which India is going through at the moment, and become a very happy part of it. That we have not been able to do as such. We have to address the administration issues. Well, let's think of IAS and IPS. It is predominantly from one section of the community. And the people there generally feel that these are the people who are from outside. And they are sort of providing the direction to the political government also. And they are the heads of the bureaucracy at different levels. So we have to see how to get people who represent Kashmir in real sense into positions where they feel that they are in, yes, they are in self-control as far as administrative process is concerned. As Mr. Sudhanshu Mittal mentioned, that no political establishment which comes to power can afford to take a position or declare some sort of independence or autonomy. The Indian Constitution has enough powers to deal with that situation. So we should not get unnecessarily apprehensive about emergence of a government through a transparent political process, which can be a challenge to the unity and integrity of India. That's not possible. So it should not prevent us from going ahead with true and genuine political process involving the youth, creating employment opportunities. There are sectors like tourism, horticulture, power sector, hydroelectric power, which can generate a lot of economic empowerment among the people. We have not been able to exploit it. So we have to think of a serious plan, how to integrate Kashmir with the rest of the country. Jammu is not a problem because there are no, I mean, leave aside the regional imbalance, which is a fact, but there are no emotional reasons for Jammuites to be anti-Indian or to indulge in separatist activities. So, so that factor is also to be taken into account while trying to find a solution to the problem which were at hand. So the benchmarks have to be fixed, and we have to see how visible development takes place, how politically we can go ahead with the process. The alliance of 7 parties, the Gupkar, which has resulted in a Gupkar declaration also, people tend to dismiss it. We should not try to dismiss it. We have to see how it does not become, again, a center of new politics. And we should not try to float parties which appear to be sponsored by center. Let the political process develop, let the people elect their people, let them feel that they are in charge of their own affairs, and don't be unnecessarily apprehensive that the elected people will try to indulge in a revolt or to lodge a revolt which can be of any challenge to the unity and integrity of country. And then beyond that, we have to address the measures like radicalization, the functioning of madrasas, the curriculum which is being taught there, the funding which is flowing in. The funding is huge, still going on. We have to have a national approach. In fact, an international committees should be coordinated to see how funds flow to the terrorists and the separatists can stop. Not much has been done about it. And we have to see the curriculum of schools, colleges, and universities. We have to focus on the positive aspects of Islam, Sufism versus Salafism. We have to see how that can be channelized, the positive aspects of Islam are propagated. Then awareness among the people, as has been rightly said, that the legal issues as far as J&K is concerned have all been settled. But unfortunately, the awareness among the people is not much. As one of the speakers earlier mentioned, that instrument of accession, it was not known to people till just few years back what are the contents of it. And once people started becoming aware of it, particularly the fact that it has been an instrument which every other part of India united, by which every other part of India united with the main India, the people started rethinking about it. And we have to tell them about how the people united together during the Kabali raid, irrespective of their religion. They have to make them understand the importance of 22nd October, how the raids were organized, and bring awareness. The 26th October, a lot of drives to be done about awareness also, to educate the people, to get them on the mainstream, and to keep them involved and make them an integral part in every way, emotionally, economically, and through education process.
Understood. Let me ask Mr. Mittal. Mr. Mittal, these 7 parties who have joined hands in Srinagar, at one point or the other, they were in power. At one point or the other, they did have influence in Kashmir. But many people on the streets of Srinagar today have been on the ground. I've worked as a field journalist for several years, for last 20 years or so. And many people today do not have any respect for these 7 political parties which came up with their Gupkar declaration. Many people feel that, they were betrayed by these leaders. Many people feel that they told Kashmiri people a huge lie about Article 370, that it can never be abrogated, that it can never be revoked. To the point that, at one point of time, Sheikh Abdullah was a revered, the tallest leader in Kashmir. But if you speak to people in Kashmir today, not many will come forward, with any word of admiration for him. Likewise for Mufti Muhammad Saeed, who, was once respected, but again, not many people will swear by him. The mainstream political leaders, the political parties who are now, emerging as some kind of a conglomerate, like the previous Hurriyat in Kashmir, do you think they have any political mileage still in Kashmir, where people feel disillusioned with mainstream politics as much as with separatist politics? I do understand that a lot of homework needs to be done, a lot of groundwork needs to be done to regain the confidence of people. There's been so much confusion about Jammu and Kashmir in the last 70 years, also because New Delhi was not clear what its position was in many ways on Kashmir. So, do you think that these political parties today hold any sway on politics of Kashmir, on the society of Kashmir?
See, as far as these 7 parties are concerned, they are facing existential crisis. So, because there is an existential crisis, they need to unite. So, I'm not really unduly worried on that. With the introduction of the third tier now, with district councils and all, devolution of power at the level of districts and at the level of people will be far greater, and that will have a salutary effect in participative democracy. So people will be able to bypass the so-called bosses which have ruled Kashmir for the last so many years. So, I mean, that's not the side of worry which I have. I've heard the entire narrative. I just want to make small comments before I come down to my substantive thing. One thing is I've heard about Pakistan and Pakistan's interference and all. See, to me, 11th May 2013 was a very telling story of the change in the aspirations of people of Pakistan. See, that was one election where Kashmir was not an issue. Otherwise, all elections to the National Assembly have always revolved around Pakistan and Kashmir and the rhetorics about Kashmir. But the day Nawaz Sharif had won, that day I had said, look, this is the end of Nawaz Sharif now, because the discomfort which ISI or the Pakistan army had to the change political narrative of Kashmir not being a part of the requirement of the polity of Pakistan actually unnerved the army, because they saw their own relevance going down. And subsequent to that, we've all seen what has happened. So a few realities are there, which is Pakistan will continue to beat the drum of Kashmir for their own internal political as well as existential issues of the army. So that's a reality we have to fight. So we have to fight. Second thing is, you see, for the Indian state, I mean, that's my personal opinion, which I have come to conclude after having been a very integral part of the politics of Northeast. Because if you look at the conflicts which we have faced in terms of terrorism, Northeast and Kashmir have been two paramount manifestations. I see a very strange theory of state polity, which is the acceptance of corruption. I think the mindset is corrupt the politicians, corrupt the leaders. They will lose credibility and we will be able to fight. Now, to me, this theory has been counterproductive. The disillusionment or the frustration of Kashmir also revolves around the corruption which the Kashmiri populace has seen, the development, lack of development, the acceptance of this scenario by the central government, which has done nothing to crack down on it for so long, has been a part of a deliberate state polity, be it for the Hurriyat, be it for the other political parties, be it in Kashmir, be it in Manipur, be it in Nagaland, be it any of these states. This, to me, is counterproductive, because this may discredit the local leadership. But at the level of the people, it gives them more frustration. So a crackdown on corruption in the polity is a criticality. I'm very happy. I mean, I don't know how many of you noticed that recently the Roshni Act, which was a hallmark of loot of Kashmir, has now been declared illegal ab initio. So all the beneficiaries, all these 7 parties, if you look at each leader of these, they have all benefited so enormously because of the Roshni Act. They have been able, some 2 lakh canal of land, prime land, has been, I would say, illegally captured to their personal greed and benefits. Now, the people do see it. They may not have the voice to protest, but they see how the leaders are looting and prospering and with no remedies. Now, this today, to me, is a turning point again. The people of Kashmir, the moment they see a war on corruption, B, a developmental revolution, that is their aspiration. See, 47 is history in the people who are living in Kashmir. They can't relate to it because they've not seen it. That generation is over. The next generation is over. So the Kashmiri youth has not seen Sheikh Abdullah, he's not seen the Hari Singh Raj and all that. This paradigm has shifted. It's a new paradigm which requires a different approach. General Sharma was talking about the icons. Yes, there is a critical need in Kashmir to create Kashmiri icons who have space in the national life of India. So a Kashmiri youth will like to see his Kashmiri brethren being a part of the IPL teams or the Indian cricket team or the sports fraternity having adequate Kashmiris. And look, I will draw a distinction here. Kashmir has 2 distinct parts. One is the valley, one is the Jammu region. I am particularly talking about the valley. The Kashmir is in terms of the population in valley. It seeks to be represented. I mean, I was going through a few facts and I discovered one thing very strange. The Supreme Court of India has never seen a jurist from the valley of Kashmir as a judge of Supreme Court. Now, these are the narratives which are fed to the people of the valley to say how they are being discriminated against. Indian state has spent a lot of money giving subsidies, trying to do a lot of development activities. I have a very simple suggestion to make. Invest in the Kashmiri youth to create icons in, say, Indian films. Why can't you have Kashmiri boys and girls where the production of the films have had them as in the lead roles, being a part of the Indian film industry? Why can't you have, as I said, in sports, in judiciary, in all the various spectrums which are seen by the people of Kashmir, having representation from this area as well? These are the things which will eliminate the alienation, because yes, alienation of this population is a reality which has to be fought at a psychological level. See, there is no force like state force. So as far as military solutions to Kashmir, and anybody may have any fanciful ideas, nothing is going to happen. Pakistan never is going to take Kashmir. India is never going to leave Kashmir. So this is fait accompli. These are not things which have any future. But to get the people in the valley, in the mainstream, will require a lot of psychological effect, endeavors also, A, at the developmental and corruption level, B, at the participation level. And I think the state must now look beyond what we have experimented in the last 70 years. Corrupt the politicians there, corrupt the terrorists there, those ideas will not succeed anymore. I mean, get out of the stereotype, involve people in a different way.
Yeah.
It requires a fresh. I'm very happy that the new Lieutenant Governor, who's a hardcore political entity, he's stopped using the choppers, he's opened the doors, he's meeting people, he's getting into a dialogue, cutting out these stereotypes, cutting out these so-called representatives of Kashmir.
I think we have only 5 minutes left, and I want to ask TCA Raghavan. it looks like from the debate in the last 2 hours that everybody has a clear idea about what New Delhi needs to do to regain the confidence of Kashmiri people, whom I think almost all Indian panelists believe that they are alienated and they need to be brought back to the mainstream. But TC Raghavan, do we have an idea what needs to be done vis-a-vis Pakistan? What needs to be done to rein in Pakistan army and the Pakistani thinking that for them Pakistani army, it's an existential issue. Many believe that if Kashmir, including you, I suppose, that if Kashmir disappears, the entire idea of Pakistan's state will dissipate. What does India really need to do vis-a-vis Pakistan?
Well, one of the advantages of having retired is that one can have views on everything, and we are free to give advice to the government. But in my view, while dealing with Pakistan, and certainly I think the kind of steps we have taken in the last 4 or 5 years have given us certain advantages, but we also have to have a longer term perspective. And we cannot deal with Pakistan as if it is a issue which can be addressed by kinetic or military type solutions. There was a reference earlier to whole of government approach or whole of India approach. I think to deal with Pakistan, you have to utilize all your strengths. And your strengths are not just military. You have economy, you have culture, you have the plurality of your society, you have your democratic institutions. You cannot deal with Pakistan just on the LOC or on the international border. And my fear is that because of various contingent factors, which were not of our making, they were forced on us, but because of these contingent factors, we have brought our policy down to dealing with Pakistan only on the LOC. And that is not a good policy for a country like India to have. I think we need to have a much more desecuritized approach. It obviously cannot be put in place immediately. It's not obviously also an easy policy to implement when you have terrorists coming across the border and attacking you and your institutions. But nevertheless, that is the policy we have to aim for, rather than simply in terms of how to deal with Pakistan as a security issue on the IB or on the LOC.
I'm going to ask a supplementary question. Do you delink Pakistan from China, or do you now see Pakistan as an extension of China vis-a-vis Kashmir?
I think, you have to deal with the world as it is. You do not have the instruments to delink Pakistan from China. That concert is not a new one, and it is going to remain. I think we have to address it in a holistic manner. Certainly, we have no fanciful solutions available to us which enable us to delink what is very clearly a very close political and military alliance, which has its own internal logic, but is also aimed at you. So you have no easy way of dealing with it except through diplomatic means. And I think one factor which we always have to keep in mind and which cannot be emphasized enough, that diplomacy has to be your first line of defense. And it cannot all be left to the military or the army to handle at your territorial borders.
I'm going to give the last word to Hasnain because he is speaking from Washington today at an odd hour. So Hasnain, please, tell us whether you agree with. There's been a lot of opinions came up from the Indian panelists. Do you agree with this overall assessment of India about Pakistan and China on Kashmir?
Aarti, the squeaky wheel gets all the oil, right? So Mr. Khora said, Jammu to hamara hai hi hai, usko aaram se ignore karte hain, kashmiriyon ko aur oil dete rehte hain. So, I mean, if we remove the strategic relevance of Kashmir Valley, which it doesn't have, it never had, just because the capital was in Srinagar, it was controlling Gilgit and Ladakh, it just became the, the representative of those strategic areas. Otherwise, today, when we have two union territories, Kashmir Valley has no relevance. Then I would say that जो law and order problem इस वक्त बॉम्बे में है या कलकत्ता में है, उससे 1/3 भी कश्मीर वैली में नहीं है. The problem with the Indian intelligentsia as the ruling classes, they are in awe of the Kashmiri people. पता नहीं किसी और planet से उतरे हैं और हमें rule करने के लिए उतरे हैं. I mean, you can deal Kashmir, the valley, in a much better way than, probably Bombay or Calcutta is getting dealt today. If you look at, the situation there, which is far less challenging than Bombay and Calcutta. Iska sara problem jo hai, obviously it is linked with Pakistan. That's why we keep, looking at Kashmir. And even today, I feel very insulted that I'm not a Kashmiri, I'm not from the Union Territory of Kashmir. And yet the entire discourse is, is completely focused on the valley. No mention of Ladakh Union Territory, no mention of Jammu, no mention of Gilgit-Baltistan. You are basically feeding Pakistan's discourse. You're your best enemy. You're doing exactly what Pakistan wants you to do. Pakistan has a best friend in you the way you promote Kashmir issue. India doesn't need any external enemies. You guys are your own best enemies. The way you have taken care of this whole discourse today and exactly presented how Mueed Yusuf would present it. बॉम्बे में इस वक्त हजारों प्रॉब्लम्स हैं लॉ एंड ऑर्डर के, लेकिन आपको कश्मीर लगता है पता नहीं कोई जो है ना आसमान से उतरा हुआ है. So it is your own psychological issues. You guys really need to get rid of, go beyond 1950s and 60s and 70s and 80s and prepare yourself. Like, in US we say कि अगर आप बदमाशी करेंगे, sorry, you would not get any attention from us. You will have to, be reasonable. But the Kashmiris are not reasonable because they know squeaky wheel gets more oil. And that's what the Indians been doing. So I do not really, believe that Kashmir should be getting the same attention the way it is getting. It only feeds into China and Pakistan's benefit. I mean, without Pakistan, China cannot really use Kashmir to contain India. It is, the relationship with the Pakistanis and Kashmiris. And the more you focus on the valley and the people there and these Gupkar people, the more you are strengthening Pakistan. You need to move away from that. You need to just deal it as if you're dealing with law and order in any other given city or a tehsil or a province of India like Bombay or Calcutta or, Delhi itself. That is the internal issue. It is not an international issue anymore. I mean, the Quad, that has been formed, and the members of the Quad are very clear of how Pakistan doesn't have any sovereignty on Jammu Kashmir or Gilgit-Baltistan. The international community is moving beyond the Kashmir discourse that you guys are having today. They're looking at Gilgit-Baltistan and they're telling Pakistan and China, you have no business there, you have no sovereignty there. India is a little slow on that, You need to pick up and focus on the area and move away from the Kashmir Valley, because that is what's going to hurt your enemies. Not do what your enemies want you to do, So this is, I think, a discourse that I felt like I'm still sitting in the 1980s. Thank you.
Well, on that thoughtful note, we will call it a day. Thank you so much for bringing in so much insight about internal and external factors regarding Jammu and Kashmir. And I think I will take Singhe's advice. It is not just Kashmir issue. I think the larger issue is much more than we have been paying attention to. Thank you so much again. Thank you, Aditya. Thank you, GCTC team, for giving me this opportunity today. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. First of all, I would like to apologize to Major General B.K. Sharma for not speaking the correct designation during the introduction. My sincere apologies, sir. It won't happen again in future. Moving on, I would like to thank all the panelists for taking out time and joining us for this session. Thank you for sharing your insights on the issue and enlightening us about the same. Thank you, Ms. Aarti Tikku Singh, for moderating the session so well. Thank you for joining us. And with this, our second session comes to an end. And I would like to ask Shruti to take over and start the third session.
Thank you, Tanya. Good evening, everyone. I am Shruti Jha, a youth ambassador and a research coordinator at GCTC. I would like to extend my deepest gratitude to all those previous speakers for their incredible insights. The audience and I have learned a lot today, and continuing with that spirit, we commence with the third session. Now, the third session of the conference is called Creating Space for New Aspirations. Ever since the time of accession, the people of Kashmir, especially the youth, have played a very active role in the politics of the region. And keeping that in mind, in this session, we shall focus on what the future holds for Jammu and Kashmir and what the hopes and aspirations of the people of this region are. So, our esteemed panelists for this session are Lieutenant General Rakesh Sharma. He is currently a distinguished. Can we have the slide? He is currently a distinguished fellow at the Center for Land Welfare Studies. He retired as an Adjutant General of the Indian Army and commanded Fire and Fury Corps responsible for the Ladakh region. He is also a former research fellow at the Institute of Defense Studies and the National War College in Nigeria. Then we have Mr. Sering Samphal, who is an Indian politician who served as a member of the Legislative Assembly for Leh. He is a former member of the National Commission for Scheduled Tribes and the former president of Leh District Congress Committee. He was also one of the key leaders of the Lamden Social Welfare Society. We also have Dr. J. Jagannathan, who is the Assistant Professor of National Security Studies, Central University of Jammu. Prior to this, he served as a research fellow in the Internal and Regional Security Program at the Institute of Peace and Conflict Studies. He's also an avid observer of international security and public policy affairs with focus on South Asia security. We also have with us Dr. Ajay Chungu, who's the chairman of the Panan Kashmir. The Panan Kashmir is an organization that is advocating the cause of the displaced Kashmiri Pandits. He's also a renowned author and a medical physician. We have with us Sheikh Muhammad Imran, who's a former deputy mayor of Srinagar. He is dedicated to empowering the councillors of Srinagar city and in establishing the Srinagar Municipal Corporation as the best performing municipal corporation in the country. And then last but certainly not the least, we have Mr. Amjad Ayub Mirza, who's a British commentator, writer, journalist, and a political activist. He's the founder of the news website called Daily Lalkar. He heads a UK-based citizens' rights group called Center for Environment and Management Studies. He's also a noted advocate and a strong voice in support for the integration and the reunification of Gilgit-Baltistan. Our moderator for this session is Ms. Nabila Jamaluddin, who's a journalist at India Today Network and a distinguished news anchor. She started her career in the Kannada news channel called News 9. She has worked extensively across both English and Kannada news genres. Before we begin the session, I would like to reiterate some points. The session is going to be 120 minutes long. Please keep your cameras on and your mics on mute when you're not speaking. Also, the audience can post their questions in the Q&A option of the Google Meet, and you can also upload the questions if you like. So without further ado, Ms. Nabila, you can take over as moderator.
Right, Shruti, thank you very much for having me. It's my pleasure and hearty congratulations to all the guests, all those who've been part of the accession process and who've lived the aftermath as well. Today is indeed a day to celebrate. We see Jammu and Kashmir finally part of India wholly and fully, especially after the abrogation of Article 370. I'd like to, considering our topic of the day today is creating space for new aspiration, I'd like to take this to General Rakesh Sharma here. General, if you can give us a glimpse as to what have we lost and what have we gained over the last 1 year after the abrogation.
Thank you, Nabila, for inviting, and thank you, Aditya, for this very fine session. I've enjoyed all two sessions previously and the keynote addresses. Thank you for the question also. Now, has last 1 year made a difference? I would say in many ways it has made a difference. What people were considering that they would be mass protests and the valley will burn after 370 removed, and it has been stated over a long period of time that such things would happen. People would relate it to Burhan Wani, and things would happen in that form. But it hasn't happened. In fact, the violence has been much less in the course of last 1 year in comparison to many other years we have seen, 2002 or 2018 or 2016. So one part of the story is that the violence has been singularly lesser in comparison to all other parameters that we selected. Second is that there has been a push towards major projects. You know, this major project is a very important issue to say the trains coming up or the power stations coming up or you know, the tunnels being started. So there has been a push for larger projects. Larger projects actually move the state. They make a material difference to how a state would perform subsequently. So this is a credible change which has happened in the course of last 1 year. So there has been, I would say, singular positives. There have been negatives also. The political process went back, took a step back, and I think there we may be lacking in many ways. The communication structure hasn't come up as well as it need to come up in any one normal state. And of course, the tourism did not catch up. So there is positives and there is negatives. Part of the negatives also came in because of the COVID problem, which the international community and the national community was suffering in the course of 2020. But the fact of the matter is that there is a problem with schools not functioning for a very long time. It matters a lot in J&K. Then it matters in Delhi, but it matters much more in J&K when the institutions are not functional. So those issues. So there are positives, very big positives, and there are also equally important negatives in the course of last 1 year.
Right. All right. I'd like to take this to Ajay Shrungu here joining us. Mr. Ajay, here we're looking at the youth of Kashmir, particularly the valley, who've been part of this process. They've been sort of, whether you could call this brainwashed, a concept that's been driven into their psyche all along over the years. Generations on, they've been told a certain way. They've been taught a certain way. Today, after the abrogation of Article 370, we're looking at the 1 year anniversary, while the entire country, which is away from Kashmir, lauds the efforts of the government to actually take control and stake claim. The youth think differently. How is there a possibility to somehow convince them and bring them into the fold in a more amicable way?
Dr. Ajay, you are on mute. Kindly unmute yourself.
I hope I'm audible now.
Yeah, you are audible now. Go on.
See, some fundamentals have to be addressed. We cannot concoct reasons and try to address those concocted reasons and think that we are actually helping on the ground. We haven't tried ideological war on the ground in Kashmir, Jammu Kashmir. It's a sort of a totalitarian war, a religious fascist war. The terrorism and the violence is its smaller arm. The indoctrination and what you call as brainwashing is its bigger arm. Unfortunately, for all these years, we have not addressed this aspect of the situation. How to change the narrative and how to ultimately destroy the sinister indoctrination apparatus on the ground. And we have tried to circumvent the issues. And when the entire leadership spectrum from the mainstream to the separatists in the valley, they have repeatedly, say from Umar Abdullah to Alisha Gilani, they have repeatedly said that it's not an issue of Sadak Pani development. They're very categorically described in their own way that it's a political problem. So there is more or less a consensus amongst the entire spectrum of the Muslim leadership of Valley, where they think that the issue does not basically belong to the realm of development. Issue does not belong to the realm of, say, rigged elections and all that. These are the reasons which we had the state of India tried to concoct while trying to address the issue. And this was primarily done because we wanted to circumvent the issue. The issue is, on the ground, is that there is a moment which has clear-cut relevant fascist tones, which we have tried to describe in moderate moderate lexicon or a moderate jargon, and try to uh, try to involve ourselves in activities which are important but which are not critical in terms of neutralizing the things on the ground. The youth, how can we change the mindset of the youth if they are brainwashed? And if they are brainwashed, which are the instrumentalities through which they are brainwashed? Are we addressing them? In Kashmir, the political process has meant essentially handing over power to the halfway separatists. This time, this major of tom-tomming this thing that they have changed the previous lieutenant governor because he was not addressing the political aspects, and the new lieutenant governor is supposed to address the political process. What does it actually mean? You see, the critical component of the whole reversal process on the ground is that we have to abandon one paradigm which has become the critical component of our strategy, that Jammu and Kashmir can be ruled by handing over power to the halfway separatists. It can be governed through halfway separatism. This paradigm, a strategic paradigm, has led to one more critical thing. We have stopped investing in the nationalist segments of the population. We have stopped investing in the peace. It is not the peace which is a dividend. Violence is a developmental dividend. It's not the nationalist who has to be protected. The separatist has to be protected. And a very bizarre and vicious framework is that the nationalist is already there. The population segments which are facing the brunt of separatist, fascist attrition, they're already there. So we don't have to look at them. We have to look at the alienated segments. And while we look at the alienated segments, we do not look at the real reasons of their alienation. We concoct reasons and try to address them so that we tell the world that we are addressing it. When Article 370 was neutralized and state was reorganized, we called it as a liberating act, because Article 370 was basically the legacy of an imperialist, almost a stranglehold on India in Jammu and Kashmir. We call it as a liberating act also because Article 370 represented creating a Muslim state on the territory of a secular India. Now, after this thing was taken out, we expected that the de facto nature of a Muslim state will be addressed. You cannot build a secular state on the soil of a communal framework, and that's exactly what government has checked and what government has tried to do it, and what government is trying to call as political process. In the entire framework of the statements of the government emanating during the last 1 year, you will find Jammu is a blind spot. You will not find statements coming that we have to have development in Jammu and Kashmir. You will find that the entire process is addressing Kashmir at a very psychological level, even if it might be addressing things in Jammu also. But that is very critical. If Jammu is a blind spot, you cannot create a balanced developmental atmosphere also. You cannot even create a balanced discourse. You might have seen that government banned JKLF and they banned Hizbul Mujahid and they banned Jamaat Islami. And government of India said at the highest level that JKLF was responsible for the genocide of Kashmiri Pandits. But Kashmiri Pandits are still called as migrants. And the issue of their return is not addressed in the context of the reversal of genocide. It is addressed in the context of a cosmetic return to their original places which have been already destroyed. So once we have this type of an approach, what we are doing is we are trying to replicate a de facto Muslim state when we have already dismantled the legal edifice of that state. This can be a very dangerous thing in which we are moving, because now whatever will be done, it will be almost an unwritten understanding or almost an unwritten attitude, which is basically sick, which is basically unhealthy, and which will not lead to the things which we want them to lead to. So I think the most critical component of the issue now, if we want the youth to come out of it, the most important aspect is invest on the narrative. The internal narrative in India, the internal narrative locally in Jammu and Kashmir, and particularly Kashmir, and the international narrative. We are not doing anything with regard to that. And number two, we need to very clearly state that the freedom moment in Kashmir was never a freedom moment. It was a moment for the destruction of freedom. And what is the hallmark of that? The hallmark of that statement should be that we are committed to reverse the genocide. What we have seen, genocide of Hindus in Kashmir, what we are seeing presently is the replication of the old political process. It is not going to lead us to anywhere. There has to be a balance in the entire approach. In J&K state, the nationalist segments of the populations have seen the worst form of attrition, a genocidal attrition in Kashmir, which has spilled over to Jammu, and very, very, very ruthless marginalization of Jammu. This type of an attitude, unless it is taken out of ultimately the policy making, and we address it from a very egalitarian and forward-looking perspective, we are not going to give the messages on the ground in the worst alienated areas of Kashmir that there is a different ball game now. Now,
right.
And if we are reluctant to do that, I'm sure that we are going to end up in a worse type of a situation in the coming months.
Right, Mr. Ajay, very well said. But as much as we say that all these efforts have to be made, that we expect it to happen over time, over the last 1 year, if there's anything that has been actually so effective on ground, that is clamp down on terrorism, at least by far that we've seen, far as much as that we've seen what we flash on the news on a regular basis, is that terror has been cracked down upon largely. Apart from that, I'd like to ask Dr. J. Jagannathan, who's also the Assistant Professor of the National Security Studies at CU in Jammu. Professor, if you can give us an insight into how much of an impact has Abrogation Article 370 really had on the security environment around Jammu and Kashmir. As much as we see from the worldwide view that this has reduced terrorism, but has that really been on paper? Is it effective on paper?
See, it has had a tremendous impact on cracking down on the supportive elements within the Jammu and Kashmir. Mostly the action against Jamaat-e-Islami is case in point, which has been the sort of a non-violent influence and a non-violent extremist push which they have been giving. That's one aspect. And moreover, as far as the entire narrative is concerned, we cannot say that the post-abrogation of Article 370 Reorganization Act, within a year things have changed. But the process which has been started in the early 2019, or I would say even 2016, that's quietly, slowly, gradually changed the narratives in which the J&K state and the people of J&K states tend to see the New Delhi or the in a different perspective. For instance, the state which has been having, when you talk about the creating space, there are two aspects. One is that we have been continuously facing this external aggression or the cross-border terrorism over the last 3 decades, or even up to 2 decades. The 2016 surgical strike and the Balakot strike, these two things has emboldened the people of Jammu and Kashmir, especially the youth, and instilled the confidence that India is no longer going to appease or take the things for granted, rather than there is a robust response which have been given to this the so-called the deep state. So that has sort of built a narrative which started in 2016 that this is the new India and this is a new approach vis-a-vis the external aggression. The latest case in point, I would even quote this, the way in which we are dealing with the Chinese aggression, the transgression which we have been seeing since 2013, that during this season they'd come here and then come into the LAC and then just go back. But this time they stayed there over. They were perturbed with the India's bold decision of revoking this Article 370 and bifurcating the state and the Ladakh and declaring it a union territory. So that shows that India is very robust in dealing with the external aggression on the western side, being it a cross-border terrorism or being it a sort of the state-sponsored terrorism, even it's sort of an information warfare or narrative building from across the border. The second aspect is that the big, the elephant or the Chinese threat. This has been a propaganda tool for especially our Western neighbor to show that India stands very meek in front of China. That we have shown last 3-4 months, despite the COVID situation, that we withstood the pressure, and we have been facing them and taking in the LAC things. So this is sending a sort of a strong message and also building the strong narrative as far as the Jammu and Kashmir is concerned, which was not there before. So the creating space, I would say that the people, especially the youth of Kashmir and also across the political spectrum, they have been seeing the news sort of the robustness and the strong approach and attitudes towards the two major threats the state of Jammu and Kashmir has been facing. And also I wanted to assert one point which I totally disagree with what the Singh Hassan said in the previous session, that the Kashmir does not have a strategic value. It has a strategic value. Maybe he may be selling this GB as a strategic value in the new found in the connectivity, but Kashmir is the oxygen and the lifeline or the strong vein for the Pakistan. The 5 rivers, the Indus basin, these are the life-saving things for the entire Pakistan, entire region. So we cannot ignore this strategic value attached to the Kashmir Valley and the Jammu region. So we cannot ignore these aspects. So having said these things, the news and the way in which we have been asserting on this river sharing, the transboundary issues, which have been ignored in the mainstream political parties over the past 2 decades, now it has been brought to the mainstream discourse. And this is a most appreciative approach that, how we are bringing this, the non-traditional issues like the transboundary water sharing issues as being into the hydroelectric power projects, and we are bringing to the national discourse and to the public debate and the discourse. So this is another interesting point, that it is reasserting that people of Jammu and Kashmir, that the government of India has a policy towards Jammu and Kashmir vis-a-vis the planks which we have, the nuclear armed state. The last point I would like to share, when you talk about the new aspirations, as a faculty, from the academic point of view, and being an outsider and also staying here for the last 7 years, my insider view, interacting with across the people, including students, is that there are last 1.5 years, the people have new aspirations. We are rightly captioned it. What are the new aspirations? I would categorize into 3 aspects. One is the political aspirations. That's a new aspirations which they did not, or they could not, or they were deprived of having this new aspiration post-independence 1947, when rest of the country had this new aspirations 1947 and 1951, when India became a republic. So you could see that the kind of development post-50s in all the rest of the India and other states where the Jammu Kashmir were deprived of the political entanglement that was continued in the post-instrument of accession to the 1954 when the constitution had. So the people did not have that aspirations, or did not have a space to air their aspirations. It was caught between the few family and feuds and dynasties, so sort of inherited, caught in this entanglement. Now they have a new aspirations, the political aspirations, the new sort of political aspirations. They are expecting the new parties. They debunk the old political parties. That's very much evident when you see all these leading political parties, the so-called the mainstream political parties, when they were when they were put in jail, there was no protest and the people was not supporting them. This shows that there is no support base especially in the people. They lost their the political value, the political credibility, and they are expecting you interact with any newcomers, they say the same sort of arguments. We are tired of this the so-called the old parties and political parties. We want to have a new leadership, new faces. So you can see the new emerging of a new youngsters from Kashmir Valley and the Jammu region with the new sort of ideologies, which is basically oriented on the development and also the regional outlook, wanted to exploit this the current scenarios. The second new aspirations I would point out to the economic aspirations the people of Jammu and Kashmir and also to an extent the Ladakh has. These economic aspirations, the post-Article 3, the Abrogation Act and the Reorganization Act, you have multiple laws and more than 100 laws, central laws being applicable to the state of Jammu and Kashmir, and the GSTs is totally, completely implemented with the full letter and spirit in the Jammu and Kashmir, which opened the multiple opportunities and the new development scenarios. The kind of infrastructure development which has been happening for last 6 years, it is unprecedented, it's a phenomenal. It is a fact speaks for themselves. The kind of bridges and the connectivities which has been happening in this in the state since 2015 and 16, and the pace of development is phenomenal, which has never happened in the state. If you look at the facts, so these are tangible deliverables, and the people are seeing it and they are feeling it and they are experiencing it. So there is a new sort of economic expectations the people of Jammu and Kashmir, especially youth, they wanted to exploit this. New entrepreneurs coming up in the tourism sectors or even the new areas. You saw the new youngsters are much more inclined to the entrepreneur skills and even joining the Bollywood movies and some sort of other sort of new.
Has it happened as yet? Has that
It is happening.
aspiration?
Yes.
Has it? All right.
It
You
is
see
happening.
that happening on ground.
Yeah, it is happening slowly. The earlier it was like the youths are much more inclined towards getting a government job through some other ways. Now you see the people are getting more opportunities and moving out and looking for the new opportunities, or even the building their career and establishing a new sort of entrepreneurs and a new sort of things. So this is another aspirations. The last aspirations I wanted to point out, and then I will submit the social aspirations which have been ignored in the last 60 years. What about this West Pakistan refugees? What about this Valmikis? We have been deprived of this, the socio-economic, the development, the economic social aspirations. We are talking about the Republic of India, and the people are being deprived of the citizenship, basic citizenship, and they're deprived of the social justice. So that has been restored. The kind of when they got the domestic certificates, you could see the tear in their eyes. There are many cases I can say that in the specific that how they have been deprived for the generations. So that aspirations have come into the fore. The representations, the people from the marginalized communities under this new act, they are going to have this direct representation and directly elected, which was not in the case in the before. The last but not the least, the devolution of power which has been happening in the Panchayati Raj and the three-tier the power sharing. This is another major important development which has been happening in a fast pace. So 1 year is too short to make all the developments, but the process has been already started. The space has been developed. I would submit that there is, but the task cannot be completed without the active part. You have all the security agencies, all the political things, all the powers. But the role of civil society is very critical, and that's where the intellectuals and the celebrities and all the civil society, they have to play a stronger role in order to show the directions for the youngsters.
Right, Professor Jagannath, thank you. I'm going to come back to you, but let me quickly go over to Ayub joining us, Amjad Ayub Mirza. Mr. Ayub here, we heard what Mr. Jagannath said. Aspirations are building, but what we see is that people fear to act on their aspirations in Kashmir, particularly because of the kind of terror that was inflicted all along. Now, speaking on global lines, when we constantly talk about Jammu and Kashmir issue being an internal matter to India, we're also looking on parallel lines at becoming a human rights issue globally. On global platforms, there are several protests that happen on several platforms. People come out holding placards. How do we really reinstate the statement that the country has made, at least for the last 1 year, that Jammu and Kashmir is an internal issue?
Sir, kindly unmute your mic, please.
On mute. Yeah. So that's a very broad-based question you have asked me. I'll try to answer it appropriately. Well, you see, the first thing is that Jammu Kashmir has become an international issue because Pakistan has manipulated a bilateral issue using its diplomatic so-called Islamic countries and combining it with the Palestinian issue. They have, although they have no commonalities among them. Now, I think that on global level, this is the first time that after the abrogation of 370 and 35A, people have been very outspoken about the issue, and in a very decisive manner, the balance of opinion has tilted in favor of the Indian narrative about Jammu and Kashmir. And Pakistan is losing fast on the diplomatic front because Pakistan is now being seen as not only the global hub of manufacturing terrorists, but also its false narrative regarding Jammu Kashmir has now become common knowledge because of the social media and our interventions in the United Nations Human Rights Council and so many other aspects. Now, I think that to talk about the valley, we we have to take into consideration Pakistani occupied Jammu Kashmir as well. Now, I haven't timed myself, so when you want me to stop, just indicate
Go on.
1 minute,
You
1 minute before you want me to shut up. So anyway, so POJK, you've asked the panelists what difference has the abrogation made, and what space has been created, and what are the future, perspective or prospects for Kashmir. I can guarantee you that number one, cross-border terrorism has reduced significantly. And I remember in August last year, and after August, when Pakistan was trying to infiltrate the terrorists through cross-border firing and all that, giving them cover, I was very, very much vocal about this issue, that India should address this issue. They are sending terrorists, and it was widely reported. The second thing, and very significant, I mean, I think this is even more significant than the reduction in terrorism, is that the people of Pakistani occupied Jammu, Kashmir and Gilgit-Baltistan for the first time have been jolted by this action of the abrogation of 370. They have woken up. And there, the anti-Pakistan sentiment has grown 1,000-folds in the occupied territories as a result of this. Plus, also as a result of the failure of Pakistan to win any diplomatic sympathy, even from Saudi Arabia, has opened their eyes and forced them to think. So I think that is a big development, and that has encouraged the people of every single day. If you watch my blog, I do a video blog every day, and I report where protests are taking place. Every single day since the abrogation of 370, there have been protests in every nook and corner of POJK and Gilgit-Baltistan. Every day. And those protests are not about independence or, anti-India rhetoric or all that. Those protests are about social issues, road issues, water issues, sanitation issues.
Civic issues.
Sorry?
Yeah. Civic issues.
Yeah, civic issues. And those civic issues are then, they lead in towards political narrative, and they say, for 73 years, what has Pakistan done for us? Look what is happening in Jammu. Look what is happening in the valley. They are building bridges. For the past 1 year, they have been doing so much development, because news now, information and news travels fast. Now, how can we, or what needs to be done? I think that on its own, it's very, very difficult for India or for an Indian Kashmiri or Jammuwal Kashmiri, Jammuite, to go to the masses and talk about false cultural and political narratives. I think what is seriously missing at the moment in Jammu Kashmir is a person who belongs to the occupied territory, who comes over and talks to the media, talks to the people, goes to the villages, goes to the neighborhoods, meets the sarpanch, and tells the people first-hand information, gives them first-hand information and experience about how the life is in POJK and Gilgit-Baltistan and what has Pakistan been up to in those occupied territories. That will help to break what Ajay Saab was saying, the false cultural narrative. And that would also make space for that new political narrative that our young generation is trying to evolve into. Unless that happens, देखो ना, अगर कोई इंडिया का बंदा बोलेगा तो कहेंगे हाँ ये तो इंडिया का प्रोपेगेंडा है. अगर कोई, if a person from Kashmir will say something, they will say, oh ये तो बिक गया है, कश्मीर का है ये अगर कोई जम्मू का बोलेगा वो कहेंगे हाँ, अगर कोई पंडित बोलेगा they will say yeah, that's fine there. But when someone from Mirpur, for instance, like myself, stands in Lal Chowk, addresses a gathering of a few 100,000 people, or let's say 5,000 people, and tells them what has Pakistan been up to. Tells them that yes, there are terrorist camps, terrorist training camps in my city. In every single city, there is a terrorist headquarter where their recruitments take place. It's open. It's not chupa hua. It's open, right? Jihadi camps. Then I think people of Jammu Kashmir will start to realize what they have been dealing with. So these are a few thoughts that I have. And if you have any
Do
questions,
you
or if
believe
any
that
panelists-
there's a lack of communication between the Kashmiri people itself, between themselves, considering they possibly divided into three camps? One is those who want to, belong to Pakistan. Those, of course, a majority of them who want to stick with India, and those who want a free Kashmir altogether. There isn't any seamless communication to really bring these teams together and bridge that divide. What's really lacking there?
what is lacking? What is lacking is
Communication.
the truth. The truth has to be revealed. And the truth is, why do people want to be with Pakistan? Because they have been given false narratives. They have been communalized. They have been brainwashed on communal basis, right? Why do people want to be separate, like independent? Which I have strong arguments to present when the time comes, that why I think an independent state of Jammu Kashmir, as it was in 1947, is not only impractical, it is impossible. It cannot be created. My dear Nabila, look, politics is the art of possibilities. We should not beat around the bush with cliches and fantasized ideologies. We have to see the facts on ground. What is available? What material do we have? And how are we going to use that material to the benefit of the people of the oppressed land? And the oppressed land is not the valley. The oppressed land is the parts of West Jammu that have been occupied by Pakistan. Oppressed are the people of Gilgit-Baltistan that are facing double colonization of Pakistan and China. So unless and until people from POJK or Gilgit-Baltistan go over to Ladakh, go over to Jammu, go over to what's it called, the valley, and talk to people, give them first-hand information. Because वैली में तो ये कॉन्सेप्ट है ना कि पाकिस्तान में कश्मीरी जो है वो इस्लाम है और बड़े खुश हैं और एवरीथिंग इज फाइन एंड वी विल जॉइन देम, ये नैरेटिव बेचा गया ना, ये चूरन दिया है उनको. तो व्हेन समवन विल कम एंड टेल देम कि दिस इज नॉट चूरन, दिस इज चूना, दिस इज चूना लाइम व्हिच इज किलिंग यू, व्हिच इज, जिसने तुम्हारी सोसाइटी को गाल दिया है, मेल्ट कर दिया है, डिस्ट्रॉय कर दिया है, डिसॉल्व कर दिया है, तो फिर जो है ये कल्चरल नैरेटिव चेंज होना शुरू होगा. आपने, द प्रॉब्लम इज इंडियन गवर्नमेंट इज डूइंग फाइन, बीजेपी, नरेंद्र मोदी, अमित शाह, दे आर डूइंग फाइन, but they are missing the point. The point is that unless you start addressing the people of POJK, the people of Gilgit-Baltistan, and unless you start treating them at least in your own political narrative as your people occupied by Pakistan, things won't change. Things won't change. So you need to invite people over to India to talk to the people in the valley. I know it's very dangerous. Yahan pe bhi, the other day someone just turned up and said we are going to throw a bomb in your house, and I said, well, if I agar main bach gaya, then I will come and throw a bomb in your house. So,
No, but that's precisely what we wonder. If there's that kind of animosity among the youth, is there ever a possibility of development, of infrastructure, of progress within the valley when there's that kind of unrest that they still feel? Because they feel they haven't been handheld while the abrogation Article 370 happened. They weren't informed. It took them by surprise, and they haven't been handheld. They haven't been spoken. They haven't been taken into confidence before coming up with a decision. Do you think this decision that was made is in the larger interest, considering that there would have never been consensus, no matter what you do, no matter how much you convince them?
Well, when you say about when you say you want to reach a consensus, most probably you mean reaching a consensus among the troublemakers of Gupkar declaration. That those people are gone into the dustbin of history. They are nobodies. They are finished. They are the end of the line. They're finished. A new generation of politicians is emerging in Jammu Kashmir. But the situation in Jammu Kashmir, especially the valley, is not a normal situation. It's an extraordinary situation. It's a wars kind of situation. It's a situation which has been mishandled by previous governments, and the all सारा मुसीबत जो है वो बीजेपी की गवर्नमेंट के जमाने में सामने उन्होंने रख दी. अब उसको सॉर्ट आउट करना है. So in extraordinary times, you have to take extraordinary measures. We cannot deal with the valley like we deal with Maharashtra or UP. You know, democracy and peaceful coexistence, these are social, political acts that take place in an environment of stability and harmony. Both were not available in the valley up till now. Maybe it will take some time. When this recovers, then there will be elections. Separatists can also come and contest the elections and say, we want to, have an independent state. Nobody is going to stop them. But we will come and we will contest the elections as well. And we will say, no, we want to stay with India. And we will present our case. This is democracy. But at the moment, who finished democracy in Kashmir? Mehbooba Mufti. Who finished democracy? Who killed democracy in Kashmir? The Abdullah family. Dekho, this should be an eye-opener for every Kashmiri and every Jammuwal and every person who lives in POJK, ke Mehbooba Mufti wears a green dress, which Benazir Bhutto wore on her first time inauguration as Prime Minister when she was taking oath. She wears a green suit, shalwar kameez, sits there and talks about the instrument of accession as null and void. She talks कि मैं भारत का तिरंगा नहीं लहराऊंगी. तुम कौन से planet पे रह रही हो भाई? Which planet are you on? So these people are fasadi people. There are people who want to find a solution, and there are people who thrive when there is problem. Their politics thrives on communalism, on hate against India, on using both countries to usurp as much capital and benefits as they can. They are gone. ये खत्म हो गई. नजर नहीं आता आप लोगों को. ये पाकिस्तान में किसी की जुर्रत है कि कोई वहां तिरंगे का कपड़ा पहन के, यानी कि ग्रीन कमीज पहन ले, व्हाइट शलवार पहन ले और जो है साफरान दुपट्टा लेके बैठ के प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस करे पाकिस्तान इस्लामाबाद में या मीरपुर में या मुजफ्फराबाद में, और वहां पे वो ये कहे कि हम यहाँ पाकिस्तान का झंडा नहीं लगाएंगे जब तक जम्मू कश्मीर के रियासत का झंडा ना लगे. Tanveer Ahmed is in prison only because he took off the flag from Dadayal, because you can't fly a flag over there in POJK, Pakistani flag. So he took that flag. He's in a death cell.
Yeah.
So these should be eye openers. मैं बहुत पुरुमीद हूँ. I am working 24/7. My phone is on 24/7. मेरा Twitter तो बंद कर दिया है. But the rest I'm working, writing, waiting for March. I will be there in March in India, and I will go to Kashmir myself. I will go to Jammu myself. I will meet the think tanks. I will meet people. I will talk to people on the street, and I don't care. देखो हम लोग तंग आ गए नबीला.
No doubt that.
We are fed up. वो कहते हैं तंग आमद बजांग आमद. अब हमें ना अपनी जान की चिंता है, ना हमें अपने कोई सुकून की चिंता है. हमारा दादा मर गया, मेरा बाप मर गया. मैं नहीं चाहता कि मैं मर जाऊं और मेरा बच्चा जो है वो उसकी कोई आइडेंटिटी ना हो. Finally, the most important thing that has happened, that has also पागल कर दिया POJK के लोगों को उसने. That is that Kashmiri language has been made official language along with others, has been declared as an official state language of Jammu Kashmir. Bhai, in POJK, they have destroyed our language. They destroyed our Shanakh. We were not Kashmiris, but they said, you are Kashmiri, you are Kashmiri. Or we were Jammuwals. We were from Mirpur is part of Jammu, West Jammu,
Yeah.
not part of Valley. तो ये बहुत बड़ी बड़ी डेवलपमेंट्स हो रही हैं, हम लोग कर रहे हैं काम, हम लोग फेड
Yeah.
अप हो चुके हैं.
Let me take that to General Rakesh Sharma. General, here, in fact, Mr. Mirza spoke about the Gupkar alliance being null and void. They have absolutely no impact on the people anymore. They're gone. They're finished. But do you really believe that their alliance now will not hold any impact on ground, will not influence people whatsoever? Is this another uprising that you see in the offing? Or is this just empty vessels making noise?
General Sharma, you are on mute.
Okay, thank you, Nabila. Thank you, Nabila. It's always a pleasure listening to Mr. Mirza, and we look forward meeting him when he comes here in next March and listening to him in one of the think tanks in Delhi and interact with him. The fact of the matter is that every one of these situations, there is counter narratives, and we have soft pedaled the issue. What he is stating has got material meaning. We just cannot say what he's saying is right. We have been soft paddling the issue of the narration being created, and there are clash of narratives being created even in the valley or in Gilgit-Baltistan or in POJK and in Ladakh, and there are all confusing narratives being created. This issue of creation of the right narrative is a long drawn process, could be taking 10 years, 15 years, but we have to create the narratives. We have to start a systemic of making sure that this issue of you go any house in the valley, any house, you will see posters of people who have died in the bullets of security forces. This is routine there. So any child comes up, he says, who is this one? This was my chacha who was killed by a CRPF or was killed by the army. It has been ingrained across in the valley. So there is a narrative which has been created so strongly that to address the narrative, and what Mr. Mirza says, the most important issue is not the political process. It will come on its own. It will happen. It is getting the people's mind right. People's mind today, a child who doesn't go to school is one of the biggest problems because his mind has been indoctrinated day in and day out in the valley towards the wrong direction. It is not material what happens to Gupkar fellows. It doesn't matter whether they survive or don't survive. What matters is that we have to address the people, the civil society. And believe me, I stand by this saying that development is not the issue. J&K is the most better developed states than at least 50% of the states in India. J&K has got lesser corruption than many, many corrupt states. You see Transparency International, it states it, that they are, in the state-wise, it is better than Gujarat. Jammu and Kashmir is better than even Gujarat, the Prime Minister's state in many manners. So the fact is, it is not development. I come and give 10,000 crores. It doesn't matter 10,000 crores. In matters of governance also, it is not that ill-governed a state than many other states that we don't wish to name today. J&K is a much better state. Of course, there are infrastructure issues. Of course, it is happening many ways. The issue I'm anxious what Mr. Mirza was saying is that the character of POJK has been had in the course of last 7 decades. Is this the POJK which got which got independent from the British in 1947? There is tremendous change into POJK. In Gilgit-Baltistan, I'm a student of Gilgit-Baltistan. 2,000 leagues of land opposite Saltoro Ridge in the Siachen Glacier. The Chinese are now taking out uranium. It's happening. There are areas in Giza and areas in Hunza where locals are not permitted to go there. The character of these areas of Gilgit-Baltistan and POJK stands subsumed by the kind of work. Why does China want CPEC? Because it wants to take out molybdenum and uranium and rare metals and etc., and make a Mirpur SEZ and make the SEZ in Gilgit. The whole aim of the game is different. That apart, POJK, okay, important issues. Gilgit-Baltistan, we have radio stations where young girls are singing Balti music from Turtuk Tyakshi across to because you see in 71 war we captured Balti villages which we didn't return back. People are singing and they are having interaction on radio, very manners across to Balti people there. So it's not that we have just sunk across there. The moral of the story is, and I'm getting agitated, the moral of the story is that we have to change the narrative of the valley. Where, you know what Sangha sharing we follow for a long time. What Sangha sharing was saying has got some meaning. We have been boxed in by the Kashmir culture of it. It is not Kashmir. The larger area is actually Ladakh. A larger population is maybe Jammu region. The fact is that there is a change of mindset. You have a post of a police fellow every 100 yards. A boy coming from school, 4-year-old, his father is stopped and he said, "Tere bag mein kya hai? Check karo." The child checks up and says, "Ye aapko kyun maar raha tha? Ye police wala." So then you say, "Ye police wale aise hi hote hain." It is the character of, it's the language has changed in the valley. We can soft pedal many issues. We can say that, okay, things are looking up, but we need to create a solid narrative. Otherwise, this clash of narrative between what Gupkar people will say, or what the Hurriyat will say, and what the Maulvis who are coming from, or the Mullahs who have come from UP and Bihar, who don't even speak Kashmiri, but they are on pulpit every morning giving the azan, what they are saying, every person is giving his own narrative. It is causing immense amount of confusion in the people. We need to address the narrative, not the security, not the terrorist. The whole thought was, what we require? We require about 100 psychologists or psychiatrists to sit together and create a narrative for us of 10 years. We don't require journals like me. We are had-beens. Sorry.
Right. When you say we've got to change the narrative, clearly we heard Mr. Mirza also what he said about the kind of people who've lived the atrocities. For the truth to come out, for true people to come out in the midst of the Jammu and Kashmiri population and speak. But considering that there's so much silence, there's a really sharp silence after the abrogation of Article 370. Nobody is speaking. Social media, in fact, the internet was cut down for a really long time. Do you believe, speaking of social media particularly, do you believe social media can be a great tool to change the narrative? Or is that just inflating and instigating more violent sentiments?
The problem comes up in the dark web.
Yeah.
See, we follow social media. We know what social media is doing. But what is the dark web doing? The dark web doesn't get followed. So the messages floating on the dark web, which is the hidden process, which says, okay, congregating so-and-so place, or meeting so-and-so place. So, this is the social media. The media per se is a many-edged weapon. So while we say, right to say you should have Twitter, or you should have your WhatsApp, etc., all right. But how do you control this here? This social media, even in Bombay, in Sushant Singh Rajput, was uncontrollable. You can imagine what happens out there
So you're saying social media is going to be counterproductive?
No, I'm just saying that we need to create systems for, there are companies, IBM, it works on emotional assessment on social media. So you require to get into professionalism of a kind where social media is sifted and assessed in the manner as to what is the issues going around it, which is evident. And half of it is coded also. That also is a separate issue. And you have to get this dark web out, because those people who create the adverse videos in, say, Malaysia or any other country, who post it on the dark web, which goes CD to CD from house to house, which get caught often by us, that has to be stopped. Because that indoctrination, see, one speech by Mr. Mirza in Lal Chowk will make a difference for some time. But the adverse news spreads much faster than anything good. Anything good dies in no time. You are media people.
Yeah,
you
we did a story on how false news, fake news spread 6 times faster than factual news.
You know better.
Yeah. So one can only imagine. Now, but nonetheless, considering that the narrative is all mostly one-sided in the valley, with all the local parties now coming together in an alliance, what better can the government do to push the right narrative, to push a narrative of nationalism, to involve them into the rest of the country and not feel disconnected only on the basis of religion?
So you get Mr. Mirzas, about 100 of Mr. Mirzas, who sit together and create, and I'm not saying him, but there are many Mirzas of this kind, and there are many Hindus of this kind, and there are many Sharmas of this kind who can get together and create the narrative, which is actually unleashed in a very intelligent manner. You just can't decide, yeah, next 3 months mein humne ye issue publicize karna hai. So every chap from Kashmir Times to Bright Kashmir, everybody writing on the same subject. After 10 days, people know ये तो साला सट्टा मार रहा है, ये तो बनाया जा रहा है हमको. You have to create a narrative. It has to be done in a very intelligent. I would love to say you put my name as a lady something, and I will write Rashida. Rashida Salman or something, and I will write some articles about human interest stories and make a story saying my brother died and something. So you have to work, and you have to get psychologists to do this. People who have mind reading capability. It cannot be done by people who are soldiers are cut and dry. We are so systematically trained. No,
but General Rakesh, here there's a lot of animosity against the army, the military. The people are so fearful of them. The blame entirely goes on the army. As much as we know the kind of work that they're doing on ground, but the locals actually fear them.
So the army means everything, na? Every man who wears a uniform is army. Because everybody wears the same uniform. It's not saying, I'm not saying that the army does fantastic work. We, see, Kashmir Valley has 10 districts. Of the 10 districts, only 5 districts have got some semblance of some kind of militancy left. The northern 5 districts are perfectly all right. Nothing much happens in Baramulla. At one time, we had major operations in Sopore. Nowadays, you don't even hear Sopore in news. You don't hear Kupwara in news, Bandipura in news, but you only hear Pulwama, Anantnag, these southern 5 districts. Now, see, those northern districts also there is army in a very large numbers, and we work tremendously along with the people. So the amount of work done by the armed forces and relationship, even today, something goes wrong, a person wants to walk up to the post of the army and say, I've got a problem, and he informs. The other part of the issue is that, there would be some kind of control measures. Every man gets stopped and checked, his bag is checked. Every vehicle gets checked. So, in a modern day 21st century, any one of these states, any one of these district places, if you say in Delhi, if I'm stopped in some place and checked after every 15 minutes, I'd say, what the hell is wrong with Delhi police?
Yeah.
But that cultural change has to come over a period of time where we have to understand that killing terrorists is creating another brother or chacha or taya or nephew who joins tomorrow and dies day after tomorrow. Terrorism, terrorist is not the answer. The answer is that we have to change the psychology of people, and that has to be done in a very, very focused and intelligent manner.
Calibrated and strategic manner. Absolutely. I'll take that to Dr. Ajay. Dr. Ajay, we know how now after the abrogation, it's been a year. So far, we're hoping that people there are now moving to accept what has happened and move forward towards development, towards infrastructure to be built there, for that matter, quality of life itself to be uplifted. But here we're still looking at basic issues that haven't been rectified so far. If you can take us through what can possibly be the first doors to open up in Jammu and Kashmir, in Kashmir particularly the valley there, to see development and growth. The first doors, tourism was one of the most potential. That had the most potential in Kashmir, and now with the abrogation, of course, also during the pandemic now because of Corona, doors have been shut. Tensions are it still remains even as we speak. Is there any industry that you think that can really pick pace right now, immediately, starting off? from this year possibly? And also the fear, please do speak on the fear that people have, the locals in Kashmir have of now considering abrogation of Article 370 has happened, there's no special status. They're worried that there'll be an influx of people coming into Kashmir and occupying their land and developmental projects, really ruining the actual sanctity of the place. Dr. Ajay, can you hear us? I think you're on mute. Dr. Ajay? All right, I'll quickly go over to Professor Jagannath then. Professor Jagannath, you want to come in here? I'll take that to Mr. Ajay once he's unmuted. Yeah, you wanted to give out a presentation, Professor. Do you want to still do that?
No, fine. My whatever I wanted to say, if you have any specific questions, I can answer.
I heard you had a presentation to give.
No, it's fine. That I have been presented. My presentation is about to discuss about the instrument of accession in a different light. So that has had an
all right.
reflection.
And why don't you give out your opinion on kind of development that started in the Kashmir immediately without any further ado? Tourism was one of the most potential. What else apart from tourism?
No, your voice was breaking. Can you just repeat the questions? I was not audible. Can you please repeat again?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I asked you about what business has the most potential in Kashmir as
the Kashmir, the potential for the development. You mean the
yes.
Yeah, potential.
Potential for development apart from tourism. What is the potential?
See, if you see the last 4 years, I have been seeing that and observing and closely following this. That the Jammu is emerging as an educational hub, with a lot of many institutions have come up, and even the many hospitals and the new sort of institutions have come up, research institutions for over the last 2.5 years, and it is going to be another 3-4 years or 5 years down the line. It's going to be the education hub for the entire north, the way we used to. The Chandigarh used to be. I think that's I see as a positive development the Jammu region is going to have. Also see that a lot of the people from Valley moving to preferring Jammu as for an education, school education and the college education or higher education or even technical education. The hospitals, the health sector is also the developing, evolving now. Jammu, a lot of new hospitals have been proposed here. So that is also going to be a new hub. That's the one area, the potential area. Besides this tourism, I would also see that the new area in terms of the tourism also, which is coming up. There are many unexplored areas for the inbound tourists within the Jammu region. That is also picking up slowly, and many youngsters are taking an entrepreneurship thing and sort of capitalizing to that. Once the connectivity is improved in terms of the rail network reaching Srinagar and all, I think you can see a lot of changes and development. That's the potential areas where you can see a lot of developments happening in the things, and that will open more and more sort of private job opportunities and the corporate opportunities here in Jammu as well as in the valley. So these are the potential areas where we can say that there are a lot of much more developments are going to happen in the future. In the valley also, that I think that the atmosphere of fear, particularly the cross-border terrorism, like what the previous speaker had also mentioned, that in the last 1 year, and due to this, the robust approach from the New Delhi to deal with the security issues, with the robust responses, I think that put this given a sort of an environment where there is sort of a new developments may take place and is going to take place in the future. That's what I see that. And the last point I would want to say that we talk about this internal issues being externalized. So I think that we need to link the Jammu and Kashmir with the Pakistan. I think that we have been doing it, This has been there that we have been worried about that what the narratives, when you talk about narratives, we worried about the narratives in terms of the international community. But we have set the new narratives even to the international community. For look at what, for instance, the human rights. Now, for me, I think that the UN human rights, the way the recent elections, the members have been elected, almost a dozen members are the major violator of human rights and authoritarian countries, states. You see, you list any the 12 countries which have been re-elected to the United Nations, the Human Rights Council in Geneva. All of them authoritarian regimes which have been violating the human rights. The United States is walked out of the Human Rights Council. So, it's not the situation of 10 years back or 20 years back. We are facing a new normal, and post-COVID-19 is going to be a more sort of a new openness. And other thing, the last point, when you talk about the potentials, the political angle to it. So now it is Jammu and Kashmir is now evolving a sort of a regionalism is slowly evolving. The Jammu regionalism, there are a lot of which has been not in the mainstream media. We tend to say that Jammu, there is a lot of the separate statehood for Jammu, dealing Jammu from Kashmir. That's sort of within the regionalism. This is also coming up rather than the Kashmir. It's a kind of in a sort of having the Kashmir pundits. They've been talking about branding as the migrants, and now they are the stakeholders and strong stakeholders and political stakeholders of the valley. So there are many narratives are evolving now, but we need to see next down the line 3-4 years, then only we can see that how these narratives are building. But the important thing is that there is a sort of vacuum here in terms of that the leadership vacuum in terms of who would take the lead in both the regions to shape these new narratives rather than stick to the old, to bring back these old narratives and the old glories. As far as the narrative is concerned, narrative does not come in vacuum. We need to have actions. We need to have deliverable actions like what we have said. I have listed out in security, in economy, in the economy, the domestic economy, the regional economy, and also the political sphere. We need to have an action. We need to create an action-oriented development, such as like security. We had the surgical strike and all these things, actions. Even the political thing that the new political parties like the enforcement directorate, when the people see that the EDs, whether it's taking action or not, but in terms of the political narrative building, the people are seeing that the corrupts are getting, they won't be able to escape. Whether that is the different case, whether the case is being filed or action will be taken, but that sort of things are happening. Seeing that the people are seeing that there is a sort of a new potential for new politics.
Right. Mr. Jagannath, what about talk about influx of people who come into Jammu and Kashmir, or particularly Kashmir, are going to take away our land, are going to pollute the entire system? The fears that the localites have. How would you? How can the government put that to rest and ensure that the sanctity of the place, the aesthetics of the place remain? We know how stunningly beautiful it is. And people's land, they want to retain their land, their hometown, their homeland, their home soil.
Yeah, see that feeling is there in everywhere, every state, Maharashtra, even Tamil Nadu. If you go to any state, they have those things. Even Andhra Pradesh had even passed a law that the jobs will be given to the locals. So 80% or 90% of the jobs. So this sort of the regionalism is strongly there. But here, that's what I meant, that the new sort of regionalism emerging in the new politics is based on the regionalism, strong regionalism, rather than a sort of an religious sentiments like Hinduism, Hindu versus Muslims, rather than it is like an emerging as a ethno-religious in the regionalism point of view, Jammu region and versus the Kashmir region. As far as the influx of people is concerned, I don't think so that this is a sort of fear. I think it has been fanned by the vested interest and the part of the false narrative from the other side. I would say, because if you see, we are talking about this Rohingya settlement in the last 5-6 years, and nobody talks about this influx of people from outside. So when the influx of people, this narrative particularly gets highlighted when you have a sort of people from Punjab or people from other states, if they started coming here, and I don't think so that this get highlighted for the political reasons. But we don't. Nobody talks about the influx of people when the Rohingyas are here and settled in the last 5 years. Why don't you talk about these people this is an influx and changing re-engineering the demographic profile of this state? Nobody talked about it, the so-called mainstream, or even those who are fanning this sort of sentiment.
Well, considering that now development is spoken about, there's a dialogue that's just begun, and thanks to also GCTC, Aditya Tiku, to actually put this panel together and initiate the dialogue. You think now people will wake up and rise above than just religious politics and come move forward towards development and progress? And who do you think really here are those people caught in the crossfire? The actual innocents. Who are the innocents?
See, now the Kashmir, the people, especially I can see that, I see that the young generation, they are very much sensitive about what is happening, thanks to the media and the social media and the internet, the information technology and all. Unlike in the 90s and the early 2000s, where there was the information was totally regulated, so they have to rely on the media houses which would give the information. So now they have access to the global views. They know what's the status of Pakistan. So you don't have to educate them. So they're already aware of these things, what's happening around Jammu and Kashmir, and what is happening inside the Jammu and Kashmir, and what's the politics in the national level politics also. So it is not the Jammu and Kashmir of 20-30 years back, where you see that there are a lot of things. However, when you say the innocence, see, innocents are there in everywhere, when it comes to the caught in the crossfires. But what we are looking at, or what we want, we have to see and we have to cultivate or nurture, is that the new genre of politics and the political process and the political narratives that we have to see in the coming years, in 1 or 2 years. So what sort of things, and the trend which I see, that something which has been sprouted in the recently, what I mentioned, that is about this the regionalism, the region-based the political narratives. So let's see if once the political process, the delimitation process are over, then we will see what sort of the realignment of the politics and the political constituencies. I'm talking about political constituencies, not electoral constituencies. The political constituencies, how do they negotiate their power and within the structure, within the process, like you say, the different ethnic communities, the different regions like Jammu and versus Kashmir, and within Jammu you have different region, different political constituencies. You have this Gujar, Pahadis, so the tribals. So all these things we have got a space now. So how are they going to negotiate their power and the space? That is to be seen, yet to be seen, and maybe once the political process and the delimitations gets over, and then how you want to see that.
Right. Taking to General Rakesh, on a quick note, as we speak on aspirations and new Kashmir, what do you think is the best business, or in terms of industry, that can flourish at this point of time within this kind of environment here, starting immediately?
Yeah, Nabila, difficult question. You see,
tourism is one on top of the list, but otherwise.
No, you see, of course, leave Jammu region alone. One can say tourism. See, when we start measuring tourism in the manner of pilgrim tourism, that's a very poor measure of tourism, because pilgrims don't spend money. They come and go to Vaishno Devi and back, or they'll go to Amarnath and back. But they are spendthrift people. They'll eat in the langars and come back. When you say tourism, you require some people to come and stay in those shikaras and spend money and buy trinkets, or buy a carpet. That pilgrimage tourism don't do it. So the measure of the best thing that can happen is tourism. Yes, if it opens up and it happens in that manner, and then see, there is so much to interact there. Yeah, I mean, when you go there, you feel in love with that place.
I know.
You go to saffron fields, you enjoy this saffron. You go to apple orchards, you haven't seen something like this in life. When you go to Ladakh, and I was co-commander in Ladakh, you see how pashmina is being made. It is fantastic. It is. See, there is all this. You want to go to Netherlands, and you say how cheese is made, and you go and stand there, tourists have cheese made, and how wines are made. All this is being done in J&K, all tourism potential and all potential for people to see. We have to create the conducive environment to get on with this and and get people meeting around in those areas. Only thing we're not addressing it. Second is about, the culture, the life of that place should not be spoiled. There are haphazard constructions taking place. So, when you go to a European country, you see there is development. We can't allow our places like Srinagar or places like the quaint villages that you see in Ladakh spoiled by making dabbas, houses. Everything must come as a cultural. We have to develop the thought process that there will be lakhs and lakhs of people who come and visit it. So we develop it in the manner. So there is, so much. Despite, Nabila, all problems here, 2,000 trucks start with apple every night, evening, and land up in the morning in Azadpur Mandi. In the worst of times, the apple trade has moved fantastically. There are thousands of trucks who go across and land up at Bangladesh border for selling to Bangladesh. So, when there is riches to be made, when money to be acquired, then there is always a possibility that everything else goes backburnered. So we have to start in that manner of doing things, saying, what are the places, what are the issues that can develop, and people, the woodwork, akhrot ki lakdi. Akhrot ki lakdi, this furniture.
Yeah.
It requires an industry to be established in a manner that the wood is matured, it is kept in the water, it is matured, and those people who do the art, the pashmina work on wood, it is beautiful, it is matter of art. People would like to come and see how this is being done. If we want to get things done, there is tremendous amount of scope of things to be done. Let's not start thinking we make a coach factory there, or we start making some kind of heavy industry there. Those are not the ideas for this one. It has to develop as a cultural place. And that would, that is what I think it will say.
All right, excellent. Do we have Sheikh Imran also joined in? Yes, Sheikh Mohammad Imran, who's the former Deputy Mayor of Srinagar, joining us as well. Mr. Imran, thank you very much for making time. I'd like to ask you your view of today. You're celebrating the Accession Day. It's quite a proud moment for Jammu and Kashmir, finally formally part of India wholly after the abrogation of Article 370 as well. In the last 1 year, particularly post the purge of 370, what do you think has really changed on ground? And do you believe that the Gupkar alliance coming together, the local parties coming together and imposing, saying that they want to reinstate Article 370 within Jammu and Kashmir, will that really hold any waters at this point of time?
Sir, Sheikh Imran sir, please switch on, unmute your mic, please. Please unmute your mic.
Am I audible now?
Yes, you are.
Okay, I would like to start by telling you good evening, everybody. And I apologize that I could not make it in time because my father was not well. We had a little emergency, then I came back. I was very excited. I'm very curious to come into this program. I would like to start with a direct, blunt question, what you asked me. I would like to bluntly answer you. I contested elections, me and my colleagues, when Narendra Modi ji, Honorable Prime Minister, gave a call from Lal Killa that these elections should happen. Grassroots level democracy should grow in Kashmir. And that was the change which he had initiated and which began, pre-5 August. So now, pre-5 August, when it happened, it has happened an year before that, in 2018. Now, after that, when 5th August happened, unfortunately, I was part of the detention for 9 months. But my thing is that we are a new leadership, like new people who came into the politics. I have a business background. I came into politics because I really thought that, we need something new. We need change. We have not grown economically. Development has not happened on ground. Though nothing has changed in past 1 year. I would not like to lie, but I would like to give due time to the government because The process has begun. As soon as the 5th August happened, there was in lockdown because they were there was a perception that people would come on the streets, this would happen. People started telling, the former leaders started telling that there would be on ground bloodbaths. Nothing of that happened. So after that abrogation, we landed up in what do you call a COVID lockdown.
Yes.
So the things have just started to normalize. So it's nothing that we can boast that we have been able to do or we have not been able to do something. But yes, something what has not happened in Kashmir in last 70 years is that it is for the first time when such a historic or such a bold decision has been taken, and after that, not even a single killing. Yes, you need to give due credit. Life is precious. After that development, after that, everything else follows. Now, in regards to the Gupta Declaration, space should be given to everybody, but you will see that not many takers are there for this kind of stuff in the valley. And you will see that a change.
So, well,
change
Mr.
has begun.
Sheikh, yeah,
Yes.
Mr. Imran, tell us what do people of the valley really want? We're hearing voices from political parties, local voices. We want to know what the local people actually
Local
want.
voices are,
They
we are
want
economically doomed. I would
Yes.
like to tell you something very, very particular in local. Per capita income in 1989 was one of the highest in our country. Per capita income and job opportunities were, we had handicrafts, we had carpets, we had shawls. We used to sell shawls to Amritsar, we buy today. We had walnuts, we had dry fruits, we had furniture, we had paper mache. We had an industry of 33,000 crore for only 55 lakh people. And today, we don't have that. Everything is lost. Today, economically, people want to see that you're talking about economics. आप ये कहना चाहते हो कि किसी चूल्हे को अगर आप आमदनी दे सकते हो, हर कोई आवाज उसके साथ है. एक्सप्लॉइटेशन बहुत हुई. पहला धोखा, autonomy is a धोखा since 1947. Autonomy is a dhokha since 1947. Self-rule is a dhokha since 2004. Achievable nationhood is a dhokha since, say, 2004. And now, another dhokha from the old dacoits is this Gupkar Declaration. Youth, people, and the people who are here living, they want to be economically uplifted. They are not interested in any kind of politics. We, Kashmiri, I represent Kashmiri today because I represent ward. I have represented 15 lakh people. I am the leader of majority. I would be the mayor of Srinagar tomorrow because I passed the no confidence. I led the no confidence against the former mayor. I represent today 15 lakh people in Jammu Kashmir Valley, in this Srinagar city.
So according to you, Mr. Imran, you're saying the people are with the decision of abrogation Article 370.
See, people have not read the papers of their house.
Mr. Imran, I think we've lost connection of him. Shruti, if you could reach out to him.
Yes, I'll just get back to you.
All right. General Rakesh, are you still with us?
Yeah, I am.
Yeah, if you can fill this in. We heard Sheikh Imran, who is the former deputy mayor, he says that people on ground want upliftment. They just want
Yeah, he's
development.
back.
They want to move forward. Yeah,
Yeah,
let me
he's
take
back.
that. All right.
He's
Mr.
back.
Imran, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes, your network seems to be patchy. All right. So you're saying that people are with abrogation of Article 370. They're happy
See,
that the government took control and they want to be part of India. We'd like to hear that from you.
I would like to complete by saying that I as a Kashmiri, say for example, I represent Kashmiri. For example, we picked up the guns, we got nothing. We pelted stones, we got nothing except dead bodies. We supported Hurriyat, we got nothing. So what is the harm that if we are going to move the direction?
Give it a chance.
I would like to tell you a very, very, very particular thing about every Kashmiri was hearing Imran Khan when he was in World Economic Forum in Davos. I would like to quote, unquote, and I would like this to be put on record, that when he addressed the world leaders and the business community, he said that Pakistan has the highest potential in the world. Pakistan has more potential than even US. But unfortunately, because Pakistan used to venture in conflicts That is why they were not able to grow after 60s. They ventured into conflict with India, which is Kashmir. They ventured into conflict with other places like Afghanistan. They ventured. So now, to grow, we need to streamline our relationship with India. I would like to tell, like as a Kashmiri, I would like to tell that if my Kashmiris were fooled for last 70 years by saying
All right, we seem to have lost him again. We're going to try and patch him back. But General Rakesh, you heard what he said. Very strong, staunch belief that they've been fooled for decades by the local parties. The alliance, the Gupkar alliance, which now is the new lingo, the new name for them. They've been fooled for decades. And now what's the harm in giving this government a chance in moving forward with the abrogation of Article 370 and see where it takes the state economically? Do you believe that this will really boost economic growth? Because that's what people want, clearly.
Yeah, thank you, Nabila. The fact is that, firstly, I'll take a minute back at Pakistan. The issue of Pakistan is that the nation is bonded together, or the binding force or the glue that binds Pakistan together is Kashmir issue or anti-Indianism. The minute you have Kashmir gone out of the scope of discussion, that's where Pakistan is concerned, or their anti-Indianism stops, then there is nothing that binds that nation together. There are no cultural moorings. So it is important for the army, Pak army, to retain its national security agenda and keeps the whole thing brewing, because that gives them the power and that binds that nation. It is the identity. You and me have an identity of 5,000 years of various kinds. So our identity is slightly different than in the identity crisis which Pakistan feels. So what Imran Khan says, there is different meaning to him. So dhoop chao, as they do today, something, tomorrow something else. Now the politics part of it. Now the politics part of J&K, the issues are that, rightly so, the state did develop. The state, people, I'm not a Kashmiri, but I've been in Kashmir for so long a time in my life that I feel I'm a Kashmiri. I empathize, it is my part of my culture, my blood there. So, the fact is that there is development that has taken place. There is corruption. Corruption is where not everywhere is corruption.
Immense corruption, yes.
Yeah, immense corruption, but you say immense corruption elsewhere. But the Transparency International says there is more corruption in many other states than in J&K, which is written in, so that corruption part. There is corruption, but there has been development, and there has been steady development. You see the road infrastructure in J&K has gone to very difficult areas which has not reached many other states, including the state I'm sitting in. So, there is a difference in now the politician, rightly so, for a politician, what is important is power.
Right.
I think today what the deputy mayor was saying has got better. Let's get on with it. Let's give peace a chance. What he said has got merit. Let's give peace a chance. There are alternatives which are coming out. The alternative, there is a panchayat election held in 2018. New people have come out there. There will be new parties, there will be new groupings, there will be new people. If we say...
Yeah. Actually, we have Sheikh Imran back here. Let me find out from him. Sheikh Imran, we heard General Rakesh say, we heard Mr. Mirza, who was on the panel, say, even Jagannath Professor saying that truthful voices are lacking. People like you, possibly, who understand the pulse and who know the fact and are not playing on religious lines, but are looking at development and progress. These kind of voices are lacking. Actually, come to the fore and speak up. Why are you hesitant?
I would just like to complete that when Imran Khan said that Pakistan has potential. I would like to tell on behalf of Kashmiris that Kashmir has much more potential than Pakistan. If Pakistan has to streamline their relationship with India, why am I getting fooled? I already am under instrument of accession. I am today union territory. I am part of the country. I would proudly like to address my people in Jammu Kashmir that when we have to join hands with Pakistan and after that again streamline relations with India to grow, we already have that edge and we just have to accept it by heart. So one is that the conflict which was created by the predecessors, by the former politicians, by the dynastic rulers. The reality, what my friend just was speaking, I would like to endorse that. A picture of Kashmiri today. I would just give me 2 minutes. I would like to tell you, Kashmiri today is when a Kashmiri is born. He's born to be killed. A Kashmiri, when he's born, he begs and bribes for a birth, for a bed in the hospital. A pregnant lady begs and bribes. Her husband begs and bribes. For birth certificate, we beg and bribe. For school admissions, we beg and bribe. For patwari, for electric connection, for even phone connection, for even permissions, we beg and bribe. And even if we qualify university, we have to do a job or we have to do business, we beg and bribe. The height is that when Kashmiri gets old, if he has shifted from one mohalla to another mohalla, he doesn't get a graveyard. He begs and bribes, whereas the graveyard is the moral duty. And as per the act, the legal duty of government. After that, when the guy dies, he's buried. A Kashmiri is buried. After that, he has to beg and bribe for death certificate. This is our reality. This is what our predecessors have given. We had a beautiful Dal Lake that is spoiled today. Our water, we had a drinking water. Tap water was a drinking water because we have so many good sources of water, so many good springs. Today, if you come to Kashmir, we don't have good tap water. We have to use aquaguard. We have to boil it, like that. Another thing is that we had fruit, we had apple. We gave it to Kulu. Today, if you come to my house, I will not be able to offer you the local fruit. There are so many things which have been destroyed. We rightly support, but only thing is that if we raise this voice, if we run the narrative of alternate leadership, we want to, address to the people of India, we are amongst you. Support the idea of alternate leadership. Let Congress also grow above politics. Let BJP also grow above party politics and support alternate leadership for Jammu and Kashmir. And, then we can pave a way for the change. And people of India should support and appreciate the alternate leadership so that a voice, a narrative is exactly, echoed all around. The way,
absolutely. If there's one business that can take off immediately, Mr. Sheikh, any business that has great potential apart from tourism now that you see can push Kashmir to
I'll tell you a
uplift
simple
its
example.
economy. Yeah.
If you come to my house and if I'm able to offer you pulao, I'll tell you a simple need-based example. Pulao comes from Punjab. Basmati chawal comes from Punjab. Pulao is made of basmati chawal. If you tell me that you want to have Kashmiri chawal, I will have to go to the village. There is no value addition done of Kashmiri chawal. If that is done, a lot of villagers will get business. A lot of that business chain will develop. I'll tell you another example. Kashmir is famous for wazwan. Tomato paneer is a special dish. Tomato jo usme hota hai, that basically comes from Punjab and that is tomato puree. But if you want to taste my delicacy nadru, the lotus root, that you will not be able to taste except the season, because we have not been able to do value addition of local any industry, any vegetable, any fruit. That is because the disaster, the lawmakers were only selling Kashmir, Pakistan, Jamaat, judiciary, Jamia. I address Jamia because Mirwais, Jamaat, Gilani, they have been only doing this. The lawmakers were not able to, give a roadmap for economy. They were not able to tell the people truth. Ki our limitations are development and economy. We are not contesting elections and taking oath under the Constitution of India to fight for terrorism or something like that. They were fighting for terrorism instead of fighting against terrorism. There have been blunders which I can send it to you. You can circulate that there are, many blunders done by our predecessors, who have been
right. And it's now possibly time for change, and that's what we're expecting, and that's what we're hoping with the abrogation of Article 370. You're saying that you're willing to, Kashmiris, the localites are willing to give this government a chance to move forward and be part of India wholly without hesitation.
Kashmiri is not an alien. Like any other Indian, he's an Indian. He aspires to get up, and just in the morning he should have hot water. His income should be good. His expenditure should be less, and he should live a good life. And every Kashmiri who sees that we have had so many dead bodies, we don't want to have dead bodies. But this voice, if somebody raises, there are so many black sheep in the political system who go against and catch a simple guy. So that is why I said people of India should support this narrative of change, and Kashmiris are really interested in change.
People of India are supporting it wholeheartedly. In fact, it's become a poll mandate in Bihar. There's that kind of discussion over abrogation of Article 370. But nonetheless,
poll mandate is different. But in reality, we need people who are, common people of India should support the change and the narrative.
Absolutely. What I'm trying to say
Don't
is
sell us. Don't sell abrogation too much that, we will get tired of looking at it. Please, that is a request from Kashmiris.
Absolutely. Mr. Imran, what we're saying is that people of India on the whole are happy to see that Jammu and Kashmir might soon finally look at some development, because that's what the intention is, to cut short terrorism and instill growth within the state. And that's precisely what, absolutely.
We need schools, we need good healthcare, we need roads, we need electricity, we need good internet connection. You have seen what kind of, we are in 2G still.
Yes.
If I didn't have a lease line or something like that, I don't think I would be able to do this so freely. So we need facility. Everybody needs facility. We are living in hell, trust me. And if we are able to translate what I spoke, or what you have in your mind, what my colleagues here might have in their mind, if we are able to do that, trust me, you don't need to boast abrogation. A Kashmiri will boast about it. And trust me, when a Kashmiri will speak proudly about the abrogation, that will be the moment for entire country. That will be the union integration of minds,
the
national
actual
integration
success
of hearts.
Absolutely. Mr. Imran, thank you very much. Very well said. This is precisely the sentiment that I believe the government is trying to evoke within Kashmiris. It might take a little longer. There's no magic wand to make the situation, fix the situation instantly. It's a little time until possibly normalcy will be reinstated. And that's
Give
what
the government the due. Lockdown of abrogation, lockdown of COVID. Let's start today. So that in another 5 years, every Kashmiri says the decision was right.
Thank you very much, Sheikh Imran, for joining us, taking that time out. General Rakesh, would you want to give a final word?
Yeah, it was a pleasure listening to Sheikh Imran and what he said. There is immense amount of merit. The only thing is that, the government of India would also be under pressure to get the politics going. Because, internationally people say, why is when are you deciding to have a state government? When do the politicians come in to form the government? So it's that kind of pressure is building up. So finally, some politicians will rise up to form a government. Maybe tomorrow, maybe after 1 year, maybe a year and a half. Now, if we get the old wine, new bottle, whatever they say, then, it will be going status quo ante. We have to move forward. We have to throw up fresh politicians and fresh lot of people who can actually formulate the thought process which have been brought about by the deputy mayor so eloquently. The point is that I don't foresee this happening. I foresee that it will be same politicians and same parties who will eventually come up and form the same government. And I hope it doesn't happen that we go back to same history. So
even if it does, I think it's been streamlined with now being a union territory.
Yeah, but finally, I think it was stated that before the government changes after 4 or 5 years, this may not last for too long. They may be.
We'll see. Like Imran said,
union territory of the Pondicherry kind. We have a chief minister. We also have administrator.
All right, let's just hope. Yeah, Imran, you were saying?
I will just make a point. We are in no hurry to take back the state. I disagree with my honorable Home Minister. If alternate leadership is to be given a chance, if the legitimate leadership from grassroots level should come up instead of dynastic politics, that being son of somebody, being daughter of somebody, this Papa, Daddy Sarkar, this Dada, Beta Sarkar, if legitimate leadership is to be groomed in Jammu Kashmir. We are in no hurry for getting back state. Let elections happen in Union Territory. Let a process begin. Let us streamline things in 5-10 years. Let's talk about it after 10 years. There are many like Sheikh Mohammed Imran. There are millions in Kashmir like Sheikh Mohammed Imran who supported this decision and who are neither interested in state or anything else. They want change. They want economy. They want development.
Livelihood. That's it. That's the most crucial anybody would want.
We don't have any
livelihood.
entertainment.
Yeah.
Our children are going to drugs. We don't have any entertainment. We don't have cinema halls. We don't have any kind of, everybody has a TV. Everybody has a Geo fiber. Everybody watches movies in houses. But once we talk that, we want to open a cinema hall, somebody gets up and says, no, you can't have that. And what is the reason? Nothing. Somebody who used to, for example, lead separatism here, finally resigned. But I'm shocked. Nobody, opened the mouth. So many people followed him. Mr. Gilani, he resigned. Apart from that, Ladakh is our part. It was part of Jammu Kashmir. It's part of my country. Government of India has put old wine in new bottle. No political party is speaking about Ladakh. No political party is speaking against China in Jammu Kashmir, except somebody speaking for. There are a lot of changes which can be bought. There are a lot of
Absolutely,
things
and
we need to speak our
that's
heart out.
precisely what we're awaiting. Even Ladakh now being a union territory, possibly a lot of changes coming in. Ladakh all the while was always rattled with what the political implications of Kashmir would be. But now
I
with
would like to
now
say,
it being a union territory.
Yes, though I disagree. My ideology might not be inclined, or I might not be ideologically convinced with BJP, but I would like to congratulate them. They won Ladakh even after the China aggression. So you need to, accept the reality, for God's sake.
I think that's a great point to wrap on that note. Thank you very much, Sheikh Imran, for joining us. Thank you, Rakesh, for joining us. General Rakesh, great inputs from you. Professor Jagannath as well, great inputs coming in. We're hoping that we see the needed change as is expected. Over to you, Shruti. Thank you very much for having me. Thank you very much, Aditya Tiku, for putting this panel together, GCTC, for such a great initiative. I think it's about time that we start a dialogue, and that's what's happened here.
All right. Thank you
very
so
much.
much.
And good luck.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Nabila. With that, we come to the end of the third and final session of this conference, and this was an incredible session, and it gave us a lot to think about. On behalf of all of the members of GCTC, I would like to extend my deepest gratitude to all the speakers for enlightening us today. I also extend my gratitude to the GCTC chapter of Jammu and Kashmir for taking the initiative to organize this event. The JNK chapter of GCTC is headed by Mr. Kuldeep Khora, Lieutenant General Syed Atta Hasnain, Professor Amitabh Matu, and Mr. Vijay Bakaya. I would also like to thank the members of the media as well as the audience for joining us. To catch a recap of the session and get updates on the activities of GCTC, please do follow us across social media, LinkedIn, Instagram, Twitter. Our handle is @GCTCWorld. Thank you for taking the time to make this event a success, and I wish you all a good night and a great week ahead.
Thank you, Shruti.
Thank you.